Well, good morning, everybody, to the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Newly sunny, actually. It was cloudy when we arrived at the ground, but sunny, and the players are coming out now. Kent, led out by Jack Leaning, will field first. Lancashire have won the toss. Kent make 4 changes, effectively their whole frontline bowling attack from the game against Somerset. They need to equal or better Middlesex's results, or points haul I should say, from their game at Trent Bridge to stay in County Championship Division 1. No pressure then. Lancashire have won the toss and will bat first. They got a fantastic recent record against Kent. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me Scott Reed. Former Kent captain Dave Fulton will be joining us before long. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning, Matt. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Lovely to see the sun shining.
It is.
And lovely
after your last week, I suppose.
Well, absolutely. Yeah. And lovely to be here as well.
So the opening partnership coming out, it's Messrs Wells and Jennings.
Yeah, Lancashire.
Luke Wells, Keaton Jennings. Yeah,
Lancashire unchanged from that rain-affected draw against Nottinghamshire last week. They were they were frustrated by the weather in Manchester. They lost days 1 and 2 completely to the rain, and then we fumbled about for a couple of days 3 and 4, but there was never enough time to get any cricket. So Lancashire have named the same team, and it's Wells and Jennings to open the batting.
Well, you know, there's going to be people looking for scapegoats here, and it could well be Lancashire not beating Middlesex last week. From a Kent point of view. There'll be updates throughout the day on BBC Radio Kent. And Scott will be doing them for Lancashire stations as well. But on this line, we'll be previewing with BBC Radio Kent very shortly. But of course, online commentary throughout via BBC Radio Kent, BBC Lancashire, and via the stream as well. From the club with the pictures and the BBC Sport website and app, as well. It seems a very gentle start from Matt Quinn coming down from the Nackington Road end. I would say it's a loosener, I don't want to be dismissive, but Luke Wells found that very easy, just to nudge around the corner backward of square for a single to start, 1 for none.
Yeah, just looking at how the two teams are lining up, and Kent have got 1 or 2 spinning options in there.
Yeah, they have
11.
Yeah.
Quinn's back, isn't he? He's not played.
No, that's right.
A while.
He's been out injured. So too is Gilchrist.
Okay.
So yeah, this basically the numbers 8 to 11 in Kent's lineup here didn't play against Somerset, as Quinn bowls down the leg side, a little bit of shape, but it's down the leg side and taken by wicketkeeper Harry Finch. So shall I run you through the cards? Or perhaps you'd like to go through Lancashire? I don't know. I don't want to hospital pass you there in case you don't have it in front of you. But oh goodness me, there we are. Former King captain David Fulton bringing me
Happy days.
A frothy coffee.
Beautiful.
What a man.
He did offer me one, but I politely declined. It's not like he just brought you one and not me.
You were just too polite. I love free stuff. He's never getting one back. He knows that. Here's Quinn to the left-hander Keaton Jennings, run gently up to mid-on, and there's no run. So Lancashire, Wells, Jennings, Bohannon, Croft, Bell, Balderson, Hurst, Bailey, Blatherwick, Williams and Morley. We'll put a star next to Will Williams' name, and we'll hold that. I might do the Kent 11 as we we'll do an update right now. That's one to rattle the wax in your ears. Coming through to us loud and clear on BBC Radio Kent. It's Quinn bowling to Jennings. Yeah, good morning, Mike. After 6 months of the County Championship, it all comes down to this one game for Kent to see if they can stay in County Championship Division 1. Basically, their points haul from this game against Lancashire has to equal or better Middlesex's at Nottinghamshire, and they will stay in County Championship Division 1. Otherwise, they will be relegated. Up against them, a Lancashire side who haven't lost against Kent for a decade, which doesn't exactly fill us full of optimism to start. Weather is set fair for the day and actually through for the 4 4 days, so Kent have a chance to prove themselves. Lancashire have won the toss. They're batting first on what is probably going to be a pretty placid pitch for batting on, and Kent will hope it'll take some spin as well, because they have their spin duo, as that's the first ball that beats the bat from Kent's Matt Quinn going through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. The spin duo of Aaron Nijar and Yuzvendra Chahal are included in the Kent side, which shows 4 changes from their draw against Somerset. Big game this then, Mike. A lot of nervous fans in the grounds today. My nails are chewed down into something dreadful. Lancashire 5 for none on this first morning in the first over of the game. Kent against Lancashire. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app, and of course regular radio reports. Here's Quinn then to bowl to Jennings down the leg side. The one he got to go, and I don't mean it's dismissive, the one he got on outside the off stump was a really good delivery and trouble keeping Jennings. The rest of it, just the radar a little bit lacking from Quinn. I wouldn't say there was prodigious movement to start, Scott, but maybe just not controlling the ball in the opening over. 5 for none. Wells has 1, Jennings has 4.
Yeah, he's a little leg sidey, wasn't he, for most of that opening.
That's what I was trying to say. Yes. But why saying 3 words I can say in 5 minutes? Thank you, Scott.
But yeah, Quinn and Gilchrist have boosted Kent's seam attack. That would be right to say, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Both coming back in.
So Jazz Singh and Arafat Bhuiyan, who were part of the team last week, don't have the experience. Michael Hogan does, but he injured a hamstring during the first or the only innings of Somerset as well. So yeah, they were really on their uppers last week. Quinn and Gilchrist were both injured for that game, so they have nursed them through, and hopefully they're fit. Gilchrist has had a hamstring injury himself, so right. Yeah, fingers crossed from Kent fans again, those nerves perhaps, that these bowlers will carry them through it.
So it will be Gilchrist to send down the second over of the morning, with Luke Wells on strike. 5 without loss, Lancashire, with 3 slips in place. Back will point, extra cover, mid off. There's a mid on, mid wicket and fine leg. So Gilchrist right arm over bowls, and Wells, tall left hand opening batter. Both are actually, Wells and Jennings for Lancashire. Wells guides the ball away off his hip out towards mid wicket. There is no run.
Just talking before, but obviously off air, about Lancashire's season. He was saying tough team to beat, I suppose, above everything else this year.
Yeah, they've not lost many games. It's pushed full and wide of off stump by Gilchrist and left by Wells and through to the keeper, no run. I think it's just one defeat this season for Lancashire. So they are quite a tough team to play. Their frustration has been the number of draws. They've drawn more than anybody else, in fact, considerably more than anybody else. 9 draws this season for Lancashire, and your kind of nearest rival, Somerset and Nottinghamshire, have drawn 6 matches. There's a lot of draws for Lancs. It's dropped into the onside by Wells, out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So that's been the frustrating season for them, really, but yeah, they are a tough team to play. It's over 2 years since they last lost an away match. And so they're quite a difficult side to beat, but they've been frustrated a little bit this summer. For 1 or 2 different reasons. Weather, certainly, but not just that. Trying to win teams, trying to win matches and bowl sides out. And that's Wells off the front foot and defended. Ball bouncing out towards point. No run. There's lots of delays, Matt, elsewhere.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Championship.
Are we the only... This is the only first division game going?
It is, yeah.
A couple 3 in the second division, so Durham, Leicestershire, Derbyshire, Glamorgan and Sussex, Gloucestershire all underway. But yeah, Storm Agnes is coming to
oh dear,
country on Wednesday.
Oh, is that right?
Yes,
oh.
but I gather the southeast will be mostly sheltered, or be the least affected. So.
Perfect. That's dabbed out into the offside by Wells, bouncing out towards cover point, and there's no run. Well, I've got to say, after last week's miserable 4 days in Manchester, I mean, I was so depressed.
Don't mince your words.
It was just absolute rubbish. But thankfully, we've got 4 days of lovely sunshine, haven't we, forecast for for Canterbury.
Yeah, absolutely, and it does look. Yeah, the forecast looks great. I said it. Those storms, the wind might get up a bit, but I don't think we're going to get anything like what's happened with the rest of the country.
Width there by Gilchrist, and absolutely laced away by Luke Wells. It was full and wide of off stump, and Wells has creamed it for 4 through the covers. Ferocious looking shot by Wells. So he moves on to 5. Jennings on 4. We've had 2 overs of this match. Lancashire winning the toss and batting first. They are 9 without loss.
They are indeed. Kent's line-up then: Tawanda Miyeye, Ben Compton, Daniel Bell-Drummond, Jack Leaning, Joe Denley, Harry Finch, Joey Everson, Aaron Najjar, Nathan Gilchrist, Matt Quinn and Yasvendra Chahal. So we put a sort of star beside Will Williams, and the reason for that is because there is a Lancashire player and a Kent player involved in the one-day international squad against Ireland today. Here comes Quinn then to Jennings, turns it into the onside again, fielded by Compton at square leg. It's 3 slips in, by the way, for Kent. Messrs Miyeye, Leaning and Bell-Drummond with the jar at point. As we understand it, there we go, there's a phrase, isn't it? We don't want to commit.
No.
That Tom Hartley and Zach Crawley could be. Is it a will be with Lancashire? Is it as strong as that?
Wait, for Lancashire, it's as strong as that, yeah. Hartley is a nominated player to come into the
Kent
side.
officer will tell me whether that is a will be for Zach Crawley as well. As this is nudge into the onside, up to mid-on, there's no run. So those 2 players available, as we understand it, from tomorrow.
I think so.
I mean, as long as they can make their way down to a Kent quick enough to get into the game. But yes, so there we are. There was some I wouldn't say controversy, but worry perhaps from a Kent point of view that other players are going to be allowed to play in this last round and that Zach Crawley wasn't being allowed. I don't think that's the case, but the Kent office will be listening to absolutely every ball, not doing any work, as this one's turned to the onside. Will tell me if that's true or not. 9 for none, but that's as we understand it anyway. So Wells 5, Jennings 4 so far. What we can see on the pitch, I don't think he's very much for the seamers so far. Doesn't seem to be doing an awful lot. And Wells and Jennings looking very calm indeed. I was saying in my preview with BBC Radio Kent, Kent haven't been Lancashire for a decade, albeit they've been in different divisions during times between now and 2013. But here's Quinn outside the off stump, left, an easy lead for Jennings on the angle across the left-hander through to wicketkeeper Harry Finch. And that game, so I'm doing my best to of all the downs we've had for Kent supporters so far about Lancashire being a really tough side to beat and having thrashed Kent last year in 2 encounters. I think one by an innings, the other by 10 wickets. But that 2013 game, Kent chased down 418 in the second innings to beat Lancashire with a double century from Darren Stevens. So it could just happen again. Will it be Everson in the Stevens role? Who knows? This one's outside the off stump again. I think left on line and length by Jennings. Just leans forward and leads it through to the wicketkeeper. So there we are.
Well, I do remember that match. I was here for that, and that was the final game of the season as well, wasn't it?
It was indeed, and what Darren Stevens thought might be his final game in cricket as well, because he had proceedings hanging over his head from events in the Bangladesh Premier League. So it was a real emotional time for him. But yes, we're hoping the emotions will be very similar in this game from a Kent point of view, but maybe that's a bit of a stretch. D. Stevens not here today, obviously, either. That's Quinn bowls. It's a clip into the onside by Jennings. It was a shout from someone behind the stumps there, but once again gently into the onside, fielded by Compton, and it's the end of the over. And it feels gentle this morning. I thought I got the effects microphone turned down so far, but it is just gentle applause at the moment. But I'm sure tensions will be ratcheting up during the ensuing days.
So the kind of permutations for Kent, basically started a point better off than Middlesex.
They did.
Right. So it's kind of in Kent's hands, isn't it, really? Huh?
Well, in that respect, yes, yeah. So they have to, equal or better the points haul. The tiebreakers start with most wins.
Right.
And Middlesex have 3 wins and Kent have 2 at this point. So, and my maths isn't that great, but if Kent were to win and Middlesex were to draw or lose, then Kent would surely stay up anyway.
It's Gilchrist, second over of the morning for him. Left alone by Wells. Kind of full ball, but wide, angled across Wells into the gloves of the keeper.
So I think that will be academic.
Okay. Right.
Because if Kent win and Middlesex don't win, the difference in points will be more than 1, put it that way. There's a better way of explaining that, which Scott Reed will bring up now.
I mean, it can get slightly complicated, can't it?
It can, can't it?
With when you're factoring in bonus points and all the rest of it. Solid front foot defence this time by Wells, who tells Jennings to stay where he is. The ball bounces up towards mid-off, no run.
I've just realised, of course, that if both teams win and Kent get equal or more bonus points, that they would stay up. But that's perhaps I don't know, an eventuality that I hadn't quite considered at this point. But yeah.
Well, they're not playing at Trent Bridge, as we mentioned. They're not on there. All the Division 1 games are delayed. It's left by Wells through to the keeper, and there is no run. So already an advantage to Kent. They're out here playing. But they don't really get what you need to get in the dressing room, can you? So if there is a little bit of good fortune, if that forecast is for slightly indifferent weather, kind of tomorrow and Thursday for different parts of the country, Kent get away with a good 4 days of weather, I mean, that could be the difference too, couldn't it? Again, left by Wells, it's wide of off stump, just shapes away into the gloves of the keeper. No run. 9 without loss. Yeah, Middlesex are at Nottinghamshire, so a point difference between Middlesex and Kent. Kent 1 point better off, so a slight advantage coming into this final round of fixtures. Bonus points, bowling bonus points, batting bonus points. Could well be the difference between relegation and staying up. Forward as well, solid front foot defence. Head right on top of the ball and smothers it away into the offside. And there's no run. And of course, the other issue to be decided is the title, the small issue of the county champions.
That seems a long way away, I have to say, from a Kent point of view, but yes. We get our binoculars out.
Yes. Surrey are at Hampshire this week. I think they're 20 points clear, I think, aren't they, Surrey? And Essex are at Northamptonshire, but both those games are delayed as well. Again, defended by Wells. Straight to delivery by Gilchrist. And maiden over by Gilchrist. And a pretty calm start to the match here. 9 runs on the board, 4 overs gone. Of this fixture here at St Lawrence Ground in Canterbury on a beautiful warm day. A little bit of cloud cover, but plenty of sunshine around. Forecast is good for the 4 days. Kent are out there trying to get some bowling bonus points this morning to try and take a step towards safety.
And welcome to listeners on 5 Live Sports Extra joining us now. We'll just go through the last quarter of an hour. We'll be going through the permutations of what could happen for Kent and for Middlesex at the top of the table. But you may have caught the end of that as Quinn bowls what is the 5th over of this morning. Lancashire winning the toss. It's looped up. Is it going to be caught? It is! On the run by Ben Compton. He made great ground for that one. And that one, Keaton Jennings just looking accusingly at the pitch, has got big on him, has just spat a little bit off a good length. He's tried to chip it through the onside. It's looped up to square leg. Compton has run round from mid-wicket. Looked like he was second favourite, but has taken a diving catch to dismiss Jennings, who goes for 4. Hadn't seen that coming. The other story of this day is pitches look pretty placid so far, but Jennings has gone. Caught Compton bowled Quinn 4-4, and Lancashire having won the toss and elected about 9-for-1. Scott Reed. Yeah,
the description, Matt, there did just get a little bit big on Jennings, didn't he? Taking a half step down the pitch as he has done through the course of the morning so far, and then in the end having to fend it off, kind of rib cage height. It's a very, very good catch because he's got a lot of ground to make up. Ben Compton. It's looped up. It's not come quickly, so the pace of the ball coming off the bat's not the issue to take the catch. It's the amount of ground he has to make up. So he's gone from mid wicket to square leg, but the ball's looped up in the air. But he's done really well to get across the ground as quickly as he has, and then to put the dive in, to get the fingers underneath it, to claim the catch, and then to keep it as it hits the ground. So really fine work by Compton. It's a very, very good catch, but that just seemed to get a little bit bigger on Keaton Jennings in the end, having to fend it off when he was probably expecting to take a step down the pitch and nudge it away to mid wicket. In the end, he's had to kind of farm it off from almost by his armpit, and it's a really good catch from Ben Compton.
I hadn't really seen that in the pitch so far. It's looked dead, but one's beaten the bat from Quinn, I think, in the first over, but that's been about it so far until that delivery. Josh Bohannon comes in, 1,000 runs for him already, and the top 3 run scorers in the championship this season. He may even be top by now, 9 for 1. He may well be after this. Lancashire here. The permutations for Kent are the threatened side here. In terms of the County Championship Division 1 status, they start just 1 point above Middlesex. So Kent will have to equal or better Middlesex's points haul at Trent Bridge to stay in County Championship Division 1. The tiebreakers are in Middlesex's favour. So there you have it set out for the week. Scott was saying not started at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire, against Middlesex so far, but Kent haven't started badly here. They've changed their entire frontline bowling lineup from the game against Somerset. This one, Bohannon, again, it's comfortable into the onside to find that man Compton, so it's a right-left combination now. Diminutive right-hander Josh Bohannon. But yes, that's the difference between the two teams. It's just a single point going into this last game. Nice to have something on it, perhaps not for Kent or Middlesex fans who are of a nervous disposition. But 20 minutes gone here. As I said, Kent have made 4 changes to their side. 2 spinners come in, Chahal and Nijar. Quinn and Gilchrist, who were injured for the last match. Matt Quinn bowling now. That's this one. A little bit of width for Bohannon to cut that one away. Nijar has to take a second start at that one. I think he just slipped as he tried to get to the ball, but that's gone for 4 in the end. So Bohannon, again, the pitch looks quite placid, or it looked quite placid until the first ball of this over from Matt Quinn. And the 3 batters we've seen so far able to play their shots. That's cut away for 4. Lancashire in 5th place to start today's match. The top 3, I know the prizes for top 3 in the county championship are exponentially bigger than for the rest of the placings, if you like. Again, it's a attempt to cut this one a little bit shorter from Quinn outside the off stump, but it's just slammed into the ground outside the off stump and fielded by Nijar at point. And Lancashire, where are we? 24 points shy of Hampshire in this one. The top 3, sorry, as you were saying, I think just as 5 Live Sports Extras listeners joined us, Scott, are 20 points ahead of second place Essex for the title. It would need by dint of that, a huge turnaround for Essex to win. But never say never. Stranger things have happened. That horse becoming Pope for one, as they said in Blackadder all those years ago, as it's played into the offside, and there's no run. I'm going for a niche audience today.
Yeah, I like that. Big fan of that.
13 for 1. And yeah, so 4 changes for Kent. Lancashire unchanged for this game, and talking to David Fulton, who's also with us today. I'm Matt Cole, Scott Reed beside me. David Fulton, former Kent captain, will be with us in about 10 minutes' time. He rates Lancashire as a finishing side. He said they keep going right until the end. That's his feeling about this Lancashire side. They've certainly proved it here at Kent a couple of times. As Bohannon, well, outside of the bat, but he's kept it down well. I wouldn't say there's a shout. It's almost a groan, I think, from Matt Quinn, as that one's gone away for 4 runs, I think. It has indeed, yeah, 17 for 1. And the word I was using before that wicket was gentle. There seems to be a calm. Perhaps it's just nervousness from the Kent supporters, but the shots have been played as well haven't been aggressive at all, have they? It's been nudges, it's been cuts. I think Bohannon's taken issue with one from Quinn in this over, which is he slammed into the ground, but otherwise 17 for 1 Lancashire.
Those runs for Bohannon has actually pushed him to the top of the run scoring charts in Division 1. Started today 4 runs behind Tom Wesley and James Rue, now 4 in front. As Gilchrist bowls, and Wells has a little flirt. More than that, he's edged it behind to the keeper, and Wells departs and Gilchrist picks up his first wicket. Super start for Kent. Both Lancashire's openers are gone. Wells following Jennings just a few moments ago. Little edge through to the keeper, and he has to depart. Perfect start for Kent. Lancashire 17 for 2. And Wells out for 5.
Felt like a really indifferent shot, that one, didn't it? Something tentative outside the off stump, and yeah, Gilchrist has his man. Quinn and Gilchrist both injured for the last game. Kent hope they'd be fit for this one, and both have struck within a few balls of each other. So 2 wickets in 2 overs for Kent. And there we are. Commentator's curse. Apologies, Lancashire's fans. I'm bigging up Lancashire as a great end of season side. And being asked questions, well, by the powers that be, much further up than us in the BBC. Scott, about nominated players for the 2 sides. As sure as I can be that Zach Crawley has been nominated for Kent, we know that Tom Hartley has been for Lancashire to be parachuted into this game on day 2 and beyond. Yeah,
there was some reports yesterday, weren't there, about various players potentially becoming available after this latest one-day international, which is underway a little bit later on today. I think Surrey are hoping to have a couple of their lads back for it, and I think Crawley, in the article I was reading last night, was one of those names that was being suggested that could be released and then nominated to come into the match. We think that is the case, that Crawley is one of those nominated players for Kent, and as Matt mentioned, Tom Hartley is a nominated player for Lancashire to come into the side as well. Left arm spinner. At the minute, it's the Kent bowlers that are working well here. Stephen Croft, the new batter, 3 slips in place. Gilchrist over the wicket to Croft, just turns him round a little. Going to work it towards mid-wicket. Ball comes off the leading edge and squirts away into the offside. And there is no run. Just the perfect kind of tonic this for Kent, for the players, for the supporters, certainly for the dressing room, for the players out there to get a couple of early wickets. You lost the toss. Lancashire won the toss, wanted to bat first. You removed both openers early on. Again, Croft off the front foot just eases the ball with a straight bat back down the pitch. In fact, so straight it rattles into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Croft remains on naught. So Lancashire 17 for 2. We're halfway through the 6th over. About 25 minutes of play in the only Division 1 game that has any play at the moment. Games in Division 2 are underway, but the other matches in the First Division delayed due to rain. Gilchrist down the leg side to Croft, and taken by the keeper. And there's no run, but no issues with weather here. Lovely forecast, blue sky and nice sunshine. Crowd just starting to thicken out a little bit. Extra slip in place now. Joe Denley's gone to 4 slips. So 4 slips, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. In comes Gilchrist to Croft. He wants a run here. And just leaning into it and pushing away into the offside. Calling Bohannon through for a single. Stephen Croft gets his first run of the day. And Lancashire move on to 18 for 2. To bring now Division 1's leading run scorer, Josh Bohannon, on strike. Gilchrist at the top of his mark. Little towel hooked in the back of his trousers. Squad number 17. Just waiting for Bohannon, taking guard from the umpire. Little twirl of the bat. Settles into his crease. 4 slips waiting. Final ball of the over. Gilchrist to Bohannon. Back and across and able to work the ball safely away into the offside. No run. End of the over. Good one for Gilchrist. Backing up the work of Matt Quinn in the previous over. Wicket in successive overs for Kent. Lancashire 18 for 2. 6 overs into their first innings.
Yeah, a great start for Kent as well. Just wondered what this pitch would do. It looks a little bit worn, has to be said. Already footmarks appearing on it. With the 2 spinners, would have imagined that Kent would have tried to, as much as they could, within the bounds of legality, obviously. Adrian Long is a fine groundsman, not one to be creating viper pits here at Canterbury. In fact, just the phrase doesn't ring quite true. It's not known for its reactivity. Well, David Fulton will tell us more about that, I'm sure, but 18 for 2 is a great start for Kent. And so here is Quinn then to bowl to Bohannon, Croft rather. He reacted like that one. Just stung him a little bit. It's got a little bit high on the bottom. It's a forward defensive shot, but just I thought there, Scott, just looked like his body reacted. Like he wasn't quite expecting it to bounce as much as that, and there's a good deal of gardening going on out there.
Yeah, and it's nipped back in a little bit to Croft, isn't it, as well?
Yeah.
Well, I think to keep the ball out. Oh yeah, that shaped back into him. Bit of news from Southampton. Hampshire Surrey match played due to start at 11:30 in that game.
Right. That's a quick. Oh, inside edge. Oh, what a take! What a take from Harry Finch. An inside edge from Stephen Croft. Again, high on the bat. It's gone down the leg side, and Harry Finch is being mobbed by his teammates. That was an incredible catch by the Kent wicket-keeper. That ball going down the leg side from the inside edge, high on the bat, down the leg side. He's taking it one-handed, a bit like the Compton one, but that one was going quicker. He looked second favourite just to get a hand on that, and he has ended up with a catch. 18 for 3. Quinn has 2 wickets, and Kent, having lost the toss here, bowling up a storm at Canterbury.
And the first bowling bonus point. First one on the board for Kent. First point of the match. All could be, with the margins so narrow as well, of 1 point separating Kent to Middlesex, the 2 teams trying to avoid relegation. Every single point can be eked out of the match, batting or bowling, on top of whatever you get for a draw or for a win. Could be pivotal for Kent, and they've got their first inside the first half an hour of play. It's a fantastic catch. I'm watching it back on the replay. It really is a brilliant one-handed take. It's a terrific delivery. I'm not so sure Croft can do much about that. That is nipped back in to the point where it's come off his inside edge of the bat. But then the reaction, leaping away to his left to get a glove on that, and his celebration. I don't know what was better actually, the catch or his celebration. It was the celebration was brilliant. Kind of fists clenched, absolutely mobbed by his teammates. Brilliant start for Kent. Perfect start.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that would necessarily have been expected by many Kent supporters. Scott Reed's off to do updates for BBC Lancashire now, and it'll be David Fulton alongside. He'll explain exactly how all this is working this morning, what the pitch is doing. Just got a list of things to ask you, Dave, so they'll be well prepared. What a start for Kent, though, no doubt about that, in their quest to stay above the dotted line in County Championship Division 1. They have Lancashire 18 for 3, and Bell now straight back at the bowler. Matt Quinn throws it over his head to wicketkeeper Finch. Good morning, David Fulton.
Good morning, Matt. Good morning, everyone. A beautiful day here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. What a start by Kent. Looked pretty flat first few overs. I was really nervous of Kent having lost this toss. They're playing their spinners. They obviously put the eggs in that particular basket. They They want batting points, good pitch, and play your spinners, lose the toss. First few overs, nothing happened, and I thought, oh God, after what happened last week, you could imagine something similar. But they've started really well here, and having Quinn and Gilchrist back fit shows how much more penetrative their attack is.
Quinn 2 Bowley's flirted with that outside the off stump, through to the wicketkeeper Finch, and there's no run. And he said, I think there's one delivery in the first over from Matt Quinn, but otherwise the first 4 overs looked, they were nudging it around, plenty of time to play the ball. Seems to have changed since then.
Or you can get on a bit of a roll as a fielding side, and you can always see the confidence flooding through them now. Quinn is going past the outside edge. Gilchrist has got a bit of pace up, and they are sniffing this opportunity. A lot at stake for Kent in this match, as you've been describing, and this is the perfect start.
George Bell then to face Matt Quinn. Defensive shot into the offside, no run. Still just the 3 slips in to start. I take that was from Harry Finch as well.
Yeah, it was a great catch, wasn't it? A lot been well documented. Kent's keeper situation with Robinson and Cox and co departing, and Billings not playing, but Finch did a great job there.
That's indeed. Going to update BBC Radio Kent listeners now. 18 for 3 Lancashire. Brilliant start for Kent, Mike, as well. They've taken 3 wickets in 3 overs. So Lancashire 18 for 3 here. The visitors winning the toss and elected to bat first as well. Matt Quinn has 2 wickets. Nathan Gilchrist has 1, as that's just defended by George Bell. Warm applause from this Canterbury crowd. Will be very pleased indeed for what they've seen for this side. Absolutely crucial this match. Kent have to better or equal Middlesex's points return from their game at Nottinghamshire to stay in County Championship Division 1. It's a relegation decider. Lancashire, Kent haven't beaten them for a decade in the County Championship. Fine side, really hard to beat in mid-table in County Championship Division 1. Kent have started brilliantly here. They've put 4 bowlers in, 4 changes to their side. 2 of them, as I said, have taken wickets already. One of them via a fantastic catch, absolutely superb catch from wicket-keeper Harry Finch, going down the left-hand side, an inside edge, catching it one-handed somehow to get rid of Stephen Croft, the last wicket to fall. So Lancashire 18 for 3 here at Canterbury. Great start for Kent. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app, and of course regular radio reports. And a dot ball then played into the onside, the first.
Yeah, a lot resting on Josh Bohannon's shoulders here. Another decent season, isn't he? Gilchrist back into the attack, and back in his Kent side rather, and firing already. Kind of missed Gilchrist being at his best. He's done great last couple of years. 17 on his back, tall man, not express but quick enough, and that one bounces a little bit, discomforts Bohannon, who is quite diminutive in comparison. Just some signs that there's a little bit of life in this pitch. Be fascinating to see what happens when Chahal, especially, but Nijar too, get their hands on the ball. They are expecting this wicket to spin. I managed to bump into Paul Downton, director of cricket, outgoing director of cricket, of course, in the coffee queue, the Lime Tree Cafe, and he said they were looking to play the long game here. That's a wide one down the leg side, not his best. Gilchrist, yeah, said that, they wanted a good pitch because they want to score. They want to get their batting bonus points. The forecast is decent, so they're prepared to, to play the long game. They've gone with their spinners. So the ideal scenario would have been win the toss, get a big first innings score, get your bonus points, and do it that way. But it doesn't always work out that way, and Kent have made early inroads. So very much plan B, but going well. This one is short and pulled. Short man, strong on that shot, and he's going to get 4. He looks in good touch. This is 3rd boundary. 2 off the back foot, 1 cut, 1 pull, 1 slightly fortuitous outside edge. Of course, Middlesex will be watching this, no doubt. They'll be focused on their own game, but you can't help but when the rain's falling at your particular game and there's another game that has direct implications on your fate, you will no doubt have one eye on it, and they won't like what they see. So this was just came back into Bohannon, which probably saved him another boundary there, Gilchrist. A little bit short and wide. Not where you want to be to Bohannon, who's so strong on that back foot.
I'm sure I wasn't the only one after the Kent's game against Somerset. Tuned into the BBC commentary of the Warwickshire Middlesex game, which was an absolute thriller, wasn't it? Warwickshire needing 50 odd, I think, and that twisted and turned towards the end of that game, and eventually Middlesex beaten.
Gilchrist is once again back of a length and just nipping back as Bohannon aborts the attempted cut shot. Decent over. Quinn's been slightly fuller in length, as you'd expect of these two. He's got a little bit more out the pitch.
It's a very quiet crowd, I have to say today.
Considering that Kent
how important it is.
Yeah, I think slightly nervous still. You know, these guys want to see their team playing First Division cricket. The players want to be playing First Division cricket. So do the coaching staff, and Simon Cook, the incoming director of cricket. It's easier to attract players if you're decent players if you're playing in Div 1. So there's quite a lot at stake here. You know, it's not quite the Premier League and Championship scenario where you're going to lose millions of pounds should you get relegated, but these players will have aspirations of international cricket, and it's easier to do that. Not impossible to do it in the Championship.
Quinn bowls, a swing and a miss, or play and a miss by Bell. He's trying to straight drive that, I think, and a little bit of bounce outside the off stump, down the wrong line entirely. 22 for 3, bit of movement.
A bit of movement, a bit of misjudgment of length there by George Bell. Just a nervy shot, which happens sometimes when you're on naught. And I guess the hope for Kent, and kind of Paul Downton whispered this because he knows what Lancashire are like as a county. They're gritty, as we just you've been discussing with Scott. They're tough to beat. They don't lose many games, but you kind of hope that they might be, you know, one or two toes on the beach, as it were, football parlance, at this time of year.
It's Quinn to Bell. That's a lovely little clip through the mid-wicket area, though. It's a chase out towards the boundary. Is that Nijar after it? No, it's not. As the ball comes back in, it's Chahal indeed, in the big floppy hat, and they come back for 3 in the end, but really well timed by Bell. Just clipped through mid-wicket. Glorious sunshine here as well. 3 taken.
Toasty in this box, isn't it? The sun coming straight through the glass, like a greenhouse.
It is indeed, yeah. It was fun here when it was 35 degrees in the first day against Nottinghamshire. That was.
I can imagine.
Right. Should I stick the fan on?
Yeah, that'd be nice. It doesn't rattle around too much in the microphones.
So Quinn from the far end then, bowling to Bohannon on 12. Has a great season, topping the county championship runs scored so far, over 1,000 runs for him. Just plays that gently into at a point, and there's no run. Nijar fielding there. 3 slips in still. It's Mayeye, it's Leaning, and Daniel Bell Drummond. And if, as we think is going to happen, I hadn't had confirmation from the Kent office, but
Crawley
has been nominated. There we go. Thank you very much. Sorry, they have replied. It's just probably me picking this up late, but yeah, be interesting to see who he'll replace in the Kent lineup.
Yeah.
As Quinn comes in to bowl to Bohannon, straight back at the bowler, and there's no run. So Hartley, we understand will take Williams' place.
Okay. Crawley will come in. It has to be like for like. You can't suddenly bring him in for Matt Quinn after Quinn's, maybe bowled a team out. So it'll be one of that top order. Tawanda, he played in front of Tawanda earlier in the year, but Tawanda's kind of established himself to a certain extent. But you'd be slightly nervous. You might be hoping that Quinn does the job today, so you can get out there and get a quick 60 or 70 on the board. 70 not out overnight, maybe get a few while you can.
Quinn to Bohannon, settles on the off stump, defended back past the bowler, and there's no run. I've had chapter and verse here. It's been worded correctly, unlike me just saying, yeah, he's in. Though you're coming on a parachute. Nominated on the team sheet, but participation depends if anything happens today with England, obviously.
It doesn't say who's been nominated.
No, it doesn't. No. And because he's centrally contracted, particularly as I understand it, England could say after today, afraid not. We'd rather Zach didn't play tomorrow. Yeah,
I mean, if he's been nominated, that will only be if he has a niggle, one would suggest.
It's Quinn bowls to Bohannon. Front elbow up high. Let's just defended up to mid-on. End of the over, 25 for 3. 2 for 16 for Quinn, 1 for 9 Gilchrist. On BBC Lancashire and BBC Manchester. BBC Radio Kent, of course, hosting this commentary via the BBC Sport website app and on the with the pictures on the club feed as well. Matt Cole and David Fulton with you at the moment.
I remember a game years ago, we played at Tunbridge Wells. James Kirtley was in England duty and the nominated player to come back. Paul Hutchinson, left arm swing bowler, played at Yorkshire and then moved to Sussex. He was the player who would be replaced, and Kirtley arrived at the ground. I was already out, and Hutchinson was in the middle of a pretty formidable spell. And James Kirtley arrived, and the coaching staff, I remember saying, James, you've had a long drive. Just go and have a nice lengthy stretch for about 45 minutes. And Hutchinson bowled because he knew he was coming off. He bowled 12 overs off the reel, took about 3 or 4 for. And they were like, should we take him off? We're like, well, no, because he's going to be resting for the rest of this match. We'll just get what we can out of him. He had it on a piece of string, swinging it round corners. So he bowled about 12 overs, took 3 or 4 for, and then just ran past with a little high five with a very fresh James Kirtley who'd been stretching for an hour.
It's not quite in the spirit of it, I would say.
Helicopter overhead, and Joey Everton into the attack, change of bowling for Kent. Looks like he's grown, Joey Everton. I know he's a young fellow, I haven't seen him for a while, but I thought 33, that's Everson, but he looks a lot, maybe, who's umpiring at this end, who's towering above. So I never think of Everson as a strapping lad,
no,
but he's...
I think he might put on a bit of muscle.
Yeah.
Who are we? Umpires Middlebrook and... So James Middlebrook and Rob White today.
Okay. I think this might be Midders at this end. Could be wrong. So medium pace, we'll hope to swing it out. This one a little bit leg side, and tucks it to mid wicket where there's no run.
I suppose apart from anything else, in reverse, it's almost the Hutchinson in reverse here for Kent. Is that Gilchrist has just gone through 5 overs so far, but they'll want to nurse him through, having had a hamstring injury as well. I don't imagine that he'll be on for long spells.
Or it might be that he's going to replace Quinn. So it might be that a little look at Everson and he might switch ends, would be my guess. But you're right, he is nursing an injury. So this one is driven impressively. There is a man back on the fence, but he might not cut it off. It's not the most valiant of efforts that we've seen here, but it is 4 runs to Bohannon, who looks in decent touch. I think that's Nijar.
It is indeed, yeah.
He was thinking about going full length and then decided not to, and it was a little bit of a half-hearted effort, but I always think, you wouldn't want him going full length and damaging himself. He's got a role to play in this game with the ball, you'd imagine, on a used pitch. And once again, Everson is middle and leg, and Chetlin's got his man, Ben Compton, very straight at kind of square leg, mid-wicket, cutting that shot off.
Put Daniel Bell-Drummond in a sort of gully position now, haven't they? So 2 slips and a gully for behind Bell at the moment on 7.
This one is full. That's a lovely, lovely cricket shot from George Bell. The best shot we've seen today. I credited Bohannon with the last drive. It was Bell, and that was a beautiful shot down the ground. High class, and he's a runner ball 11. Yeah, that position at gully is largely because Point has gone back on the fence. So you go a little bit wider, stop that ball getting dropped into the offside for a single. Everson is on a better length this time, and right on cue, Daniel Bell-Drummond fields one there. So that gentle swing from Joey Everson, but not. Looks to me like a pitch you want to hit quite hard as a bowler. It's dry. They want it to spin, but that doesn't mean to say the seamers can't get something out of it. But it doesn't look like the kind of pitch that you just float it up there and hope to zip it off the surface. I don't think it's got that kind of life in it. I'm going to run up and thump it into a good length hard. And that's what Quinn and Gilchrist have done to good effect, reducing Lancashire to 18 for 3. They're now 33 for 3. Good partnership developing between these small right-handers.
Matt Quinn looks like he will continue from the Nackington Road end. 3 orthodox slips in behind Josh Bohannon. A couple of emails already come in. I'll give you ways of getting in touch very shortly. Should have done that already, but there we are. Quinn, want to break the habit of a whole season as he tries to work that away. Not given much width by Quinn on that, just back of a length, and Bohannon just knocks that into the ground. It's out to Point and Aaron Nijar. KentCricket@gmail.com. Whether you're a Kent or a Lancs fan, you'd like to send us an email, perhaps tell us about your team's season. Kent fans might have a bit more to write, I don't know, in terms of panicky thoughts about the last game. At BBC Kent Sport, at BBC Lancs Sport as well on Twitter, at Dave Tav, T-A-V Fulton on Twitter. Love to hear from you today. Here comes Quinn then, second ball of this 11th over. Bohannon's on that. Daniel Drummond has been moved out actually from third slip to mid-wicket now. He's the utility fielder. Slip to gully to a shortish mid-wicket. So good morning, Nigel. 2 questions, he said. Oh, crikey, I shouldn't be sight reading this, should I? Because I probably won't know the answer to either of them. Are we parachuting Zach Crawley into the side on day 2? Ah, well, there we are. You probably heard us just talking about that. He has been nominated. As it seems, he says Surrey are doing with Will Jackson, Jamie Smith. Lancashire batting, it makes sense. He should be able to bat in both innings. Surely Kent's only need 1, Nigel. You're such a pessimist. Here comes Quinn. Oh, Bohannon has chopped that past his stumps. And that's going to go through for 4 runs. I think Harry Finch could do about it. In fact, fielded by Joey Everson. I do apologise. David Fulton, eagle-eyed there, had seen him coming round to fine leg. But that one was not very far away from the stumps. Again, it's deceived him, isn't it? Is that bounce or movement, David, do you think?
Or perhaps lack of pace. I think he's very strong, Bohannon, on the back foot. And he was looking to cut a ball that might not have been there to cut. He's got the slope here at Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, which slopes back into the right-hander, batting at this pavilion end, and he might just come back at him a bit, but I think did him for a bit of lack of pace. Take a couple of runs and you move on.
It's Quinn then bowls to Bohannon. Forward defensive, no run, 35 for 3, Essex. Nigel's other question, what do we make of reports on social media? Oh, crikey. I'm already going to do a disclaimer if that's the case, Nigel. The Kent is signing Essex wicketkeeper batsman Will Buttleman. Does that mean that Sam Billings is leaving or is becoming a white ball only player? Well, no decisions have been announced, Nigel. I think it's fair to say, but I'm quite a fan of Will Buttleman, actually. I don't think I started that rumour, but I heard he was released. I think I said on air, but I have absolutely no influence on what happens here at Kent, as you're probably aware. This one's clipped off the pads through square leg, and they'll come back for 2, 37 for 3. But
he says that, listeners, but we all know when Cole speaks, the powers that be listen. And if he says, I like the look of Buttleman, Buttleman suddenly appears on the radar. You can draw your own conclusions.
Well, there we are.
So he's been released.
Said, is this bloke still on air? They're asking.
He's been released by Essex, has he?
Yes,
okay.
yeah. So,
and he might be a very good player. They've got some good ones there at Essex, and obviously they've just signed Jordan Cox as well, who would have aspirations to keep. So
absolutely, yeah.
No, it doesn't necessarily reflect poorly on Buttleman as a cricketer.
It's Quinn to Bohannon. Again, he's trying to be aggressive with that one, just stretching the knees out a little bit after that shot, but into the offside, and there's no run. 37 for 3.
And Kent have had a habit of picking up some good cricketers from elsewhere. That's been one of the real features of Paul Downton's reign. Kind of shrewd signings, Everson being one of them. The likes of Matt Milnes and Gilchrist and Leaning. There's been a Matt Parkinson, of course, guys who, for one reason or another, have been out of favour or haven't quite had the opportunity they would have wanted, and Kent have snapped them up. So if that Buttleman rumour is true, perhaps that's another one, but there'll be no doubt Kent members out there will go, it's an Essex reject, but that doesn't mean to say he's not a good player. He might not be a good signing. Here's Everson, who is being defended by George Bell back down the pitch. I think the challenge for Kent moving forwards is to develop their own cricketers. I mean, there have not been enough come through in recent times. Certainly seen bowlers very short supply, and cricketers in general. You know, it used to be every year you'd see a couple come off the Kent Junior system. Now it's called a pathway, as this is defended immaculately in textbook fashion by George Bell back down the pitch.
Jaden Denley has obviously emerged this season at the tender age of 17.
Jaden Denley has come through, albeit not through the conventional kind of pathway. He came through at Whitstable playing club cricket, playing for Canterbury Academy School. Wasn't playing in the Kent age groups as a very young player. Went to the Blue Caps, which I thought was a really good initiative, the ones that were just kind of deemed to be below county age group. This one is slapped through the offside on the up. It's a cracking shot. It's going to be fielded out on the boundary. Underarm throw by Nijjar. Looks like he's protecting that shoulder a bit. Good shot, single. Yes, Jaden came through slightly different route. He has been involved in the last couple of years. He was on the academy this last year just gone. Prior to that, he was on what's called the EPP, the Emerging Player Programme. They've all got letters and fancy names these days, but it hasn't changed a whole heap from way back in the day, albeit they do an awful lot in the winter, the academy and the EPP. They do get put through their paces. A lot of time invested in them, as Joey Everson is bowling, and this one just inside edge by Bohannon. If that had missed the bat, then I think they would have been very interested in that LBW shout, but he gets a single.
But yeah, I'm just interested from a Kent point of view, and we're often asked, you know, who's the next cab off the rank? Who are the players coming through? And I wonder if there are the numbers in the second 11 from the academy now, Kent coming through that there were.
The pathway's a challenge. You know, I work at grassroots level, and I see a lot of talented cricketers. And Kent perhaps don't have the budget of some counties when it comes to junior cricket, because they've got to prioritise. This one is played out into the offside. But I do think it's an area that needs to be looked at. There's some good people working in the pathway, and there's some talented players, but it's not quite happening from what I see at the moment. That's not to say that there aren't some good players that will come through. But you can't keep plucking your Eversons and your Gilchrists and your Jack Leanings and your Matt Parkinsons. Eventually you've got to produce some players. This is defended into the leg side. Good bowling from Everson. I think on the Kent staff at the moment, 10 or 11 have come through the Kent system, and about 12 or 13 have been brought in. A lot of them in recent years from elsewhere. I don't know how that compares to other counties. Some will be similar, but my instinct is that the stronger counties, you think of your Surreys, are producing an awful lot of their own players, and that's not to say that they don't sign some good players from elsewhere. We've seen Dan Lawrence go there, we've seen Jamie Overton go there, and others. But I think Surrey is always going to be a county, because they play at the Oval, Test Match Ground in London, that is going to have a natural pull for the better players in the land. Canterbury and Kent less so perhaps even more emphasis on why Kent have to produce their own. So I would like to see more resource and more planning going into that element of it. The problem is it's such a here and now game, as is most professional sport. You know, it's all about trying to stay in Division 1 and less about, well, you know, let's get our bowling coaches working with our under-14s, because we, in 4 or 5 years' time, want to produce some top-class Kent bowlers of our own.
I suppose you look at the other non-test match counties. I mean, Somerset are a great example in terms of the players they bring through, aren't they? And Essex the same, I suppose. If you look at their bowling attack, that helps you a lot, doesn't it? If the 3 prongs of your seam attack are homegrown.
Where's best practice? What can we learn?
Gilchrist to Bohannon. He takes this one on short outside the off stump, and has lovely pull that one. Not much width at all, but he's dragged that back from outside the off stump, pulled it through mid wicket, long part of the ground, but that is 4 runs. Looks like a man in form, Bohannon, when he plays a shot like that. 43 for 3.
Yeah, look, I'm no expert on Josh Bohannon's batting. That's one for reading when he gets back on air, but I would suggest most short men, and from what I've seen so far and the bits I've seen of him over the last few years, he's pretty strong on the cut and pull. And actually, if you can try and get him forwards, that would be your best bet.
Gilchrist to Bohannon then is again a little bit short. This one's, I won't say mistimed, but into the ground straight to Compton at mid-wicket.
Maybe they know something that I don't, because I mean, it's not. You wouldn't think a deliberate ploy, given that Compton is up on the one. As I say that, he's just going back on the fence. So they perhaps will get Bohannon thinking about that short ball, and it might be the old bluff, pitch it up. Hopefully his feet aren't quite moving, and he might nick off. That could be the plan.
Gilchrist to Bohannon, still the 3 slips in for him at the moment. Just up on his toes, but defends that back at the bowler. No run. Gilchrist takes it, underarms it to Joe Denley, who looked back to Joe Denley basically on in the game against Somerset. That's 73 he scored, and
needed, wasn't it?
Just hasn't looked the Joe Denley we know and much love here at Kent over the rest of the season, I don't think. But more or less from ball 1 as well. Just looked much more comfortable in himself. This one tries to cut this away and take a quick single, but there's no run there. It's straight to Najjar at backward point.
Well, I think it's been one of the issues that Kent have had this year, isn't it? Denley, Billings, you've got your 2 most senior players, and with international pedigree, and accepting that Zach was always going to be missing for a good chunk of the season with England, you want those senior guys to set the tone, and both have been averaging under 10. And that wouldn't have been expected. They're class acts.
It's Gilchrist then bowling to Bohannon. This one's on his off stump. Just defenders up to mid on this time. He's defender Chahal Fields.
But what you know about Joe Denley is he's never going to let his team down. You know, he found a way in the Northants game to bowl 40 overs and help bowl Kent to a win. And even when he wasn't contributing with the bat, he'll be playing a role behind the scenes. He quietly goes about his business. He's not especially demonstrative, but he'll be giving his all for the team, and he'd be delighted to have chipped in last week.
So Gilchrist to Bohannon. They'll take the single into the onside this time. Chahal Fields. And end of the over. 44 for 3. Lancashire. Bell has 12. Bohannon has 22. If you're just joining us, Jennings caught Compton bowl Quinn for 4. Wells caught Finch bowl Gilchrist for 5. And then a superb catch from Harry Finch. Inside edge by Stephen Cross down the leg side. And Quinn getting rid of him for 1. A couple of emails. I'm going to come off the mic off this next BBC Radio Kent update. Mike, great to hear from you on kentcricket@gmail.com. Rain, come and stay, don't you dare go away. He thinks that's the way that the rhyme goes. He said, I know it would be mean to pray for 4 days for rain at Trainbridge and Canterbury, but let's be honest, that will keep us up. Thank you very much, Mike, for that. Doing a rain dance. Howard, good to hear from you. Expat Lancs fan tuning in from the Isle of Crete, he says.
Very nice.
What a desperate day you must be having, poor chap.
Here's Everson. He's being played back down the pitch off the back foot by Bohannon for no run.
Unfortunately, says we don't seem to be getting replays of wickets. Is this something that could be looked at? Well, they can hear the stream in the Kent office. I'm sure they will if they can. Certainly on the club social media, on Kent social media, they're replaying the wickets. The question I asked to all commentators with live streams being streamed into dressing rooms. Crikey, I hadn't thought about that. Howard, thank you.
Everson, tight line, well left outside off stump. That's a really good question.
He says, how honest can you be about players' failings, especially as you may be later looking for interviews? That is a good question.
I think you're going to call it as you see it. Yeah, I mean, if they play a poor shot, then you probably call it. I think players understand, and I like to think as a former player I understood this. It's nothing personal. But you've got a job to do, and if you're not doing it especially well, you will get called out by, be it by members or by the media. But hopefully there's some context. This one is turned neatly away by Bohannon. We'll get to. Just jogs back. The throw comes in at Harry Finch's toes. He gathers it well. He's had a good start to proceedings today. The Kent wicket keeper. Great catch to get rid of Stephen Croft. Talk about Buttleman coming. Finch might have something to say about who keeps wicket at the beginning of next year with catches like that. So Everson in once more. He's a bit straight, and this one is being clipped into the leg side. Going to get a couple more here. Chahal after it.
Yeah, I don't think we've pulled our punches here, Howard. Certainly, I wouldn't imagine that's. I I imagine it's exactly the same for Scott Reed. I don't think we certainly don't feel under any duress here from the club into.
No.
And it's it's a great thing, I think, Chris, to be able to do commentators from both sides, be able to see it from both sides as well. It's not a.
It's a better line and length, immaculately defended back down the pitch for no run. Look, I think we're kind of unashamedly Kent fans. I think that would be we want to see Kent do well. We want to see Kent stay up. I grew up as a Kent supporter, played 15 years for Kent, and absolutely loved my time here, and continue to be a Kent fan with sons who are very keen on Kent as well. So. But we mustn't be one-eyed about it. That one bounces quite steeply. Bohannon takes his bottom hand off the bat. He's a short man, but that did climb. So maybe a bit more life in this pitch for the quicker bowlers than we at first thought. End of the over, 48 for 3 Lancashire. Good rebuilding effort. This partnership worth 30. But yeah, I mean, I think because you care so much is why you kind of criticise. If we didn't give a monkeys, we can just breeze through on a nice day, talking about the weather and look, there's a wicket, and that was a bit of a wafty drive. We care. We want these guys to do well. What I do know is the amount of effort that goes in behind the scenes. Matt Walker and Paul Downton and the coaching staff and the players. They're not losing games or playing poorly because of a lack of effort. They're all committed to the cause. It's just there are a lot of other counties trying to win as well.
Gilchrist bowling. It's a couple of runs here for Lancashire. Maybe it'll go to the boundary. Just taking 2 there. In fact, Lancashire, sorry Mike, they're under 50 for 3 here. Kent struck with 3 quick wickets, 3 and 3 overs in fact. 2 for Quinn, 1 for Gilchrist, who come into the side for Kent for this final match of the season. So 3 quick wickets after Lancashire had won the toss and elected to bat. Kent had a great start in that respect. Lancashire just starting to settle a little bit with George Bell on 14 and Josh Bohannon as top scorer in runs terms across the county championship this year so far. Nathan Gilchrist bowling to Bell there. So those two taking it on from 18 for 3. As I said, Kent looking to ruffle them up. This Lancashire pair just settling a little bit. In ball terms here, Kent need to better or equal Middlesex's points haul from this final round of county championship games. The Middlesex playing at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. That game yet to get underway, but they have made a good start here, Kent. They're trying to avoid relegation to county championship at Division 2. They've taken 3 early Lancashire wickets. Lancashire 50 for 3. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app with regular radio reports. This one defended by Bell, 14 for him. Bohannon has 26. Philip on the emails, by the way, saying that Kent will have had to nominate who will be replaced at the toss. Should be known now, says Philip. Well, they haven't told me. So, so I have asked, but I take your point. If those are the laws, the regulations, it's nudged up to mid-on. But thank you, Philip. It's always great to have your emails. Statistically and laws-wise as well, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's one of those that could mess up the scorecard. I'm thinking of poor old Lorne Hart scoring, because you could have, say he's replacing Tawanda, and Tawanda gets a bat tonight, as could well happen, and he's a little 65 not out, and then suddenly Zach appears tomorrow. Zach walks into the crease. Does it say Crawley 65 not out? Does it say Miaye 65 not out?
Work on your linear scoring. Oh, an edge short of Jack Leaning at second slip though. Regulation edge, and just a bit of movement again off the pitch from Nathan Gilchrist. Well, I don't think he's bowling as quickly as he normally does. Looks like he's bowling within himself, but that might just be tactical, I suppose, in terms of trying to get the ball to move more.
Possibly. I mean, he has had his injury problems, but that we give the batsman some credit. We talk about kind of soft hands and not going too hard at the ball, just absorbing the pace, and he just got it down in front of Jack Leaning. Decent delivery, went up the hill, a Canterbury, bit of bounce. He's a tall man.
The final ball, the 15th over, and that's a lovely little clip shot through mid-wicket as well, this time from George Bell. Will he get for longest part of the ground? He will indeed, through mid-wicket. So Lancashire go on to 54 for 3. George Bell has 18. Josh Bohannon has 26. I think Scott Reed is poised like a coil spring to join David Fulton on the commentary. I'll make May now.
So good partnership developing between Bell and Bohannon. It's a little bit what we've seen this year from Gilchrist. There's been some promising stuff. Found the outside edge, didn't quite carry the slip, and then you just want him to settle in on that off-stump line again, and he just gave a boarded clip for 4. He's an attacking bowler. He will try and make things happen. Kent need him just to hit that line and length a little bit more. I think the feeling. Good morning to Scott.
Good morning, Dave.
I think the feeling from Kent was that when you've got a team in this situation that doesn't have a whole heap to play for, even one as gritty and tough to beat as Lancashire, as we see Joey Everson begin a new over, and this one is defended by Bohannon quietly into the onside. If you can play the longer game, if you can be consistent enough and relentless enough, perhaps the focus isn't quite there as it might have been earlier in the season when there was more to play for. You know, Kent should be on it every ball because of what's at stake. And the hope is that that added hunger compared to your opposition might bear fruit eventually. So you just want your bowlers to be relentless and hope that slight lack of concentration might occur. This is driven not quite where he intended, and it's fielded by Chahal at mid on no run.
Yeah, I think I get that. If it's not a conscious thing from the opposition, when there's not much at stake, even subconsciously, it might just drop a little bit off your standards. But obviously, they're coming into this match like they're saying all the right things, obviously, and determination to try and finish as high as they can up the table.
So Everson's a bit straight here, turning to the leg side. Bohannon wanted a single, belt less keen, no run.
And there are obviously individuals with certain things to play for.
Yeah.
Josh Bohannon has a chance to try and finish the season as Division 1's leading run scorer. George Bell is only at the very start of his first-class career. He's had a very good season. George Balderson, similar. Matty Hurst, who's due in after that, again, right at the start of his career. So there's individuals with big things to play for.
Yeah, shouldn't be overlooked at this time of year. He's going to get a single here. We'll think about a couple, but Bell just jogging the first one. Yeah, this time of year, contracts and negotiations and all sorts. So there will always be that individual aspect. I think Kent, to some extent, trying to conjure up some confidence in what's been a tough season, might have used that to try, and almost get themselves in a good mental place, and that's something that might differentiate between the two teams. Turn into the leg side once again. Everson a little bit straight here. It's getting worked because the record against Lancashire in recent times has not been good. But of course, in the other game that is relevant to Kent's fate, Middlesex, you could argue that the same could be said of Notts. So Middlesex and Kent in very similar positions, in that they're playing mid-table teams with not much to play for. It's a better line. It's a thick edge. It's going to run away. It is a big boundary. It won't go to the fence, and they should get 3. Leaning. Twander does the fielding.
Yeah, and for Kent, just a perfect start. When you lose the toss, the opposition chooses to bat first. I'm assuming that Kent would have batted first as well.
Definitely.
Then you need for a sense of belief amongst the dressing room, you want a couple of early wickets. It gives everyone a big boost, isn't it? In a game where you need points from, you need a result from. So they've had a very, very good first hour here to have got rid of the 2 openers, Wells and Jennings and Croft as well.
Yeah,
it's giving them a real chance to try and just get in and amongst this middle order for Lancs.
Yeah, big scalps, aren't they? If they can get rid of Bohannon, they'll feel that they're really amongst the youngsters, won't they? And
he will.
I'd see Jack Leading signalling for the helmet and the shin pads, so I think we might see Chahal very soon. The pitch is looking quite worn already. It is a used pitch, but Kent did want it to spin.
Here comes Gilchrist to Bohannon. That's nicely played, just eased away off his pads through mid-wicket, along the ground, out towards a deep mid-wicket boundary. Shuffles back for a couple, moves on to 32, and Lancashire 61 for 3.
Yeah, Kent started really well at 18 for 3. Just only for a short amount of time. 3 or 4 overs. They just had a burst with Gilchrist and Quinn got things right. The first few overs, not much was happening, and since that, they've not bowled as well. They've been a bit leg side. Mid wicket has gone in.
Gilchrist to Bohannon. Nips back in. Ball deflects away into the offside, and there's no run.
It's a better length from Gilchrist. He's got to hit the pitch. You don't want to be short to Bohannon, but you can't be kind of just float it up there just because he's a short man and you think, oh, he's good on the back foot. Got to hit that fullish length hard. Hasn't done that consistently enough from the Nackington Road end. It can be tricky. Change of ends here at Canterbury with the slope.
2 slips waiting. Gilchrist to Bohannon. The back foot is pushed away to the offside. Again, there's no run. Remains on 32 and Lancashire 61 for 3. Gilchrist 1 for 22. His rewards this morning in the first hour or so of play, but as Dave said, switching ends, having started from this end that we're commentating from here and now in from the far end. Swapping mid-wicket. Daniel Bell-Drummond goes to Gully. So it's 2 slips, Gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep square. Fullish ball just on off stump, and Bohannon plays forward and defends to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, you can see Jack Laney wants his catches in, but he needs the bowler to help him out a little bit. So he took Daniel Bell-Drummond out of slip and put him to that mid-wicket area because he was kind of a bit full and got clipped through there, and I think he's recognised that that's almost putting a fielder there for a bad ball. He's got Bell-Drummond back in, but he's moved one across from the offside to that position.
Gilchrist to Bohannon, a much fuller delivery angled into him. He plays it up towards mid-on, almost off the toe end of the bat by the looks of it, looking right at the very bottom of his bat, Josh Bohannon. And there's no run.
Where's Bohannon at, Scott, in terms of kind of pecking order with England? He's been talked about for a while. He's been on their radar, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's had a couple of Winter Lions tours, hasn't he, over the last 2 or 3 years. Plays nicely off the front foot for this final ball of the over. Straight to mid-off, no run. 61 for 3. 32 to Bohannon, 19 to Bell.
It's a tough team.
Yeah.
A tough red ball and white ball squads to get into, but you think in the next couple of years there might be a bit of a changing of the guard. There's some senior batters in that kind of England setup, albeit there's also some youngsters like Crawley and Harry Brook and Ollie Pope, but I think if you throw it forwards 3 or 4 years there's going to be some personnel change. Bohannon, I guess at the minute when you look at Bazball with a test team, has he got that in his locker, or is he more he just goes about his business in a more circumspect way?
I think he probably has got that in his locker. I'm not certain that that's the way he plays at the minute, and I don't think he needs to play that way at the minute. This potentially could be a real landmark season for him. It's the first time he's got past 1,000 runs. He's had kind of north of 800 runs for a couple of years on the spin. He's had an upward trajectory really since coming into the side. He's got better season on season undoubtedly, and this year breaking 1,000 runs for the first time. And he looks every bit a Test match batter. He's nailed down number 3 in this Lancashire side. He was a little bit up and down for a period or so, batting at 4, 5, 6 a little bit, but he's absolutely Lancashire's number 3. And consistently now for 2 or 3 years has been one of the better players in the team. Can't be far away. Must be in and amongst those conversations.
Yeah. Well, good to get a good look at him. He started nicely here. He's 32 off 46, and he's got a young man at the other end with England under-19 pedigree. George Bell, 19 off 24. He's looked pretty well organised as well. Our first look at spin. It's not overseas Yuzvendra Chahal. It's going to be the Essex loanee Aaron Nijar with his brand of left-arm spin. Very useful in the white ball, particularly in the blast. Kent fans will have seen quite a lot of him in recent years in the blast, but played a lot of red ball cricket. This one is slapped through the offside in that kind of top spinny Joss Butler cover drivey type way.
Yeah, it was a Butler type shot, that, wasn't it?
Whips that bottom hand through. Hockey shot.
Yeah.
And mighty effective. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Nijar can get out of this pitch. He's not renowned as a massive spinner of the ball. He is very accurate. Interesting, he's been preferred to the box of tricks that is Chahal. is Bohannon. I guess the thinking here from Leaning is that Nidjar probably give Kent a little bit more control early on. Personally, I would be very tempted to just, from a psychological perspective, get Chahal in. He's gone big and over the top, and he's got most of this as Bohannon, probably not all of it. It's one bounce, hits the practice wickets and hops over the rope. One bounce 4. Good show of intent from a man in good touch.
Well, if the idea is to try and get Nidjar in here, just to try and, obviously, I don't know how much spin you're going to get on the first hour of the first day of the game, but a sense of trying to get a little bit of control from one end and get Nidjar into the match. Bohannon's response is pretty emphatic, though, isn't it?
Is that the way he will go about? He will look to take spin down?
I think he will, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a good shot, and it's another reason perhaps why I would have preferred Chahal. I just think it's harder to do that against the leg spinner. You might bowl the odd bad ball as a leggy, but tougher to hit over the top when you don't know which way it's spinning. This is flatter, and Bohannon is on the back foot punching to extra cover. To winder fields, there's no run.
I mean, the makeup of the Kent side with 2 frontline spinners and the fact that Lancashire's nominated players are left-arm spinner.
Cutting. Bohannon, no run, backward point.
Would suggest that both captains think that this is how the pitch will play through the course of the next 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because they both went down to Taunton, Nidjar and Chahal, and neither played because they found themselves on a green seamer, which is what happens if you've got an overseas leggy. Can happen. Anyways, defending a back up the pitch is Bohannon. Having said that, I'm sure Shane Warne and Murali and others would have encountered some green pitches in their time, and they did get selected. So I wasn't at Taunton. There was quite a lot said on different members' forums about why is our overseas bowler not playing. But Kent are there. There's some pretty good judges in that dressing room, and they went the way they went. Somerset put 400 for 4 on the board. It didn't quite work out. No guarantee that had Chahal played, that score would have been any different. But there was no doubt that as soon as you got back to Canterbury, it was going to be a used pitch, and it was going to be a pitch that it'd be decent for batting, but if it's going to do anything, it'll spin. So personally can't wait to see it. It's exciting, and an Indian spinner for starters, massive following on social media. I'm sure a lot of Indian fans want to see how their players get on in county cricket. It's great for the county game to get a big international star. We've seen it with Ashwin and Pujara and others. So, but you want to see a good leg spinner bowl, don't you? It's exciting.
Gilchrist running into to Bell, pivots off the back foot and pulls it in front of square. Comes back for 2. Bell moves on to 22. That's the 50 partnership as well. Josh Bohannon and George Bell adding 50 runs together after a shaky start. I guess you're losing 3 early wickets. These two have settled things down a little here.
And of course, talking of leg spinners, Matt Parkinson will be in town next year. He's someone that we've has obviously destroyed Kent at times in the last few years. Got 7 or 8 for a couple of years ago.
Gilchrist to Bell. It's played away to the offside, no run.
Kent fans will be interested in Scott. You would have seen a lot of him over the years. Has he gone off the boil slightly? Has Hartley just come in and given Lancashire more control? Why has he been kind of out of favour?
I think Hartley gives Lancashire slightly better options with the bat as well. As Gilchrist bowls to Bell, which run down to Gully, and Bell Drummond stops it, and there's no run. And I think Matt has been unlucky. I think there's circumstances have stacked a little bit against. The odds of you succeeding anyway as a young leg spinner in this country are stacked against you. Yeah. So I think he's had a little bit of misfortune with that. Gilchrist to Bell. Let's flash down towards fine leg. Just a little bit leg side by Gilchrist in towards Bell's pads and nicely glanced down towards the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. He moves on to 26 and Lancashire 72 for 3. So yeah, I think there's 1 or 2 factors behind it. if Matt's not bowling teams out, if Matt's not quite on it with his bowling, he obviously doesn't, at the minute, he's not giving you much else in terms of batting and fielding, really. Gilchrist is into Bell. He's worked up to mid-on and there's no run. So I think they felt that this season the team was better balanced with Hartley in it. Plus the addition of Luke Wells, who's bowled quite a lot of leg spin now. So I think those factors probably have worked a little bit against Matt. But as everybody knows, he's a fine player. It's a really good move for him. And I'm pleased he's got a good club to come to, and I think he'll do really well here.
Well, we certainly hope so. He's done well here before for Lancashire. He's had some success on this ground, which might have played a part in his selection.
Short ball by Gilchrist, and Bell ducks underneath it, and that's through to the keeper.
So I'm sure he wouldn't have been short of suitors because leg spinners are match winners, but I absolutely agree with your point that being a young leg spinner in this country, it is tricky. You play early season, you play late season, the wickets are generally seamer friendly, so credit to him already for having the career he's had, and good on him for wanting to make the move and wanting to play. And I think it'll be great for Kent if he can come in and play on pitches like this that will offer a bit for the batters and also turn a little bit. We can see some spin, you know, 2 spinners in a side, terrific. I'm all for it. So it is to be one of those spinners. Aaron Nijjar to continue left arm spin. He's back of a length and no great sign of spin at the moment. He was taken over the top by Bohannon. That hasn't prompted any fielding changes, but it has meant that Nijjar's just kind of fired it in quite quickly, not allowing him to skip down the wicket. Change of personnel. The fielding positions remain the same. Quinn and Bell Drummond. Bell Drummond, the better fielder. He's gone to mid-on, so leaning, just tweaking things there. So he's tossed up a little bit. And Bohannon just plays it back down the pitch. These 2 frontline spinners, obviously Jack Leaning bowls a bit as well. You've got Joe Denley's part-time leg breaks, which were used to good effect at Wantage Road earlier in the season. So on his back of a length, bit too short, and he punches it to mid-off, who's hanging a bit deeper, and they pinch a single. Yeah, just looking at Matt, I'm not sure how much Joe Denley has bowled this year. He's obviously bowled 40 overs in that Wantage Road game, went in the back. 37 now, so you wouldn't expect him to play too big a part in this game with the other spin options. It's nicely driven by Bell, straight back to the bowler, 1 bounce, no run.
He's bowled 87 overs this season, picked up 6 wickets.
Yeah. Most of those wickets and overs were at Northants. It's nicely bowled. This is what Nijjar will give you. He'll give you control. Just fascinating to see how Lancashire play him. Bell just having a little look so far, pretty watchful. And that's the end of the over, just the one from it, nice and tidy. No great alarms for the Lancashire duo. 73 for 3.
Elsewhere, the Essex match is due to start at 20 to 1, so they're taking an early lunch. 12:40 start, Essex at Northamptonshire. They are now underway at the Ageas Bowl. Hampshire against Surrey, with Hampshire batting first, 12 without loss. Still no sign of any start time for the match at Trent Bridge between Nottinghamshire and Middlesex. Likewise, nothing yet in terms of a start time, Warwickshire against Somerset, but 1 or 2 games elsewhere are just starting to crackle into life a little bit. Leaders are underway at Hampshire, and Essex, who are trying to catch them, due to start in about 45 minutes time at Northants.
Yeah, that was a blow, wasn't it, to Essex losing to Hampshire last week. Good game of cricket that looked. But, had Essex won that game, that would have been a fantastic final week, wouldn't it? But you'd imagine Surrey will wrap things up, but you never know, stranger things have happened.
Matt Quinn returns, balls to Josh Bohannon.
That was a loosener. That was very gentle from the big fella.
Just nudged away to mid-on for no run. Yes, so he's starting 20 points clear, so 5 points from the match. Will be enough for Surrey to be crowned champions again. They are the team to beat, aren't they? The team to catch.
Yeah, it was a bit of a... It was when they announced Dan Lawrence, wasn't it, halfway through the season? You just thought, really? Have you not got enough good players?
Give somebody else a chance.
Yeah. It was a bit of a kick in the teeth to the rest of the county game. Fair play to them.
Yeah, it's Quinn to Bohannon. That's a good leave. Ball just wobbles back in a little bit, going past the off stump. Take him just away to the keeper's left, and there's no run. Of
course, Essex got a pretty good replacement for Dan Lawrence in the shape of Jordan Cox.
Yeah,
I saw earlier, just walking in front of us. That blow he took for the Oval Invincibles from Mill, wasn't it? Just on the thumb, nasty one. And I think he's had an operation and a pin, and it hasn't been a straightforward break, so hope he's going to be okay.
Bohannon looks to cut. Cuts late. It's nicely stopped, just backward of point. Does get through for a quick single. Bohannon moves on to 38, and Lancashire now 74 for 3. It's quite difficult to keep a cross-player movement. It seems to
used to happen in the closed season. Now it happens all the time.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
No transfer fees. We haven't got a transfer window. That'd be good. Jim White pop up, county cricket. My friend and colleague. As Dan Lawrence is on the move.
Here comes Quinn to Bell. That's wide and carved away through the offside. Handsome looking cut shot by Bell. He's strong, George Bell, through that with that shot. Anything in that area, and Bell will jump right onto it. He moves on to 30, Lancashire 78 for 3. It's not been a great start this by Quinn back into the attack.
No, it'll just take a little while to get going. He started very well first up, but he hasn't played a lot of cricket recently. I think his last game was 20th of August, List A. Before that, back in July, his last championship action, so might be a little rusty. That was a kind of front foot cut shot, just disdainfully slapped through the offside.
It's Quinn to Bell. Hammers it away for 4 more. Follow through from Bell. The quickness and speed of the hands. Ball driven square of the wicket. He moves on to 34. Lancashire 82 for 3.
Well, this was almost deliberately sliced through there, because actually we're right behind the wicket keeper, and the line of that ball was about 2 inches outside off stump, with the slope coming back into the right hander, and he's got that through square cover. And the back kind of flourish was through pretty straight, but he just almost opened the face with those fast hands. It was kind of the way Warren Hegg used to get it. So you think you've got to hit it through mid-off, but it disappears through square cover. So, lovely shot.
She's turned away off his pads up towards mid-on for no run. It's the end of the over. Lancashire 82 for 3 with Bell on 34, Josh Bohannon on 38, and partnership between these two now worth 64 runs. So it's been a good response by Lancashire, having lost 3 early wickets. 18 for 3, now 82 for 3, with Bell and Bohannon going nicely.
Yeah, they're going at a decent clip here as well. I mean, Bell is 34 off 37, Bohannon 38 of 57. But yeah, George Bell playing really nicely. Scott might have to go and do a little update. And then when he returns, I'll disappear. Matt Cole coming back into the hot seat. 82 for 3. The left arm of Aaron Nijjar being wheeled into action again. This is turned to mid-wicket. There's no run. Hi, Matt. This partnership is beginning to worry you?
Yeah, I shouldn't worry would go as far as that. From a Kent point of view, certainly.
Down the wicket, and that is almost half a chance for short leg. It's gone behind, and they are going to scurry back for a second. But he looked like he wanted to come down the wicket and repeat that shot over the top, and I think saw him coming. Inside edge onto pad, squirted behind square for 2.
Feels like we've gone back to the pitch of the first 4 overs, if I be so obtuse.
This one is short and it's being cut out to deep point. Chahal will field, and there's a single. Yeah, it was that 3-over flurry, either side of which not a whole heap has happened. I think there's been some signs there's a bit in this pitch. Everson got one to Bohannon, which bounced quite steeply, took his hand off the bat. I don't think it's a flat pitch.
Have you made of what's been happening with the spinner so far? Anything really surprised you?
This is a nice looking shot. There's a slight mix-up as Bell wanted the run and Bohannon told him to wait, but it beat extra cover. Joe Denley's dive got a fingertip on it. Come through for one. No, I mean, Nijar's not renowned as being a big turner of the ball, and we haven't seen anything go off the straight at the moment. What he is very accurate. He'll challenge the front pad. But yeah, they look fairly comfortable against him at the moment. I don't think it'll be too long before we see Chahal. I just think you've got your gun overseas Indian leg spinner with his box of tricks. I just think you've got to throw him into the attack. You know, Kent can't die wondering here. There's a lot at stake. Got to press that button fairly soon. Sweeping is Bohannon. 2 legs side from Nijar. There's a bottom edge onto it. It's running away. And a dive from Leaning, who's chased it from slip, and he's done well. 3 runs. Saved a single. Gets a new man on strike. In fact, that is the end of the over.
It was Chahal with his box of balls last week at Somerset, and he basically was the man running the new or replacement cherries on and off the pitch. Very enthusiastically, I have to say. Feels like he's that kind of cricketer.
Yeah, he looks like he's a good fun player. Yeah. Big smile on his face a lot of the time. Watched a lot of IPL cricket. You know, he's a little magician.
Yeah.
I mean, it did seem a strange move. You know, you sign him for the back end of the season and he's not playing. You can understand why. Green seaming wicket. Why wouldn't you want to play the extra seamer? But just think, even on wickets which are seamer friendly, if you've signed an Indian leggy with international pedigree,
seemed very strange to have him,
tempted to play him, wouldn't you?
Here's Quinn to Bohannon. It's the bottom hand off, but after playing this one to Compton at mid-wicket, and there's
it's windy, isn't it?
Yeah,
windy on the FX mic.
Just for listener sanity, I'm going to, because I'm trying to ride the volumes up and down as the wind gusts. We're going to put a less sensitive microphone out for the second session. This one is fantastic, but I think with a storm coming for in the next couple of days.
Agnes, no less, you said.
Indeed,
right?
so it's on Agnes. Yeah.
It was Eunice that wreaked havoc, wasn't it, a few years ago, pre-season? Yeah. That was the one. Eunice played havoc with the marquee. Do you remember that one? That was buffeted the marquee. Kent had decided against a pre-season tour. They put the marquee up, and the next thing you know, it's got Storm Eunice. There were panels missing.
Like they were bowling inside it, weren't they?
Yeah.
It's Quinn to Bohannon, drives this one. Doesn't get all of it. It's got to a windish mid-off, and Gilchrist fields, and there's a single there. My other half is of the opinion that well, there we go. What a teaser that is. Updating BBC Radio Kid listeners right now. Ken had a great start here, Mike, on a game they need to take points from to try and save themselves from relegation from County Championship at Division 1 with 3 wickets in consecutive overs. Jennings, Wells and Croft all gone for single figures. 2 for Quinn, 1 for Gilchrist. The bowlers for Kent, who make 4 changes coming in to this game. But since then, Lancashire now 94-3. This pair of George Bell and Josh Bohannon seem to have gone on fairly untroubled since then. 35 for Bell, 45 for Bohannon. So Kent, with about 25 minutes to go until the lunch interval, looking for one or could we be greedy, 2 more breakthroughs before the interval to really make this session their own. So certainly holding their own in this one so far in the sunshine at Canterbury. Commentary continuing by the BBC Sport website and out with regular radio reports. Absolutely, and probably for the next 4 days, Mike, if you can do it. So drive up to mid-off, and that's a dot ball. Lancashire 90 for 3, by the way. And it's our morning presenter asking if he should, because I told him he could stop biting his nails after 3 wickets for Kent. Should he go back to it? I said probably. Yeah. At this point,
it was working early on.
Start worrying again.
So you were talking about the storms, I think.
Oh yes, but my other half is of the opinion that the storms named after women are deemed to be less potent. She said rather bitterly. She thought the women's names were given to one they didn't think were going to do very much. But as you say, Eunice was
completely the opposite.
I think statistically, it's edgy up on the bat there, and that's going through backward point, I suppose. So he's flashed fairly hard at that one, Bell, and it's gone for 4, flying through. But Quinn headed hands for a moment there, David Fulton, because there was edgy.
Yeah, it was edgy, but it was a bit of width, and he was always in control of it. Likes that shot square on the offside. Yeah. So Eunice, I presume it was an E.
Yes.
Start with an E, and we've got round to Agnes again. Yeah. So there's been a lot of storms in the interim that have passed me by, because it goes up in alphabetical order, does it not? And my wife's name is Claudine. She's renowned as being quite feisty. I think Storm Claudine is one to watch out for. Hopefully she's not listening to this, but when that comes around, stay inside.
Quinn
my advice.
To Bell, and that's just nudged straight to Compton on the ground at mid-wicket, and there's no run, 94 for 3. I'm not going to make any such bold claims, just in case.
On that note, I'm going to leave.
Yes, that's probably
Scott in. I'm going to hide.
Levy pursued by no one in particular. 94 for 3. That's David Fulton, former Kent captain, of course. Plenty of time to talk to him about, the ins and outs of Kent's season, really. I say plenty of time. There probably isn't time to go through in 2 days. The injuries, the chasing overseas players who then got injured, the Ben Lister saga at the end of this season will probably take us 2 days in itself, Scott Reed. So for the sake of Lancashire fan sanity, and probably Kent's as well, perhaps we won't go through that one. It's Nijar to continue from the pavilion end. Driven into the offside, Denley Field. There's a short leg and a slip in. Welcome back, Scott. What have you told the listeners on Lancashire stations?
Well, I mentioned the news that Josh Bannon is now the leading run scorer in Division 1.
Of course you would, yeah. It's into smugness there. No, I'm joking, of course. Well, it's wonderful. He's a very fine young player. It's great to have seen him over the last couple of seasons. But yeah, he is going from strength to strength, and they have rebuilt, and quite prodigiously at this point. Obviously the stand at 80 odd now. Oh, it's a shy at the stumps from Denley, and Bannon just for a moment there. Sorry, Bell has to take action to get his bat back in the crease, but I think he's always going to be safe. Denley just putting the doubt in his mind. Nijar has none for 13 or 3.5 overs so far. Lancashire 94 for 3, recovering from 18 for 3. Drive from Bohannon up to mid-off. Mieye shies at the stumps. Again, I don't think if that had hit, they would have been, Bohannon would have been out. Very quickly taken run.
The news from Trent Bridge is that they're taking an early lunch at 12:30 with an inspection at, lunch at 12:30 with an inspection at 1 p.m. But they're saying that the outfield is pretty wet. I don't think they're anywhere near a potential start in that game.
Yeah, we had an email from one of our correspondents about the drainage at Trent Bridge. Always an exciting subject. Not again, I say, not another one of those. 95.3, no, but inside information, which is what we like. But let's go to the emails now, because plenty have come in since I was last on the microphone. Not all calling for my dismissal, which is nice. So Sean's been in touch, a Lancashire fan, as Nijar comes around the wicket to Bell, nudge into the offside, fielded by Denley on the run. 95 for 3 Lancashire at the end of the over. Just a note to say thank you to Scott for a fabulous spring and summer once again. I'm a displaced Lancastrian, says Sean, currently a postie in Torquay, always to be found with your commentary playing out of my pocket. He says, highlight for me, 4 days in Taunton, my local-ish ground, he says, and I'm a member there purely for stand access purposes, where I watch the magnificent Jimmy Anderson play every day. A further highlight of that match was meeting Scott on day 4 and thanking him in person for his great commentary. Sorry, says Sean, for a heavily bearded and rather jaded man after 4 days of drinking, accosting you outside the cabin. Oh, we know the cabin well. I was there last week. Have a lovely winter all. Sean, thank you so much for that. Lovely email.
There goes Quinn to Bell, who's unbeaten on 40, and Bell punches to mid-on. And there is no run. 96 for 3. That was all the way back in April, I think, that game. It's like a long time ago. What's happened between then and now? It's felt like a very long season, but thoroughly enjoyable nonetheless. 2 slips waiting, short mid-wicket, mid-on, square leg, fine leg, mid-off, cover and point. Again, Bell nicely forward, defending to Joe Denley. An extra cover, no run.
John clearing up for us. If a batter is due to be replaced by a returning international player, then if the batter is already batting, he has to complete his innings. The returning player cannot replace him if he's already at the crease. He replaces him later in the game. If the player to be replaced hasn't already batted, then the returning player can bat. John, thank you very much for that.
That's right, yeah. If the nominated player's in mid-innings, he's got to finish that innings. Obviously, Crawley's captain in England. They've named their team for this one-day international starting in 10 minutes. And Bell off the front foot to defend, no run. And both nominated players are featuring, obviously, Crawley as captain for England and Tom Hartley playing as well for England. In that game against Ireland, which I think is in Bristol.
A bit surprised they're getting underway on time in that case, but yeah.
They've had the toss and they've named the teams. Ireland have won the toss and they're going to field first. 96 for 3. Bell on 40. Here comes Quinn. Over the wicket to Bell. Edged, gone. Punches the batting frustration. Through to the keeper. Takes a second catch of the afternoon. Quite a spectacular from Finch this time, but still taken nicely. Frustrations for Bell. He looked really nicely set. You could see how frustrated he was with his reaction. But went for the shot. Looking for that big booming drive and the edge through to the keeper. And Quinn strikes. 3rd wicket for Matt Quinn. And Lancashire 4 down, 96 for 4.
Yeah, he finished last season really well, Matt Quinn, when they won the last 2 games, Ken, to keep themselves up, and he'll be hoping for a repeat here. But yeah, they really have missed him. His consistency, I suppose, as much as anything else, nagging outside the off stump. But yeah, George Bell just punching the back of his bat, as you said. It's those sort of starts, isn't it, that you just feel I'm sure he'll be going back in. If you interviewed him after today, he'd be saying, yeah, 40, not good enough. You know, eyes on a big score after the start he'd made. But 96 for 4. That's not me having to go at George Bell, you do understand, but obviously frustrated with that. Howard's email, actually, he says, thank you for your response on commentating on players' failings during the live stream. Good to hear one can remain unbiased. Unfortunately, this isn't always the case for some of the county streams. Well, we make no bones about that. Certainly on the BBC, I think it's fair to say that I think you and I would hope we would see it fairly central, Scott, despite following our counties around.
Yeah, you want the team that you follow to do well, but you can only say what you see, can't you? Really, call it as you see it. I think it's good that you get the balance too, that you get kind of home and away views on it. I think that's important, isn't it? You don't want to be completely one-eyed with these things. I think it's nice to have the balance, and you get different voices and you get different views and opinions, don't you?
Yeah, thank you for that, Howard. Appreciate your comments. And yeah, certainly, I mean, as a commentator, I would prefer to do that as well, because you get a proper eye from the other team, just when you know, having seen these players throughout the season as well, knowing their quirks, strengths and weaknesses.
George Bolson's a new batter.
Slanted across him through to the wicketkeeper, no run. Sorry, that's your ball. I do apologise.
That's absolutely fine.
I suddenly thought you were filling, as you would so generously do, for my failings there, and just blundered into your over.
A good year, Bolson, with bat and with ball, and develop into a very, very fine all-rounder for Lancashire. With the bat this season, approaching 700 runs, averaging 53. And he's not too far away from 20 wickets as well. Having a good year. Left-hander, final ball of the over this. Just defends it with a little slight step forward, angles it down to 3rd slip where Beldrummond fields. And it's a wicket maiden for Matt Quinn. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 34. And he's managed to break that partnership between Bohannon and Bell that was worth 78 runs.
Howard, also a word for Kevin Howells, who I assure you is held in very high esteem by the rest of us on the county circuit in terms of his analysis and commentary as well. So thank you very much, Howard. Appreciate that. Great to hear from you. Glad you've enjoyed the commentary so far. I mean, I can say as a consumer of sports media, and this is football for me rather than cricket. The team I support and occasionally get to watch on a live stream have gone to in-house commentary. So Nijar bowls to Bohannon, pushed into the offside, and they've been doing pretty well. Anyway, that's beside the side. I'm not being smug about that, but there is that one-eyedness which is okay in some circumstances, but doesn't necessarily what fans want to know or to hear when things aren't going well, driven into the offside. And I think that's where, if I may tub thump from the BBC, we hope that we get it right in terms of balance, because you know, supporters of teams are not stupid. They can see through it when it's just marketing rather than analysis. So 96 for 4. I feel like I've got on my soapbox. I mean, it's the last game of the season. Why change the habit of a decade? Yeah, it's been that long. It feels longer, I know. Bohannon facing Nijar now. He's defended in the offside. There's no run. Didn't expect a lecture, they're thinking at home. But on that subject. Aidan, thanks for your email. I'll get to that shortly. Is Nijar giving that a bit of air, driven by Bohannon up towards Miet wide mid-off. Questions. Dave Fulton was saying, I think, that we've not seen Yuzvendra Chahal so far. No. Obviously, they both spin the ball the same way, and might have been tempted, certainly. Obviously, that partnership's been broken now. Might have been tempted before this, I think, maybe to see the Indian leg spinner and his box of tricks. Mystery spinner.
Well, it's always exciting to see a proper good leg spinner.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
And you were chatting about Matt Parkinson, weren't you, in circumstances of his arrival, and Kent are very excited about him coming next season.
Yep. I hope he comes here and has a really good few years. He's a cracking lad.
Nijar over the wicket. Oh, outside the edge of Balderson's bat. He's moved towards that, I'd say, to give him credit. He hasn't played with any great strength at it through the wicket keeper. That'd encourage Aaron Nijar. Perhaps a little bit rough outside the left-hander's off stump. And, tries that again. Drive. Hasn't really middled that, but it'll go all the way along the ground out towards point. And there's a single run. 98 for 4 then at the end of the over. And interesting what you were saying to Dave Fulton about, it's circumstantial, isn't it? You can understand from what you were saying why he's not been in the team, why he's not getting a bowl. We also can understand that he wants at his age 26 to re-establish his career as well. So
what you'll get with Matt when you get to work with him next year on a regular basis, you'll get absolute honesty. You don't get an interview that's dressed up and, you know, we'll say what we think we should be saying. He's really honest lad, and if he's bowling well, he'll tell you. If he thinks he's bowling poorly, he'll tell you. It's quite refreshing.
So far, I like what against Borders, certainly like what they've seen from him so far, and raises the decibel level on the outfield as well, because Kent are quite a quiet side.
Yeah, he's chirpy, isn't he?
Yeah, I got used to saying to opposition commentators during the One Day Cup, "Ooh, who's that chirping?" That'll be Matt Parkinson, because the rest of them are quite reticent. Jack leaning with the occasional chivvy.
Here comes Quinn to Balderson. Balderson drives, nice looking shot to mid off, but for no run. 98 for 4.
So Aidan from Orpington's been on as well. Thanks for your comments, Aidan. It's great to have your company this summer again. Says, can't say it's been a vintage season for Kent. I don't mean to be harsh on the Kent players. Professionals doing their best, but some of the defeats have been unpleasant. When Kent can't defend 500 against Surrey in the final innings or get skittled at knots, I wonder if Kent belong in this division. I'm not sure Middlesex do either. So there is hope, he says. Let's see what you're saying.
Quinn from around the wicket to Balderson, angled into him, has to play it. Defending the top of his off stump, forward defence. Bounces out to Denley at extra cover, no run.
More generally, he says it's not great to see players either leave or get worse. I wish Simon Cook well, he says, the new director of cricket, that is, for those listening for the first time. But look at Nathan Gilchrist or Jazz Singh and see players with good potential but very mediocre figures, and wonder if Kent are doing enough to bring players up to championship standard, he says. The number of short-term loans this season suggests not. Have a great winter. Looking forward to hearing you describe fresh thrashings next season. Well, hopefully they'll be of the opposition, Aidan, from Kent point of view.
Short ball by Quinn. Balderson ducks underneath that. Taken by Finch.
Dave Fulton will know this a lot better than I will, but Jazz Singh has not played a lot of cricket, and so Aidan, I'd take your point about about coaching and about bringing players on. Nathan Gilchrist has been absolutely plagued by injuries over the summer and has barely been fit enough to play. So I think I would give him a pass in that respect. The games he's come back into, he's not been fully fit either. So as I said, I'm not saying as this excuses. Obviously, he'd like his figures to be better as well, but this has not been the season that it would have been, I think, if he carried on straight from the end of the last campaign.
Quinn to Balderson. Again, forward in defence, no run. Sometimes it's not what every fan wants to hear, is it? But there are mitigating circumstances, aren't there? There are things where if you just scratch a little bit below the surface, there are potential reasons for why certain players have dipped off in form. If you rock up at the ground and you watch them and they don't perform very badly, they perform poorly, you kind of make your instant decision on what you see before you. But there's more often than not, there's other factors that surround it.
And on the short-term loans, I mean, Kent loaned 2 batters in for a single game because they didn't have any batting left at the club, and that's injuries, and it has been a tale of woe, injuries, and as I said, the chase for overseas players as well, which similarly has been blighted by unpleasant coincidence.
Quinn over the wicket this time for the first time to Balderson, then forward in defence, and there's no run.
They've used 26 players, I counted, Kent, before this game for a season, and that for a county championship side is an enormous amount. So I'm not saying you're wrong, Aidan, in that respect at all, but as you're saying, mitigating circumstances, we could probably go through game by game and say, why has this player played or not played? But yeah, as for, I think Jazz Singh would be the first to admit he needs to work on his accuracy, his consistency. He takes good wicket-taking balls, but maybe isn't quite there with the consistency yet.
Getting nudged away defensively by Balderson again from over the wicket. So he started around the wicket to the left-hander, Quinn, and then completes the over-bowling over the wicket to Maiden. And he's bowled well through the course of the day. I can only really think of maybe the odd delivery that he's got wrong. A little bit to Bohannon when he first came back into the attack, Quinn. I don't think he bowled particularly well that first over back, but super morning with the ball. 3 for 34. It's a 98 for 4. Balderson on 1, Bohannon on 47.
But also from a results point of view, and I'd take Aidan's point, you don't want to be, I mean, I'd feel a bit mealy-mouthed saying, oh, well, there've been injuries and this happened and that's happened. Well, every team has injuries, don't they? And at the end of the season, you probably, I mean, at the end of 6 months, albeit only 14 games, you probably get just about what you deserve from a league system, don't you? And I think, saying one or two others saying, is I think the bottom 3 are very, very rightfully the bottom 3 in this division this year, and either Kent or Middlesex are going to escape relegation, and it's made it very exciting. Probably too exciting for some of us, this last game of the season. Chahal, we will see him. There I was, moaning on about not seeing him, and he's on. Cut away by Bohannon from the first ball. He goes on to 48 with a single from 74 balls so far. George Balderson has 1, 99 for 4.
Yeah, I think I agree, Matt. The best team in the country is going to win the title.
Yeah.
And 2 of the 3 weaker sides are going to go down. So yeah, I think it's a fair assessment. You kind of where you probably should be across the season.
I mean, again, we're talking about the form of around the wicket to Balderson, getting a bit of float, bit of drift from Chahal, who I think has a cheery word for the batter as he takes a single off that one. 100 up for Lancashire for 4 wickets here. Again, we look at the lack of form of Joe Denley and Sam Billings, which have been absolutely stark and surprising this year. And that's your team, isn't it? You can't make excuses about that. That's Kent's team. Those are players that play for this team. So Chahal driven towards mid-off. Again, players of all sorts of teams will go out of form. It's just that Surrey have about 60 of them to choose from, so 101 for 4. Just might get that in.
Yeah, they're not shy, are they? They've got good options.
Yes, I think it's fair to say. Oh, bat and pad catch as he got him. Peel.
Yeah.
Turned down.
Right. Didn't look right, that did it?
It didn't. It was a hop and a skip from Chahal, who's saying before, a very enthusiastic cricketer. Well, the cut of his jib in that respect. But when does a spinner not go up for a bat pad catch that loops up to short leg? Very rarely, I would suggest. Slipping a short leg in. This one's worked away by Balderson into the onside. Behind square, actually. He's done well with that one. With the spin, and it's fielded by Joey Everson. Eventually, they come back for a comfortable 2, though. And it's 5 off the overs so far, with about 4 minutes to go until lunch here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Manchester, BBC Lancashire. Have I missed out any stations?
Nope.
Hope not. It's part of the BBC Sport website and that. And of course, the club's live stream of the pictures as well. Lots of air given to that one, Charles. Lots of chance for it to spin, and I think it gripped a little bit as well. Balderson's seen it off his stumps comfortably, though, in the end. Chahal liked the way that one turned. Bohannon has 49. Balderson has 4. 103 for 4. You'd have to say after Lancashire, well, you don't have to, Scott Reed, but I would suggest that after winning the toss and electing to bat, that Lancashire 103 for 4. Kent will be the happier of the two sides of the first session.
Yeah, I think so. I think Lancashire should be pleased with the way that they recovered. 78 partnership, Bell and Bohannon was a good response after a difficult half an hour or so when they lost 3 pretty early wickets. I think that 4th wicket probably might just shade it to Kent. I think 3 down with 100 on the board. And a good partnership with Bell and Bohannon. I think he should have been up relatively happy with that, but dismissal of Bell, prizing that 4th wicket out before lunch. Yeah, pretty decent morning with the ball for Kent. This is the key man though, Bohannon, who's 49 not out. On the brink of another 50 to his name. As Nijar comes in from the far end, and that's cut away off the back foot. And he'll come back for 2, and he does get to another 50. Josh Bohannon, 51 not out, 105 for 4. He's enjoying a real stellar season, his best so far in his professional career. Having now gone past 1,000 runs, averaging in excess of 50. And he's reached another half century, 3 centuries to his name this season. Halfway to another one. Driven into the offside, 1 bound straight to extra cover, and there's no run. Slip in place, short cover. It's worked away to short extra cover, and then cover, backward point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. There's a deep backward square leg. Nijar into Bohannon. Cuts that away. Through for a single. It's actually a good stop by Daniel Bill Drummond, diving away to his right. Just to palm the ball down. Can't deny the run for Bohannon. He moves on to 52. Lancashire now to 106 for 4. There's 2 balls left of the over, and the clock on the scoreboard says 12:29. So I suspect that this will be the final over, unless he gets through these 2 deliveries pretty quickly. Nijar to Balderson. It's off the back foot and worked away to point. And there's no run. Short leg and slip, both around the bat now. In comes Najjar, bowls and drives. One bounce straight to extra cover. Can they squeeze one more in? It's the end of the over. It's 106 for 4. Bohannon 52, Balderson on 4. Might just be time for one. The clock's ticked over to 12:30. No, there isn't. That will be lunch.
The 12th there, that might be Jaden Denley actually, was running on with a helmet, and then you could see him stopping halfway towards the pitch and running back. Absolutely right. Not time for any of that shenanigans. So yes, Lancashire 106 for 4. Kent taking 3 wickets in consecutive overs, or a wicket in 3 consecutive overs, I should say, at 1 point, reducing Lancashire to 18 for 3 at 1 point after the visitors have won the toss here. And then a 78 partnership between George Bell and Bohannon, culminating in Bell being caught behind of the bowling of Matt Quinn, who has 3 wickets. Nathan Gilchrist has 1. 106 for 4. Off come the players here. Muted applause. I still think these Kent fans are so nervous they dare not move during their proceedings, it feels like. Have a solemn lunch. There is some applause now, and Matt Quinn getting, I think, applauded off the field as Kent come off. We'll be back in 40 minutes' time. Matt Cole, Scott Reed and Dave Filton with you today. I'm going to do an update for BBC Radio Kent's radio listeners right now, and then you'll hear from us then. Second session, first day, Kent against Lancashire here at the Spitfire Ground at St Lawrence. I'm back alongside me, Dave Fulton, and we have Scott Reed, of course, in the rotation from BBC Lancashire. Lancashire 106 for 4, won the toss, elected to bat first here in this final game of the season for both the sides, final round of county championship fixtures. Of the first 4 overs, this might sound ridiculous, it looked absolutely flat as a pancake. Ken then took 3 wickets, a wicket in 3 consecutive overs to have Lancashire 18 for 3. Then As You Were for 78 runs between George Bell and Josh Bohannon. 96 for 4 it was when Matt Quinn took the wicket just before lunch. So Lancashire 106 for 4. Great start for Kent then in terms of the session. This first ball, by the way, is just driven gently out towards mid-off, fielded by Tawanda Mayeye for no run off the bowling of Chahal. And Bohannon well forward once again. So great news from a Kent point of view in that respect. Quinn has 3 for 30 odd. Josh Bohannon's looked a little bit ominous for the home side, and just carrying on when he left off for Lancashire in his fantastic form this season. And this is just slamming the ball up towards Miye of the back foot this time, and there's no run. He's looked pretty good so far. Right-left combination with Bohannon pushing forward, defending this up to mid-on. Daniel Bell Drummond trots in. No short leg at the moment for the bowling of Chahal, just Jack leaning at slip. Got mid-wicket and a cover fairly close. Back foot drive into the ground, straight up to Ben Compton at that mid-wicket position. And a ball to come. Gets through his overs very, very fast, Yuzvendra Chahal. We've had a minute of play, and the first over after lunch is done. 106 for 4. It's a maiden. Chahal doing all sorts of great things for Kent's over rate, but not taking a wicket. 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. Good afternoon, David Fulton. What have you made of it so far, as Morecambe used to ask why, or is it the other way around?
Well, Ken have had a good morning, haven't they? Although, as I said to both you and Scott, I am wicketless on commentary, so hopefully that will change in this next little stint. Not quite as flat this pitch, I think, as we first thought. It was a bit in it for the seamers when they really hit the pitch hard, and you'd expect it to spin a touch. It is used, it does look quite bare. Chahal just needs to find the right pace to bowl on it, and spinners often talk about finding the right pace. He just looks a little slow at the moment, enabling Bohannon to get on the back foot, and it was a maiden, but it was a maiden because the fielders intercepted some powerfully struck shots. It wasn't a maiden because they were playing the ball quietly back down the pitch. So, but you know, Chahal won't mind batters coming at him. He's used to that in the white ball game. But yeah, he needs to be a little bit quicker and a foot further up the pitch. But, it's going to be Gilchrist. He was a touch expensive at times, Gilchrist. He never quite built the pressure as he would have hoped, but he's always got a wicket-taking ball in him. He's from the Nackington Road, in right arm over, bowling to the left-handed Balderston, who just knocks this into the offside. Point is on the boundary, so they come through for an easy single. Balderston, former England under-19 captain, averaging 33 in first-class cricket, genuine all-rounder. 62 wickets from 32 games, the best 5 for 14. He has 207 50s. Very much the one of the new brigade. It looks like he's going to be a good player for a long time. 107 for 4. Right-handed Bohannon on strike. Gilchrist into him. And he's playing this back down the pitch to mid-on. There's no run.
One of our emailers was saying about a couple of Kent seamers who've been pretty expensive, Jazz Singh and Nathan Gilchrist as well. I pointed to Gilchrist's injury hit season. Is that, do you think that's the reason? Well, I mean, he was expensive last year to an extent, but he was taking a lot of wickets as well. I wonder if that's the reason this season.
This is nicely on the money, out off stump on a good length, and he's defended quietly. He reminds me a little bit of Stephen Finn, in the sense that he's kind of tall and wicket-takey, but at times can go for a few. It's not quite as quick as fin in his pomp, but and possibly not quite as tall either. But he's kind of that ilk. And he's bowling here, and again he's on the money. So good start this from Gilchrist. Yeah, I think the injury had quite a bit to do with it. You know, bowlers talk about rhythm, and he's looked rusty and out of rhythm at times this year. Battling back, was it hamstring injury? I think a lot of them have had hamstring problems. Not quite sure why.
This latest one was a hamstring injury. I think he had a leg or a calf injury earlier in the season.
I think there's been a lot of hamstrings here. I saw Michael Hogan had a coffee with him. So Bohannon's cutting this behind cover, and he's going to get 4 for it. So really strong in that area. Short right-hander, any width, anything back of a length. He stays leg side of it, chops it away. Under full control, and Gilchrist leaks another boundary. Wasn't that bad a ball, actually. Yeah, Hogan said, I think he said, I think I'm the 10th hammy, mate. I don't think they've been quite 10, but I think he took the point. A lot of hamstrings. Not quite sure why that is. Not quite sure whether that is an anomaly or whether players all around the circuit have found the schedule tough or the ground tricky. He's whipping this one at mid-wicket. There are 3 fielders in the ring on the leg side, and Bell Drummond intercepts. There's no run, so good over from Gilchrist, albeit 5 from it. 111 for 4. But yeah, he's an exciting prospect. Good signing when they picked him up. He's bowled last couple of years with pace. He's been one of the spearheads of the Kent attack. Obviously, no Matt Milnes, with more pressure on him, perhaps. And he came into the season a bit undercooked, wasn't he? He was injured in pre-season, wasn't quite at the races in April, May, and has been battling, and that can happen. You know, you're a fast bowler, you're going to go through periods of your career where you are injured or you're battling back from injury, but no questioning his ability. Just needs to get a run of games. And from Kent perspective right now, he just needs a performance. Last game of the season with a lot on the line. I just need him to contribute. He's done all right so far.
As you say, with Milnes going, the expectation was that he would sort of lead the attack, I suppose, wouldn't he? From his wicket taking at the end of last season, was looking really good, but not being. I mean, he played 1 game, I think, in the first 2-3 months of the season, and that he was quite obviously not comfortable in either. So Chahal round the wicket then to Balderson. Defends that. He's got plenty of short and close fielders rather for company. He's got a short leg there, an orthodox slip, a leg slip.
Yeah, he might enjoy the left-hander, Chahal, because he'll have the footmarks to bowl into, and he's got a new batter in his sights.
Got one to turn out of those footmarks, and with the spin, Balderson turns it into the onside. Chahal's very vocal already. Has a word with the umpire as he goes past. This is actually when he was doing 12th man duties at Somerset. This one's tossed up, driven straight back at the bowler. A bit toe-endy from Balderson, but there's no run. He encouraged Neil Wagner around the boundary to pick up a ball at one point for Somerset. Almost if he was a spectator cheering him on a 400-metre chase. This one's just pushed into the offside and there's no run. They exchanged words afterwards. He was enthusiastic in all sorts of ways. 111 for 4.
So Yuzvendra Chahal's first-class debut was November the 3rd, 2009. 14 years ago. Number of first-class matches played?
Very few. He's played 20 odd, has he?
34.
34. This is not just the offside, no run, by the way.
He's played 283 T20s and 129 List A games, 34 first-class matches. And
it's round the wicket to Balderson, forward defensive, end of the over. One of the few players to take 6 wickets in an innings in the IPL, I think, isn't he? 3 overs, 2 maidens, and over 5. Yeah,
best bowling in T20 of 6 for 25. IPL, One Day International, 6 for 42, and T20 International, 6 for 25. So he's got real white ball pedigree when the wicket spins, or he's got the mystery. Obviously, he's got a lot of very talented batters in that Indian side that put runs on the board, which sometimes means the opposition have to go at him quite hard. Different challenge here, but just lovely to see him playing. You know, an Indian superstar followed by millions in his own country, and he's plying his trade at Kent. He's bowled 3 pretty tidy overs, just 5 runs from it, a couple of maidens. Gilchrist to continue. Bohannon defends. So Gilchrist has started well here, just that one boundary in the last over. Just want him to cut out that short wide one. If he can do that and build some pressure, with Chahal going nicely, I think something's probably got to give. The more top balls there are, Matt, the more opportunity we can talk about the tea in the press room, which we'll just get onto in a second.
It's the issue that really
it's vexing me.
It's the elephant in the room, I think.
Yeah, I went to make a good old-fashioned cup of tea. I am a bit of a tea addict. I probably drink 10 to 12 cups of tea a day. And just looking for a good old traditional tea bag, I found a double mint and lemon verbena infusion and a lemon and ginger thing, and I just thought, what if I happened to a good old-fashioned tea bag? I did find one. There was one there.
Yeah.
I must say that Kent catered for everything, but
a proper caddy
I'm
and
just
everything.
thinking of Mark Purnell in the press box back in the day. I'm not sure he would have gone for the double mint infusion verbena option. This is flicked away. He's going to get 4 for it. It's nicely played by Bohannon, and this is a little bit what we've seen from Gilchrist. As talented as he is, one ball to cut and then a ball to clip. It's been a feature of his work this morning, and once again, just a little bit too straight, and Bohannon's in too good touch to miss out on that. He's on to 60, 117 for 4.
He would have had no truck, I think, would he, with double mint?
Oh, well, I mean,
verbena.
He may be listening. He might text in and
that's true.
Convince me that he is now a kind of, a cranberry and something else tea man. I don't know, but it strikes me as probably not. Good to have options. Gilchrist. That is more like it, straight at Bohannon, who defends to extra cover.
And as for Jazz Singh, I mean, he's very early in his career, isn't he? As I said, I emailed her over earlier. We're not apologists for these players, but he seems to be in the same boat as Gilchrist was perhaps a couple of seasons ago, in that he will go for runs, but he's bowling wicket-taking balls as well. If that makes any sense at all.
Pulling is Bohannon. It wasn't that short. He's a small man, and he swiveled on that one. 2 men back, and he takes the single. Always in control of that shot.
Sorry, I was eager to go to a less controversial subject than herbal teas.
No, let's get back to the cricket. I completely agree, Matt. I sort of spent 10 minutes boring listeners my choice of tea, which incidentally is Marks and Spencer's Gold. Only the very best will do. Other tea brands are available. I'm not on any kind of Marks and Spencer's retainer, sadly. Jazz Singh.
It's out there now. What can I do?
Gilchrist, left-hander, George Balderson. That's an absolute beauty, and that is what we're talking about. Gilchrist got those kind of deliveries in his locker, as well as the more errant ones. Look, I think if you look at the best bowlers at the highest level, you think of someone like Pat Cummins, who can bowl 90 plus as a low-flying helicopter. You can probably hear on our effects mic. It's just close enough to obscure the nonsense I'm waffling on about. If you look at Cummins, if you look at Anderson, if you look at Broad, it's their consistency which sets them apart. And so this one's on his hip, maybe his rib cage, turns it into the leg side, there's no run. So most bowlers playing professional cricket will have wicket-taking deliveries up their sleeve. They've got to be able to produce something, otherwise they wouldn't have got to where they've got to. But it is that consistency of just being relentless and not giving the batter anything. And then that gets you longer spells because the captain keeps you on, and then those magic deliveries will generally pick up wickets. But there's no great science to it other than, being consistent. I could tell the story when Matai Muralitharan rocked up here in 2003. I had the honour of captaining him, and the first 3 balls in practice, he put a cricket ball down on a length, and he ran up, and bearing in mind he'd been on the plane for 18 hours, and he just done a couple of laps of the ground to get loose, and the first 3 deliveries he bowled landed on the cricket ball. You know, he could hit a cricket ball, he could hit a sixpence, and he could turn it miles, but he could land it where he wanted.
Chahal bowls over the wicket to behind his back, across and driving into the offside against the spin. And Joe Denley fields cover.
Murray, of course, who played for Lancashire as well as Kent, played much more for Lancashire actually.
Chahal flatter delivery, that one, and it's just finds its way to Compton at a shorter cover. They've got two fielders on the cover, not very far around the angles from each other actually, but Compton is closer than Denley. This one's given some air by Chahal, driven by Bohannon into the onside. Sorry, he's the right-hander, so he's hitting with the spin, the previous shot of aggression. This one against it up towards mid-on. Fielded 119 for 4. It's the first run, I think, from Chahal since he resumed after lunch. There's none for 6 of his 3.5 overs so far. These two bed in against the spinner, not taking any chances. Outside the off stump, aiming, quicker delivery for those footmarks outside the left-hander's off stump. He and Aaron Najjar, when they were playing against Nottinghamshire, they said they both got into a rhythm. They took 3 and 4 wickets respectively, but actually said they decided between them. They were sort of giving each other feedback over by over. This is probably quite normal, Davey, but I was fascinated by it. This one's defended the offside, and eventually ended up bowling slightly faster than they'd started, and that seemed to be working for on the pitch against Notts. But so they're bowling as a partnership, but also discussing over by over what the ball was doing. A little nurdle there.
Outside the line.
Yes.
He's bowling round the wicket to the left-hander. Any kind of forward press will probably get Balderson outside the off stump. Alternatively, it'll hit him in front and be spinning down the leg side. But encouraging over. Yeah, look, I think with spin, the quicker you can bowl it, so long as you get it off the straight, is generally better. Because, you know, a ball that turns slowly, batsmen can cover and adjust. You think about a ball that seams at 90 miles an hour, as opposed to one that moves at 70 miles an hour, that 90 miles an hour, you're not going to have time as a batter to react. If it does anything at that pace, you've got no price. And the same can be said when it spins, really. If it spins really slowly and you're good on your feet, you can get right back and adjust and play, and that's what we're seeing at the moment. Chahal is bowling nicely, but he just hasn't quite hurried the batsman or produced any full strokes. It's all a bit gentle at the moment, but he will work into his work. Here's Gilchrist again. This is developing into quite a nice battle. Gilchrist against Bohannon. He's facing most of the tall fast bowler. 2 slips, ring of 3 on the offside. In fact, point fielder is going back to third man. So slight field change, and that is because Bohannon likes that cut shot, so leaning, just covering backward point. And by doing that, he's just given up a single in effect. But Leaney won't mind that because it'll bring Balderson on strike. So third slip will come in. Daniel Bell Drummond will join the cordon. A reminder that we are expecting Zach Crawley back for tomorrow, providing he comes through this one-day international against Ireland unscathed. I think he will take the place of Ben Compton. That's the whisper.
He's the nominated player, we believe.
Gilchrist is in and driving, and that is a good stroke. Balderson's best so far in this innings. Takes him to 9. Real authority in that one. Gilchrist just over pitching. It wasn't a half volley, but Balderson climbed into it.
Yeah, lovely shot. So he hit firmly. The first real shot of aggression since lunch. But they haven't been much disturbed either, these two batsmen, I don't think, since the interval. 29 overs bowled this morning.
It's Gilchrist. And Balderson drops a dead bat on that. Nicely played. So I'm just wondering, Matt, different scenarios that you think about in these rare occurrences when an England player's nominated. So let's just say Lancashire bat most of the day and Kent have to go in and face little tricky 3 overs tonight. Do you open with Ben Compton, knowing that if he nicks off, that's Zach Crawley's first innings done? Or do you put in, I don't know, throw in a Matt Quinn or something like that, or a night watchman to open in his stead, knowing that Zach Crawley will be travelling back from Bristol or wherever they're playing, knowing that he's going to bat tomorrow. He's round the wicket now, and a drive from Balderson is upish. Joe Denley intercepts, but not a chance. Because, if you're Zach and you're travelling back, you'd be a bit gutted, and Kent fans would be a bit gutted. But then you'd also argue that Ben Compton is possibly best suited to blunt the new ball with 3 overs remaining. So you hope he goes out there and he's 8 not out. But should he get out, that's half of Zach Crawley's game done. Gilchrist is round the wicket. Kent would have thought of these things, no doubt. If they haven't and they want to credit me, that's also fine.
So Tom Hartley, as we understand it, will come in for Will Williams, and as you said, believe that Crawley is nominated to take the place of Ben Compton. All being well today, doesn't pick up any injuries.
Will Williamson, what does he bowl? Williams? He's a seamer, yeah. So you've got a spinner coming in to replace a seamer, which is interesting in itself, because I always thought it had to be kind of like for like. So that's not the case. So you could imagine a scenario, it would be in Lancashire's interests, obviously, to bat, and Hartley will come in. But should they get bowled out, you'd think you want Williamson to get a good bowl in, wouldn't you?
Chahal bowling to Bahan on the back foot, punching it back at the bowler, who half fields enough to take the sting out of the delivery, and there's no run. I guess at least if you're nominating before the game starts, you've got to... It's fairer play in that respect, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you don't know what's going to happen in the game itself. On the back foot, just cutting gently away.
But I do think there's an instance. Lancashire obviously batting, so it might not come into play. But it could have been an instance where Will Williams bowls in the first innings of the game, seam up, and then they've got a left-arm spinner to replace him for the second innings of the game.
When things get a bit warm, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to Lancashire. If they can get that over the line, I would be querying it as a captain and saying, "Hold on, umpires, is this legit?" I'm looking at Lancashire's other spin options.
Either Mieye wants a complete change of clothes, or he's asking for some fielding pads and a helmet, I think. He's going through that complicated semaphore. I'd imagine there won't be that many requests from a fielder at this point, particularly with a spinner on. But break in play. We're going to do an update for BBC Radio Kent. Perfect timing, as there's no cricket going on, with Mike Shollick on our afternoon programme. Yeah, they're back out. They've bowled 6 overs since the end of the interval. Lancashire 125 for 4, so no wickets for Kent after the break. They've got spinner Yuzvendra Chahal, the Indian, on at one end, and Nathan Gilchrist, who's already got a wicket to his credit, on the other. The other 3 wickets this morning taken by Matt Quinn, coming back into the side after injury and doing the damage. Definitely Kent's session in the opening session of this match. 96 for 4 they had Lancashire at one stage, and that after the visitors here elected to bat after winning the toss. So Kent's day so far, it's a game they must take as many points as possible from to try and avoid relegation from the Division 1 of the County Championship. This is the last game of the season, their last chance to put points on the board, and casting nervous eyes across to Middlesex's game at Nottinghamshire. It's basically a straight shootout between Kent and Middlesex as to who will stay up and who will go down at the end of these games from County Championship Division 1. But going okay for Kent at the moment. 125 for 4, Lancashire at Canterbury. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app with regular radio reports. And Chahal will resume this over. Plenty company now, 3 close fielders around Balderson as he comes down the pitch, doesn't middle that, and it ends up with the fielder at wide mid-off under a huge floppy hat. I think that's Nijar, is it? Yeah. It's 125 for. That'll be a giveaway. Thank you, David. Tossed it back in with his left hand. It's Chahal round the wicket, and it's defended by Balderson this time. At the end of the over, we'll bring in Scott Reed to replace me.
Can be deceptive. Samit Patel's left arm spinner, but throws right arm. There's a few. Liam Dawson the same. Left arm spinner throws right arm, rather.
That's against nature, isn't it?
Yeah, it
really.
is. Kevin James was the first.
Was he really?
Yeah, he
I
was
didn't
left arm
realise that.
bowler through right arm.
He doesn't mention it. He's probably a bit ashamed. It's flashish delivery. A squeal of excitement from Chahal. It's dealt with by Balderson.
That game at Trent Bridge, incidentally, there was inspection at 1 o'clock, further inspection at 2. So Middlesex still unable to add to their points tally, which is probably a
Previous
good thing.
emailers had mentioned that roads around Nottinghamshire were flooding earlier today. So there's a scene off, end of the over, 125 for 4, and Lancashire with Balderson 9, Bahan on 64. Listeners to BBC Radio Kent, Lancashire and Manchester, welcome to you on the BBC Sport website and app, and of course commentary coming through with the pictures of our Kent County Cricket Club as well. I'll leave you with Dave Fulton, soon to be joined by Scott Reed.
It's Lancashire 125 for 4. Kent pushing for these wickets. It is a patience game at the moment. They took those 3 early ones. They got the wicket just before lunch as well. So a decent morning session for them. Not much happening since the break. Bohannon going merrily about his work as Gilchrist is in again. Bohannon turns this to mid-wicket. Daniel Bell-Drummond fields. There's no run. Scott, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, it all looks a little calm again, doesn't it? As it did when Bohannon and Bell were batting. Doesn't look like there's a great deal happening out there, which from a Lancashire point of view is quite nice.
Yeah, well, I think we anticipated a good pitch because Kent want their batting points. They want it to stay together and turn later on in the piece. So you'd expect there to be runs. Kent to play a long game. So this one is flick leg side. Going to be probably just a single. Yep, there's 2 men back there. But I think Kent still be pretty happy with where they're at. But a feature of their cricket this year has been these kind of partnerships that happen about now. Sometimes they knock the top over, not always, but when they do, teams have found a way at some stage of putting together a big partnership, taking the game away from them. It's just that bowling depth. The wickets have been quite flat. Jack Leading throwing the ball to umpires White and Middlebrook, so that's a sign that things aren't going quite as they'd like. The ball getting a bit soft perhaps, or going slightly out of shape. They're having a look at it. So yeah, the box of balls is going to come out. So captain has seen enough of that ball, and we've seen it so many times, haven't we? We saw it most famously at the Oval this Test match when England called for a change of balls and got one about 40 overs different.
Worked out pretty well, that, didn't it?
Yeah.
I suppose that's where your leg spinner comes into it, isn't it? You get a little overseas leggy into the match. If partnerships are starting to develop on relatively flat pitches, back end of the season, that's where you want your overseas leggy to come and create a little bit of magic and make something happen. Yeah.
Yeah, there hasn't been any sign of that at the moment from
No.
Chahal, is it? I mean, it is still quite early in the game, albeit on a used pitch. And whilst he is an international superstar bowler, his pedigree, as we were saying, in first-class cricket, just 34 on red ball games, it's, he's probably not of the quality, certainly not of the experience as you think of kind of vintage leggies over the years, your Warnes, your Mushtaq Ahmeds, and your mystery bowlers like Sack Lane and Murali and these guys that we've seen in county cricket in the not so distant past. But I still think great for county cricket to see particularly Indian players, but Indian players of his calibre in the mix. I mean, Sussex have been blessed having Cheteshwar Pujara, haven't they, for the last couple of years. It's Gilchrist round a wicket to Balderson, and he defends cover point. There's no run.
Yeah, and they've been fortunate that he's not just been in for little blocks. He's been in for the whole season, hasn't he? Which is a rarity, I think, isn't it? Trying to get an overseas player to commit to a full season.
Yeah, and he loves batting, didn't he? I mean, he bat 24/7. I think if he could, I did a dinner with Stephen Finn earlier in the summer, and he said what a lovely fella he was, and that he really is taken to playing, for Sussex, and because he doesn't get called away, because he is of a certain style of play. He doesn't play the big bash or the... Not that clashes with county cricket, but you know, the Caribbean Premier League doesn't get called away for the 100 because he's an old school top order batter who just accumulates his runs in his own way. So Sussex are the beneficiaries of that. Yeah, it's good for the county game, and it was good for the county game when Steve Smith rocked up playing for Sussex. It creates interest, quality players playing in the competition. So Gilchrist around the wicket. It's a shorter one. Paulston up on his toes, plays it backward. We're square on the offside, there's no run. Jaden Denley's on the field as a substitute fielder. Out there with his uncle.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand why the Smith signing was received in some quarters quite negatively. This idea that we're helping him prepare for the Ashes. The guy's had 4 Test series over here. I don't think he knows how to play cricket over here, doesn't he? You know?
He certainly does, Paulson. In fact, interestingly, because I was at the dinner the day that with Stephen Finn, I think the 2 days after Steve Smith had arrived, and Finney showed me a picture of Steve Smith receiving a flat one in the nets. The first ball he received, I think a young academy lad got a bit nervous, ran in, bowled him a beamer, hit him on the arm. There was some concern. To take a look at this. Well, you couldn't send that to me courtesy, then I could play it out on Sky Sports News. So there's a great bit of picture. He said, I think I better not. But it was, it could have been messy. It was one of the no intent, and nothing sinister at play trying to take Australia's best batter down. It just a young academy lad roared in, got a bit nervous bowling at Steve Smith, have a flat one. Imagine if he'd broken his arm. Anyway, it was all fine.
It was brilliant to see it.
Yeah.
As Charles into behind them. Oh, and he's going back and playing and missing. The ball sneaks through into and out of the gloves of Finch.
Well, it used to happen years ago, didn't it? When county cricketers, when there wasn't so much international cricket or franchise cricket, you think back, even well before my time, Viv Richards and Joel Garner at Somerset. Imagine going to Somerset to play against those great players.
Forward goes behind and defends, no run.
If you're a county bowler, you've got to bowl at Viv. You've got to be on the money. And if you're a county batter, you've got to face Joel Garner. So you go down there and you've got to play well. You've got to be decent to live in that company. And it only raises the standard of the cricket.
In comes Chahal, balls behind and goes back. Carves that one away through deep point for a single. Moves on to 66 and Lancashire to 127 for 4.
And my fondest memory of playing county cricket was playing against the Warnes, the McGraths, the Akrams, the Wacko Yunuses, the Alan Donalds, because they're some of the best there's ever been, and you've stood 22 yards away and you've gone to battle against them and occasionally had a bit of success against them, and that's what you take out of your career. I pitted my skills against those kind of guys. It's one of the reasons it gets the juices flowing. It's what you want to play the game for.
Chahal around the wicket to the left-hander, Bolton again going back and working the ball away across his pads behind square on the leg side, but for no run. 127 for 4. You just don't see it as frequently now, do you? It's tougher to bring in those types of overseas players, I think. Defended by Balderson.
The best in the world are being called here, there and everywhere, aren't they? Into there's a lot of money to be made in franchise cricket. You get them maybe for a block of 6-8 weeks, and then they're off on an international camp or to another competition. That's why if you can find someone that you can keep for a season, I think Kent have got Wes Agar next year.
Punched away by Balderson to mid-off, but for no run.
And he, to me, looks someone like an ideal signing. He's just below that international standard. I mean, he will hope, obviously, to progress and play for Australia, no doubt. But if he doesn't, then he could be around building an affinity with Kent. Someone that's a wholehearted trier and a pretty decent bowler, gets it through at high 80s. He's kind of what you're looking for, really, rather than someone that flies in for a month. And yeah. I don't know, I haven't counted back the number of overseas Kent have had this year, and which counties have been fortunate to have 1 or 2, and those who've had how many you've had at Lancashire, but probably a fair few flying in for short form cricket and back out again.
Yeah, Daryl Mitchell and Colin de Grandon.
Yeah.
for a decent chunk of the season. Mitchell for, I think, a couple of championship matches and the entire Blast, and de Grand on something similar. No overseas in their team this week. No overseas in their team last week either.
No, and I guess part of the reason for that is that where Lancashire sit in the table, if you've been challenging for the title, you might have gone back into the market, a bit like Surrey have. And if you're fighting at the other end, like Kent, you can understand why they would too. Oh, good bumper. Looks like Quinn back into the attack. That was a better first ball of his third spell than his second spell, which was a real gentle loosener. He's gone for the bumper. Surprised Bohannon a touch.
I was chatting to Mark Shilton, who's Lancashire's Director of Cricket, about what they're aiming to do through the course of the winter, and looking a little bit at recruitment, and he was very, very keen to try and switch the conversation back to more development of players and promoting from within, as well as trying to sprinkle a little bit of X factor with an overseas player.
Cutting is Bohannon, and he's going to get 4, and that is a really strong area for him. Kent know that, but he just gets sucked into bowling at a player's strength sometimes, especially when that batter is in good touch. Bohannon on to 70. 131 for 4.
But they've had a very, very good record of producing their own players and developing them and pushing them into the first team. And there's another batch that are in and around it. Bell and Balderson are slightly more established than Matty Hurst, who's due in next, for example. But I suspect probably 7 or 8 of this team are homegrown players.
Yeah. We were talking about that earlier as Bohannon defends into the offside. You know, one of Kent's issues has been producing players, and I think of the staff, they've got something like 12, 13 that have come from elsewhere, and some very shrewd signings, I must say, amongst those players, but probably not enough, that proportion of homegrown to recruits.
Yeah. Especially with the, as we're saying, with the challenge that clubs have got to try and get the right overseas players in for the right parts of the season.
Yeah. That's a decent ball from Quinn, but Bohannon on top of it, chops it down. I think he might get another boundary. So the problem with this particular field, I think, is that they've got 3 on the leg side, saving 1. Well, Bell Drummond is catching at mid-wicket, and then you've got a mid-on square leg and a fine leg. So you've got a split field, you've got a 5-4 offside field, which suggests you're going to bowl really straight. And Bohannon's cutting through point and behind point. So you've either got to move a fielder over or you've got to bowl a bit straighter to him. He's almost the kind of player you go at middle and leg at. Thanks to Matt Cole for adding Arshdeep Singh. I've just written a list of Kent's overseas. He's chopping this one fine, is Bohannon. Think about coming back for 2, and he does comfortably. So this is working out to be quite an expensive over. 3 boundaries and no, he's got another 4. So yeah, 3 4s, all with cut shots, a couple slapped either side of cover, and that one delicately run down. Yeah, so Kent's overseas this year. Wes Agar, Kane Richardson, George Linder, who's been here for a 2nd year. Didn't quite work out as Kent would have hoped. Yuzvendra Chahal playing this game. Ben Lister, who actually wasn't even pressed into action because he got called up for New Zealand. And Arshdeep Singh at left arm quick. So they've had 6 overseas. Bohannon defends quietly up the pitch. And that's not uncommon, you know, in this day and age. But I think what it does, it destabilises a county, but you want to build that identity and create that togetherness. And when someone's in there for 3 weeks and then they disappear and then someone else comes in, you've got to get to know them. Plus the expense of flying them in and out and putting them up, and all of that adds up. You know, and I think if you are where Lancashire are, mid-table, very comfortable, opportunity to give one of your homegrown lads a gig, why you probably don't need to bring in that overseas. Where Kent are, slightly more perilous position, where they don't want to slip into Division 2, you can understand them twisting rather than sticking.
Chahal to Balderson, who's skipping down the pitch, lifting the ball out through the onside. It's in the air beyond the reach of Denley at mid-wicket. Down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Advancing towards Chahal. Balderson chipping it through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, I don't think Chahal will mind that. I mean, it was a fairly convincing stroke. It was good batting, and quick on his feet. But because Chahal bowls it quite slowly and he bowls it with a lot of topspin, it dipped on Balderston a little bit. He wasn't totally in control of it. Could have flicked that. So mid-wicket or mid-on. Denley and Beau Drummond waiting.
Into Balderson. He's going back and the ball deflects down towards fine leg. They shuffle back for a couple, in fact 4 leg byes.
Spin though, that one did turn quite sharply and he definitely bowled it quicker and flatter.
It's the 50 partnership up as well between George Balderson and Josh Bohannon. 13 to Balderson and 32 to Bohannon in this partnership. We've got a forward short leg, silly point and a slip. In fact, we've got a leg slip and a slip. Forward short leg, maybe on the back of just seeing that ball turn and fizz back in towards Balderson. Comes Chahal, bowls forward, right forward, defending. The ball bounces down to short leg, looped back to Chahal. 147 for 4, Lancashire. Again, searching for their first breakthrough of the afternoon session. Balderson going back and using his feet well to get into position to defend it. Guide the ball safely away into the leg side, no run.
Yeah, it's a good point about using his feet, because people think about using your feet means coming down the pitch, and actually can mean going back as well, and mixing up the bowler's length.
Chahal in. Oh, he's teased Bohannon down the pitch. He's going to get 4 this, but this will be a bit of a moral victory, I reckon, for the bowler. He's tempted Bohannon forward there, and it's come off a thin inside edge and down towards backward square leg to bring up the 150, but I think that's good bowling by Chahal.
Yeah, I think it's Balderston batting, but down.
It is Balderston, sorry.
Yeah. That was a bit of an ugly heave, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit.
Sometimes that happens, you get carried away, you think, oh, this Chahal fella, not all he's cracked up to be, I've just whopped him for a 4 through mid-wicket, and you take a bit of a shine to him. But he's a decent bowler for a...
He's on to 17, defends this time, Balderson.
Yeah. And I think Chahal will like batters coming at him. He's used to that in the white ball formats he specialises in, so I don't think Ken will mind it. And I think this is going back to what we were talking about in the first session, that kind of, not saying that Lancashire are in any way on the beach, because they're not that kind of side, but when you don't have much at stake, you can play with more freedom, and it might just, if there was a lot at stake, they might be more watchful against Chahal. They might attack him more just by virtue of the fact that, why not? There's not much on it. And that might work for Kent. It might not. It might make these Lancashire batters extra dangerous, and if they come off, it could take the game away. But yeah, just feel it's a real key time of the game here. 150 for 4, couple of wickets, Kent bang on top. But these two are looking set. Quinn back into the attack, and Bohannon chops it down, trying to get it square on the offside. Slightly obscured by the edge of the Frank Woolley stand, but I'm pretty sure there's having a little count up. There must be a man in a kind of wide third man position. So I think the plan is to bowl really straight here to Josh Bohannon. Ring of 3 on the leg side. Beau Drummond in, kind of catching mid-wicket. I always feel you're guessing a little bit with that particular fielder unless you've got a bit of in-swing. But he's there so the bowler can bowl straight, and he's on the money this time, but it's really good batting. Drops the bat on it, scampers a single.
Yeah, that's something that Bohannon does well, and increasingly has got better at through the course of the last couple of years. That he rotates the strike really well, and it is just clever but nice and simple batting, isn't it? Just drop it and get through for 1. Rotate it. You got a left-hander at the other end. You can rotate it.
Yeah, and bowlers hate it as well. You hate it as a captain. Everyone's got to move and change round and run across the other side of the pitch, and the bowler likes to get a batter in his sights. And just when you think you're lining him up, you might be setting him up for a certain type of delivery or dismissal. He's up the other end. That's well bowled by Quinn. He's adjusted his line well to the left-hander. Defends the offside, there's no run. So Joe Denley just coming across to talk to Jack Leaning. Plenty of experience in that duo. Just something he's spotted about the field. I quite like the way Joe does those things. It just quietly goes up to his skipper, has a little chat, nothing to shouting it from 50 yards away. It's a bouncer from Quinn, which Alderson has nothing to do with. I think as a captain you always kind of welcome those suggestions, but you know the players who are kind of excitable and how about this and how about that, and you just come and have a quiet word, and then, you know, I always used to say I welcome ideas, but if I decide not to go with it, it's not that, you know, I think it's a daft one, it's just, you know, just be patient. Feels like kind of time for a bit of patient attritional cricket. Two slips, wait, a ring of 4 on the offside, and on the money is Quinn, and Balderson equal to it.
Because it does feel like quite an intriguing little passage of play. It looks like the plan relatively clear here for Quinn with the way the field's set, to bowl straight to both these two batters, just try and slow things down from the other end, and Chahal's just starting to create a little bit of something at the other end. There's a couple of false shots, especially when he's got the ball to spin back into the left-hander. He's tempted Balderson into playing a couple of shots that maybe he's been forced into playing. So it looks like something could happen from this end with a leg spinner.
Around the wicket this time from Quinn. You're exactly right, but for the leg spinner to be most effective, you want Quinn to dry the runs up at the other end, because when the batters are going nowhere, they're more likely to try something against the leggy. All the while Quinn's leaking boundaries, you know, the batters, you don't feel that you really have to do anything against Chahal, just sit on him for a bit. But if you haven't scored many runs, 30-40 minutes, you think, right, something's got to give. But, yeah, definitely more happening for Chahal against the left-hander with the rough outside. Balderson's off stump. Just you see the change of field as soon as he's bowling to Bahan, and he is on 79, but the close fielders have disappeared. Just a slip and a man on the drive add extra cover. It's Compton. Ring a 3 on the offside.
Into Bahan, cuts away to point, no run.
I mean, that was quite a good length ball, wasn't it? But Bahanan is really quick on that cut shot. He bowls it slowly, and Bahanan's a short man. He wants to get back and chop the ball away.
Chahal to Bahanan, dancing down the pitch and then defending back just in front of his pad, and works the ball out towards Mayeye at mid-wicket, no run. 52 for 4. Chahal into his 8th over, bowling over the wicket to the right-hander. Forward goes Bahanan in defence. Then jabbed it back down the pitch and gathered by Chahal off his own bowling.
Tossed that one up, didn't he? Saw him scamper down the wicket. Sometimes that means bowlers push it through a bit quicker. Not Chahal, he threw it up twice as high.
In and bowls forward again goes Bahanan, smothers this one away into the offside, no run. 79 not out, Josh Bahanan. It's 152 for 4. Chahal to Bahanan off the back foot this time, and worked up towards wide mid-on for a single. He's on to 80. Very stylish innings again from Bahanan. Solid in defence. He's been stylish in attack. He's worked the ball around to different parts of the outfield. Play well square of the wicket. He's chopped it down to third man. Rotated the strike.
He just looks incredibly well organised, isn't he? Just a player that's at ease with his game. He knows his game. Kent have fed him a little bit with the cut shot, I'd suggest.
Chahal to Balderson, who's backing across to defend. And there's no run. End of the over, 153 for 4.
But other than that shot over the top off Nijar, a couple of pull shots earlier, I haven't really felt he's had to force it. He's just kind of batted and played in his own way. Fluent. But, you know, if you're talking about the gears that a player sometimes goes through, it doesn't feel like he's got out a third or fourth gear. He certainly hasn't, you know, gone foot flat down. It's just all very comfortable. And that's a credit to him, because, you know, Kent have bowled in patches quite well. But, they've not dried his runs up. So Quinn to continue. He's at nearly 4 runs and over. 3 for 47. He has taken the lion's share of the wickets, and he's in for the Nackington Road end. He's bowling to Bahana, who defends. And that is the line I think Quinn has to bowl, almost over the top of middle stump. I remember the game here a couple of years ago, I think, when Lancashire made Kent follow on, and they had one slip. It was a real slow, low pitch, and they just refused to bowl outside the stumps. They just went, we are going to bowl 10 balls, and you're going to miss 10. You're either going to be bowled or LBW, or if you get lucky, you might flick one to mid-wicket. And they had a split field, and they bowled at the stumps. As Quinn is in, and this one is being worked through the vacant point area, and they pick up another single. And you know, it was extraordinary. You make a team follow on, they're 300 runs adrift, they've got a new ball in their hand, and you got one slip. But they knew exactly what they were doing. They were going, well, there's no point having a load of slips, because we're not going to bowl outside off stump. We're going to bowl at middle stump and try and hit the furniture. And they did that, with the exception of one nick behind. I think everything was bowled LBW. Maybe a couple were caught. But Kent slightly more conventional here. 6-3 offside field. Quinn is round the wicket to the lefty. Balderson waits. Drives and didn't get all of it, but he's got it through the gap. It will run down the hill, be at least 2. Denley is after it. He's got a good arm on him. And they settle for a brace.
Yeah, that was I remember that game quite well. It was, I think we were saying on commentary on day one, that as this match progresses, we'll see more and more catches in front of square as the game progresses. Yeah, and we had that slightly quirky looking feel to it, where it's like, well, it looked like quite a defensive field, but actually it was the best way to attack with that field.
It was, and I think Parkinson was taking wickets from the pavilion end. He took a bucket load as Balderson edges, and he's going to get 4 here. So full stroke, good bit of bowling from Quinn. But,
Scott's off to do updates for Points North. Lancashire fans, Lancashire listeners. 60 for 4.
Inspection going on as we speak at Trent Bridge.
It's been very wet there.
Yeah.
It's fair to say this morning.
Bouncer from Quinn. About a metre over Balderson's head. There's probably no need to duck that one. Just mixing it up.
We did have an email about that, I think.
The rain. Trent Bridge. I would have spent an awful lot of time in the Forest shop, Matt, as a Forest fan. I used to love going to Trent Bridge. If it was a very wet day, I would have got the credit card out, the Forest shop. It would have been a bit messy. Messy as in, you know, expensive, not messy as in Lionel Messi. That'd be a scoop.
One day.
One day. When he's finished in America. Around the wicket. Edged, and don't know if it carried to Jack Leaning. Not sure it carried. We have to look at the replay. But, not taken. He was diving forwards.
Yeah, it was
might have been a reprieve, but not sure it quite carried. Just looking at the body language.
He's looking a bit disappointed, is Jack Leaning, I think, isn't he? But maybe just because it hasn't carried.
Yeah, we're behind the keeper here, so it's not always the easiest spot to see. Good bit of bowling from Quinn around the wicket, just got it to nip down the slope. That one comes the other way, so just some signs that he's finding some movement. Decent over, 162 for 4 Lancashire. That's got an update. BBC Radio Kent listens very shortly.
Indeed so. Ah, there we are. It's David on the emails. I'm stuck here, halfway between Derby and Nottingham. I think he's a Kent fan. We've actually had very heavy rain this morning. There's been some thunder over Nottingham itself. I know test grounds drained very quickly, but I'd be surprised if they don't have quite a long delay. The roads around here are awash while I went to have my COVID and flu jabs. Thank you for that, Dave, from Long Eaton. Missed that earlier on. Great to hear from you. A weather update from Trent Bridge. And updating BBC Radio Kent listeners right now with Leah Wolf on the Drive Show. It's a big one for Kent, certainly. Their Division 1 status relies on this, equaling or bettering Middlesex's return in their game at Nottinghamshire, and they will stay up. Otherwise, they will be relegated to County Championship Division 2. Kent did really well in terms of the first session. Lancashire won the toss. They decided to bat first, and Kent soon had them 18 for 3 and took another wicket just before lunch to make it 96 for 4. Matt Quinn taking 3 wickets so far. But Lancashire have struck back, particularly in the form of Josh Bohannon, 81 not out so far. He's County Championships a leading run scorer this season, and you can see why. He and George Balderson are taking the score on to 162 for 4 now, Lancashire, and Kent just finding it difficult to make anything happen on what looks like quite a placid pitch. Still marginally ahead, I'd say, for their bowling efforts this morning, Kent, and they do have 1 bowling bonus point for their 4 wickets taken so far. Commentary continuing of this game via the BBC Sport website and app with regular radio reports, of course. A single into the offside from Bohannon. He goes on to 82 and driven more or less on the full there by Balderson up to mid-on. And I thought the wind had dropped over lunch. I persisted with the really sensitive effects microphone, and it just sounds windy out there. So my apologies. It's fantastic when you've got a day with less breeze. You can hear almost everything going out in the middle. It's almost like a stump mic, but yeah, I think I might need to maybe the last time they retire at the season. He's taken on the spinner here. Bohannon dancing down the pitch. Mishits it, to be fair, but completely safe up to mid-on, taking the risk strategy there, but finding Nijar on the ground. Takes a single, so 3 consecutive singles. Ball to come from Chahal, who's been economical, but haven't really seen a ball from him yet that you think is putting the batters in great trepidation, or I haven't anyway. Outside the left-handers off stump, and it's Balderson defending that at the end of the over. 165 for 4, so this stand now is at 69 between these two, Scott. And again, I mean, I said this in the 4th over before they suddenly took 3 wickets, but it doesn't look very likely at the moment for Kent.
No, there was a little passage of play, I think it was probably still in it, where Quinn bowling from one end and Chahal from the other, and Quinn just trying to dry things up from one end. Chahal just trying to create a bit of something from this end. There's a couple of times he managed to drag Balderson forward, and maybe a couple of false shots, a little inside edge, so on that spun back into him, that he flicked off his pads for 4 leg buys down to fine leg. It just feels like maybe in the last over or two, Lancashire have just tried to counter-attack a little bit here. A bit of width there for Bohannon, chopped away into the offside, and there's no run. It's a lengthy spell for Chahal. He's bowled 8 overs on the spin, and it's gone for only 15. So that, not actually, yeah. Well, in this spell, he's gone for 15. He's gone for 20 from his 9 overs in total, but I feel like this little bit of pressure that Kent have tried to create in the last half an hour or so. It's pushed away by Bohannon for a single. Jogs through for 1, moves on to 84. That if they don't find a breakthrough here, there was an edge which bounced in front of second slip a few moments ago. If they don't find a breakthrough here, I think perhaps coming towards the end of this little ploy with Quinn from one end, Chahal from the other. What will Jack Leaning turn to next? What will be his next move to try and find a breakthrough and break this partnership? It's going to look pretty solid. 70-run partnership, 166 for 4. Balderson waits for Quinn, who's around the wicket. It's turned out to the leg side, straight to mid-wicket. There's no run. 24 not out, Bannon on 84. Afternoon session, opening day. Final round of County Championship cricket for this year. Kent picked up 1 bowling bonus point so far. As it stands, now 2 points clear of relegation, with no sign yet of any start time at Trent Bridge. It's driven from a full wide ball, struck cleanly by Balderson. And there is stopped there by Daniel Bell-Drummond at extra cover. And there is no run. Remains on 24, so 166 for 4. Edged again, but to the left of leaning at second slip. Runs down towards the third man boundary. 4 runs for Balderson, leaning with a dive away to his left. He bounced in front and certainly to his left. Would have been a good stop by Jack Leaning. 4 to Balderson, takes him to 28, 170 for 4 now.
Yeah, Quinn's the man today, isn't he? In terms of attack for Kent, he's saying he's drying the runs up, but a couple of edges now as well. And 3 wickets taken in the first session. I'll state the obvious here, but Kent needs someone to back him up as well here. Can't do it all on his own.
Sets off again, looking for his 4th victim of the day. Forward goes Balderson. And bounces out towards Bell-Drummond at extra cover, and there is no run. End of the over. Over number 45, the Lancashire first innings. It's 170 for 4.
Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett both have 50s for England now. They spent a lot of time together, haven't they? Over the past couple of years. I mean, at the crease, I should say.
Yes, yeah.
I think they're quite good mates off the green stuff as well. But yeah, 51 for Crawley, 50 for Duckett. Again, Zach Crawley captaining that one-day side, of course. England 205, crikey, 205 for 2, and they're not through 23 overs yet. That has the potential to be quite a big score, I would suggest. So they're going at 9 and over through 23. As Chahal to Bahanan, comes well down the pitch, defends it, and there's no run. Email from Nigel, trying to finally clear up all the nominations and the. So apologies, Nigel, if we've not made this clear. Oh, we've got a bit confused, but I'm going to go for it in a minute. End of the over, perhaps we'll do it. So I'll get through it. As Chahal bowls to Bahanan, cuts it out towards the point boundary. Everson jogs in, and there's a single taken. Fairly straightforward. I said, haven't seen much from Chahal. Very occasionally when he's given the ball a lot of air, a little bit of grip, but I'm not sure the bounce is from that end is necessarily upsetting the batsman. Balderson 28, Bahanan 85, Chahal none for 21. Quinn's 3 for 61 at the other end. Ooh, and there we go. Having said that, that was a decent delivery. Quicker outside the off stump. Balderson goes not necessarily to pad up, but well outside the off stump, through to the keeper. Finch, and there is no run. Well, I've talked Zach Crawley out. There, he's gone 51. Is Chahal wider again, looking for those footmarks, but it's driven up to Nijar at mid-off, and there's no run. There we go. This is the quieter effects microphone. I had to turn it up slightly. Did a Red Bull like pit stop. I don't know if you noticed.
I noticed
that last
it.
over. There we go.
It's impressive.
You just panic. I wonder if that's how they do it. Don't stay cool, lads. Just panic it through. Yeah, it's a dot ball. This next one, dead bats it. There's Balderson. He's on 28. Bahanan is 85. Great stand this one, as was the previous one between Bahanan and Bell for 78. Chahal men all round the bat, driven by Balderson, stopped by Nijar. well stopped as well. End of the 46th over then. Lancashire 171 for 4. Here's Nigel with chapter and verse, and I say that with not tongue in cheek at all. It says, firstly, Kent cannot question if it's legit for Lancashire to replace a seamer with a spinner. Them's the rules. He can replace whoever Lancs nominated before the toss, which I think I tried to explain in some sort of way, Nigel, but probably didn't do a very good job in that. Well, they get the choice and you have to do it before the game, so if you're going to game the nomination replacement, either team could do it before the game started. Otherwise, he says, if Compton is the Kent player we now know is dropping out, bats tonight, it's irrelevant whether he's out or not. Either way, Crawley will not be able to bat until the second innings. If you want Crawley to bat in the first innings, Compton will have to be dropped down the order, which I think David did say as well. But maybe we've fallen between 3 or 4 stools there, Nigel. So you have put us right on that. Thank you very much.
Quinn to continue with Bohannon on 85. And Bohannon defends to mid-wicket and there's no run.
I still don't really understand. I mean, it's not a massively common occurrence, but these are sort of things it would be really nice for the spectators to know before the game started, wouldn't it? That are nominated replacements.
Yeah.
Is there any reason why you keep it from?
I don't know. I can't think of one.
Maybe, it doesn't appear on computer scorecards, I suppose, on the apps, does it? Because you don't do it until it happens. But anyway. Okay.
Quinn in to Bohannon. Plays forward and defends to mid-off, and there's no run.
There's no criticism at all of the clubs. It's just we just don't in cricket perhaps make those things obvious. Does that make sense?
No, I think that's pretty fair.
Particularly, I noticed it's all over with rain breaks, isn't it? Sometimes umpires can be very uncommunicative, or just not communicative, when fans could just know what they're thinking, really.
It's nicely played away off the pads by Josh Bohannon. Weighted deep square leg, and he'll get 3 for it. Well stopped on the boundary. Bohannon adds 3 to his total. He moves on to 88. The score now to 174 for 4.
By that I mean with things like not their LBW decisions, but things like weather breaks. Why not? You have announcers at every stadium these days. Why not put one of the umpires on saying, "This is what we're doing. We can't go out because it's raining. We can't make a decision till then. But then we'll make a decision. Or we're looking at the light. We're not quite sure the light's right. It'll take this long to dry, and then we'll have a look." All those little things that. Paying public inside grounds, don't see any jeopardy for the umpires or for spectators or the clubs just letting people have more information. But there we are. My soapbox again, Scott. He's being very patient with me.
Third slip in place. Daniel Bell-Drummond now stood alongside his captain, who's at second slip. Oh, that's a lovely ball by Quinn. Beats Bolson's forward push. Just snakes past the edge of the bat, through to Finch, no run.
Anything you want to get off your chest though, Scott, go ahead.
I know what it must be. It must be that 2-hour drive you had this morning. You must have had some things to
goodness me,
to think about. When I get there, I'm going to come off my long run here.
Good luck to anyone making that journey. Yes.
I had a lovely stroll up from the city centre this morning. It was lovely.
I'm so pleased for you. No, and I mean that.
What past all the traffic. It's Quinn to Balderson. And angled into him from around the wicket, and Balderson, the left-hander, punches up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
I liken it, and I live just on the outskirts of Tunbridge Wells, but if you've ever seen the Truman Show, and he can't get off the set, and there are reasons for that, because he doesn't realise he's on the set. And so he tries to go further afield, but the traffic just appears, or someone drops a pallet of oranges in front of him for a truck, a bit like that.
You couldn't get out of Tunbridge Wells.
No, 40 minutes it took me this morning, just about a mile and a half.
Quinn to Balderson. It's nicely driven. It will be stopped at mid-off by Chahal. Just skips a few paces to his right-hand side. End of the over. It's 174 for 4. Balderson on 28 and Bohannon on 88. Oh, some news from Trent Bridge. They're going to start at 3 o'clock.
Goodness. Oh. Cricket breaks out.
Midlands. They've watched the reign of the Nottinghamshire players over the last week or so.
They would have done, yeah. So they're going at Edgbaston. Somerset 12 for no wicket against Warwickshire, as you said. Due to start 3 o'clock at Trentbridge, Nottinghamshire, Middlesex. Hampshire 92 for 6 against Surrey. Surrey they're going to have to do a lot not to win the title, aren't they? From there. Northamptonshire 90 for 3 against Essex. Northampton's effectively already relegated. This is cut away by Bohannon out towards a point boundary. There's a single off the bowling of Chahal. I say effectively because just occasionally points deductions will appear from nowhere. But Durham 184 for 4 against Leicestershire at Chester Street. They're on their victory lap, aren't they? Derbyshire 152 for 1 against Glamorgan. Great start for Derbyshire at Cardiff. Sussex 149 for 8 against Gloucestershire at Hove. As it's just outside the off stump. Chahal head in hands. I don't think that's because he was particularly excited by that delivery. It's seen off quite easily by Balderson for a single, 176 for 4. And Worcestershire 87 for 4 against Yorkshire, and that is at Headingley. And yes, that Crawley is out. As I said, we had hit 51 for England. They are romping along, 220 for 3. Not even halfway through their overs yet. So Chahal, 4 balls to come. There's a little bit of a break as the field changes over for the right-handed Bohannon. 89 from 135. He's not really put a foot wrong so far, has he?
No, it's been a pretty impressive performance, hasn't it, by Bohannon with the bat.
The edges from this end from Quinn have come both off Balderson, haven't they? And crikey, looks good. Down the pitch and driven up to Chahal, who fields off his own bowling. I know Dave Fulton was asking you earlier on about, is he being thought of in England circles, but obviously the England top 6 is not easy to get into, is it?
No.
He must be on the radar, you'd think. As Chahal bowls to him and he sees that one off. End of the over. No.
One left, I think.
They're bowling 6 these days at the over. Oh, we'll get letters about that as well. Wrong tournament. Letters. Grandad. Driven by Bohannon, and will that be 6? It will indeed. And that is the first 6 of the piece. 182 for 4, as if to emphasise his dominance. Josh Bohannon, 95 from 138 balls. He's having a heck of a summer, and he looks mighty assured here. He's already putting Kent to the sword and has more than 50% of the Lancashire total so far.
Perhaps one of the things that in previous seasons may have gone against Josh Bohannon is, and I think I said to Dave before, his debut in 2018, and since his debut he's been on an upward trajectory, really. He's got better season in, season out. And maybe one of the things in previous seasons that is an area of his game where he could improve is maybe his conversions and get into 50 and then going on and get into three figures. Maybe just not enough centuries, perhaps. But he's put that right this season. If he gets 5 more runs, that will be his 4th ton of the campaign. So again, it's just another example. I think this year, having got to 1,000 runs for the first time, having been 800 plus in the previous seasons. First season of getting to 1,000 runs, and in this season as well, he's managed to convert 50s to 100s more times. So he's continuing to slot things into his game and to improve each year, it would seem. Changing bowling, Quinn coming out of the attack, and Joey Everson coming in to replace him. Balderson off the back foot. Finds Daniel Bell-Drummond an extra cover, no run. Quinn doing his best in that spell to try and find a breakthrough. Found a couple of edges, falling short. It's now Joey Everson's turn to see if he can try and find a way through this partnership into Balderson. Again, that's defended. And again, there's no run.
Ben Watts will be with you tomorrow. It's just you don't have to work for BBC Radio Kent, by the way, to email us or message us, but he does have my phone number, so I can't avoid it.
Even though you've blocked him a few times, he keeps finding a way through, doesn't he?
New identities, I know it's him. I'll read it out in a second.
Balderson waits. It's punched off the back foot and beats the dive of Quinn, who got something on it, so he took a little bit of the pace off it at mid-off. Denley can get and catch up with the ball, and Balderson comes back for 2 more. He moves on to 31, 184 for 4.
Now Ben's suggesting that it's a perfect captain's innings by Zach Crawley against Ireland in that he's got himself 50, but he's unselfishly let the rest of the team bat. There we go. That's what they call some sort of media slant, don't they, I think. So that's from the chairman of the Zach Crawley fan club.
Self-appointed chairman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Over the wicket comes Everson to Balderson, who defends. And again, there's no run.
Actually, we used to say that was Rob Key because he really did push Zach's cause forward, I think. I mean, no, it's not a favouritism thing. It's because he's quite good at cricket, I think. But obviously, he's fit perfectly into that the England high risk, high reward strategy for batting at pace.
Everson to Bohannon. Back foot cuts. Felt like a little risky shot. And he then picked up a backward point, and there is no run. There's 2 slips in place, and then there's a backward point, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. And then a mid-on and mid-wicket. Fine leg. Final ball of the over. George Balderson 31 not out. He's dabbed away safely enough up towards Daniel Bell-Drummond to complete the over. 49th of Lancashire's first innings, 184 for 4. Balderson on 31 and Bohannon on 95, so the partnership is 88.
Just going back to traffic, because I know people would rather think about that than cricket. That might be a good, what they call a punt for the breakfast show. Is Tuesday the new Monday? Do email or tweet in kentcricket@gmail.com, because I think today was about as busy as it's been for a long, long time. And then it did occur to me as we were chatting earlier, is it because it's Tuesday? It felt like sort of Monday traffic.
Me and Kevin Howells were having this conversation
last week. A lot of people having
kind of work from home on Mondays.
Yeah, Mondays, yeah.
Do a Tuesday and a Wednesday in the office.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah.
Don't know. Feel free to just putting it out there. I just feel I might be dreadfully behind the times, and not for the first occasion.
I expect nothing less from you, Matt.
No, quite. Thank you. 184 for 4. I'd say I'll be done when they change the currency to this decimal. 184 for 4. Know what to do with my farthings. Round the wicket and wide of the wide of the stumps goes Nijar, replacing Chahal at this pavilion end. Trying to make something happen. None for 20 off 6. Also keeps the seamers fresh, of course, having the spinner at one end. Trying to pin them down at this end. Bohannon goes to cut that away. Doesn't get room really. It just goes along the ground to backward point. There's no run. Fielded by Joey Everson, 33 on his back. He's had a reasonable season. But when it came to thinking about the county 11 of the season, which I think you could still get your votes on bbc.co.uk/cricket, and nominate your county championship 11 of the season. Players just haven't hit the form to get into that one. Outside the off stump, well wide, and it's slapped by Bohannon into the ground firstly, and ends up with Daniel Bell-Drummond wide at mid-off, and there's a single run. Sorry, 185 for 4. It's
a decent season, isn't it, for Joey Everson, and a team that's obviously struggled. thick end of 600 runs, and he's not far off 20 wickets.
Yeah, he's done okay. Not many real success stories, I suppose, from Kent this season. I suppose from a Lancashire point of view, as Najjar comes over the wicket to Balderson. Defends that into the offside, and there's no run. 185 for 4. I was thinking Tom Bailey's taken a lot of wickets this summer, has he?
Yeah, 48.
Yes. Bohannon obviously has scored plenty. I know it's not all about the bald stats, but as Balderson plays the ball into the offside. End of the over. Dot ball, 31 for him, 96 for Bohannon. And they are 11 short of a century stand, these two coming together after George Bell went frustratingly for him, having made a great platform of 40, edging behind off the bowling of Matt Quinn at 96 for 4. But, yeah, I would imagine he'd be a candidate. I was looking at Matt Critchley the other day. I didn't realise that he'd made nearly 1,000 runs, and he's taken 20 wickets. Great fielder as well. I would have thought he would be close this season. Anyway, I know he doesn't play for Lancashire. I'm free-forming now.
Well, he's a Lancashire lad, isn't he?
Originally?
Yeah.
Oh, is he?
He is, yeah.
Then Leicestershire and... Was it Leicestershire, Essex side?
Derbyshire, wasn't it?
Derbyshire, sorry. Beg your pardon.
He's a good player, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's had a good year for Essex. Yeah, Bailey's got 48 wickets, so if he gets 2 more in this match, then that will be the 4th time in 5 seasons he's gone past 50 wickets. Everson balls to Bohannon. It's a really good looking shot off the back foot, whipped away through mid-wicket, and it gets him 4, and he gets him his 4th century of the season as well. 100 not out, Josh Bohannon. Fine innings in a fine season.
Yeah, it's been a great knock, hasn't it? Going to update BBC Radio Kent with that news very shortly. So 11 fours, 1 6. And I don't know if it's just his style, but he kind of looks like he's playing in within himself here. Doesn't look like he's not thrashing the ball around, just look very composed at the crease.
I mean, Dave Alton was saying it feels like he's in 3rd gear, isn't he, with a couple to go. Drives to mid-off, no ball. Signalled by the umpire. He's 100 coming off 143 deliveries. That was his 11th 4 and 1 6. And as I mentioned, his 4th century of the season. He's Division 1's leading run scorer. Fabulous year for Josh Bohannon.
Yeah. If you feel like...
Drives again to mid-off, and there's no run.
If you feel like sending us your county 11s to kentcricket@gmail.com, that would be fantastic to see who you picked. And I might just crib off them to send them into BBC Sport myself. 191 for 4. Show my workings. Updated BBC Radio Kent listeners right now. Again, I'm just telling the listeners online that we're coming to you for an update, and 191 for 4. Not great news for Kent, really, but fantastic for Josh Bohannon, who's the leading run scorer across the whole county championship this summer. He's gone past 1,000 runs. He's gone past 100 for the 4th time in his summer of 2023 as well. 100 from 146 balls, 11 fours and 1 6. He looks like he's batting within himself as well. Ominous for Kent, who had the best of the first session, no doubt about that. They had Lancashire 18 for 3 at one point, then 96 for 4. That after the visitors here had won the toss and elected to bat first. So Kent definitely had the best of the opening session. Lancashire wrestling control back here at Canterbury once again now. 192 for 4. George Balderson has 31. They're closing in a century stand, these two as well. And Kent looking for a way to find a wicket. Not really bowling many wicket-taking balls, it looks like, in the last few overs, finding it tricky on what looks like a placid pitch to bowl on so far. Lancashire 192 for 4, though. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And, of course, regular radio reports. This one's defending the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, 96, that partnership now between these two.
Didn't realise I snuck on air there. Apologies. Sorry to the producers, everybody involved. 31 Balderson, 101 for Bahanan. And that's all right, I've snuck into your over as well.
This is the last ball of it. Everson to
Shot.
Balderson. Well, as Matt Cole described, that's a lovely shot away through mid-wicket. 4 runs. Handsome looking shot by George Balderson, and a lovely way to bring up the century partnership as well. Going along very nicely indeed, these two. And Kent are searching still for their first breakthrough post-lunch. 196 for 4, Balderson to 35, and Josh Bahanan 101 not out.
Yeah, does look like they're, I said, back in control here.
Just looking at one or two of the other games elsewhere, Essex have made a good start with the ball against Northamptonshire. 4 early wickets, 102 for 4 in Northants. Hampshire is a 6 down against Surrey, 100 for 6. Somerset 12 for 2 in their match against Warwickshire, and Nottinghamshire Middlesex will be underway at 3 o'clock.
Jar round the wicket then to Bohannon. Drives that. Bit of a scuff for once from Bohannon. Miss hits it toe end of the bat, but it's fielded by Chahal on the run at a wideish mid-on. Or actually, more or less mid-wicket, I suppose, there now. 196 for 4. As our correspondent earlier, David, was saying how wet it had been. He was between Derby and Nottingham, and thunder showers and I think localised flooding. So another single taken. 197 for 4. On to 102. Balderson 35. David saying, like another one of our Kent emailers today, not quite sure if Kent deserve to stay up, but very much hopes that they do. So I think by and large, I mean, even in this very close race between the two sides, between Kent and Middlesex, they both had chances to establish themselves and stay up, and if it goes down to the last game, so be it, I guess, but it doesn't make it any easier for supporters in terms of nerves. This one, Balderson just he's miming a more aggressive shot, but ended up just dead batting it back to Nijal. There's no run. Is that Nathan Gilchrist just going through some stretches there? Is that the IT band stretch? Could well be. This one's driven straight back at Nijal. It's a bump ball, so not the full. And Jack Leaning actually is warming up his off spin, or at least he's miming it at slip. Balderson, Nijal bowls to him.
Yeah, it's looked as comfortable as it's looked all afternoon, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Every minute for these two.
This looks a bit flat out there. Going to have to make something happen. Is it going to be a fielding change, a bowling change? Well, these two are going to go on unperturbed. Well, certainly for that over. Into the offside. And there's no run. Just mentioning Nathan Gilchrist going through some of those stretches. I've been introduced by a, I would say, inverted commas, friendly physio to the horrors of the foam roller. And here we go. It's not a euphemism. That's the stuff where you have to get the knots out of your legs by basically rolling over, well, something uncomfortably, something uncomfortable. It's a bit like sitting on your keys, but about 3 times more painful.
Oh, well, that sounds like fun.
Does that make any sense at all? There we go. You see the, I mean, you see the the players do it for the, they're probably, you know, obviously they're in great condition. So, I mean, I think you'd have to be a little bit sadistic to be a physiotherapist, frankly.
We are going to see Jack Leaning into the attack right now. It's a couple of hours for Joey Everson being replaced. Maybe Everson might have a go from this end. We've had spin since lunch from one end, either Chahal or Ajir. Let's see Jack Leaning now for the first time this afternoon. And And Balderson off the back foot punches up towards mid-on for a single. Bohannon moves on to 105 not out. Lancashire to 198 for 4, brings Balderson on strike. 35 not out. Having reached their century partnership, these two. Leaning to Balderson. It's dropped away to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Sean's in concert with me there. Having made the commute in broadly the opposite direction, Whitstable to High Brooms, for 4 years, I can empathise. Thank you, Sean.
Leaning to Balderson, just rocks onto the front foot and doesn't offer the bat. Allows that one to go through to the gloves of Finch.
I feel heard. Is that what people say these days? Thank you, Sean. I feel heard.
You've shared your troubles, haven't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Leaning around the wicket, floats one up towards Balderson, who drives back to the Kent captain. And there is no run. 198 for 4. So just a 1 run so far, which came off the first ball of the over. Josh Bohannon working it to mid-on. That's all we've seen. Extra man on the drive on the offside. Short extra cover in place. Tossed outside the off stump by Leaning. Left by Balderson.
As you were saying before, I've seen fields here where fielders end up crowding around the bat in front or on the drive rather than at slit.
It's played away off the back foot. Guided through point for 1 run. George Balderson keeps the strike. 36 not out. Lancashire 199 for 4. And Josh Bohannon 103 not out.
And Sean, thank you for your comments about the commentary. You know, we love doing the job, but it's great to have people like you, Sean, and others emailing and tweeting in during the summer as well, keeping us company. In my case, telling me the laws of the game quite often, which is very helpful for everybody else putting their hair out in the land of the listener. Reed Bohannon, he says, though, how good do you have to be to get in the England top 6, though? As Nijar bowls to Balderson into the onside. Maybe I'm wrong in that, am I, Sean? I still think it feels pretty crowded at the moment, I would suggest. But you think Bohannon would be on their radar? That's a lovely shot, and evasive action taken. I thought it was hit harder than that, actually, by Bohannon at the non-striker's end. It's the most danger he's been in his whole innings, I think. Josh Bohannon was being cleaned out by a drive from George Balderson going head high. That's a 200 up for Lancashire for 4 now. And yeah, they have wrestled control. This session so far very much theirs. And actually, notwithstanding the wicket of George Bell, they haven't looked enormously troubled since 18 for 3, but can't want to change that now. Nijar bowls to Bohannon, trying to find a way, defends that. But yeah, that's the fastest we've seen Bohannon move, isn't it? Kent haven't tried any short stuff on him. I think they tried once or twice, didn't they? And he was pulling them away for 4, so that one just a little dab up to mid-on. Nicely judged, actually, by George Balderson. Was calling Bohannon through, I think, even though it was Bohannon's choice, but absolutely the right thing to do. Bohannon saw the sense in it too. But a hustle, they take another single. And again, it's left and right combination, so bowler has to change angle. Fielders have to go different positions. Driven into the onside by Balderson. Underarm by Joe Denley. Characteristically in his long-sleeved shirt. As Nijar tempts outside the off stump, it's cut away by Balderson. I think that'll be 4. No, actually, Gilchrist is going to stop it just in front of the Les Ames stand. Plenty of patrons out there in hospitality on the balconies, outside the bars. And 2 taken there at the end of the over at 2:03 for 4. And so you get these, if you watch a side enough, I think you realise eventually that players, like, they wear the white floppy hat rather than the cap, or they always wear a cap. Or so Joe Denley, I don't think I've ever seen him in a short sleeve shirt while in the county championship. It's always a long sleeve one. Maybe when it's 45 degrees he might just go in a short sleeve, but
Doesn't often get to those temperatures.
no. And there's like tell the tale almost every other game. Darren Stevens in a sleeveless jumper when it's 35 degrees as well.
It's Jack leaning to Josh Bohannon. Hops into the back foot, deep in the crease, trying to force the ball away into the offside. But little timing on that one from Bohannon. Just bobbles out towards Miyeye, gives it back to his captain who's in. And Bohannon plays forward and defends once more. And there's no run, but spin from both ends. One slip in place. Long on. There's a deep square leg and a deep point. From over the wicket to Josh Bohannon. That's worked in front of square on the leg side. Through he goes for a single, so moves on to 105. 204 for 4 now. Bring in George Balderson back on strike. He's 39 not out. He's leaning to Balderson. Can't find a way through the offside. Straight to short extra cover, no run.
Can't see much turnout there at the moment, can you? I don't think. We're hoping to with their spin attack.
Nudged up to mid-on this time by Balderson for no run. We'll be hoping that comes into play as the match progresses. Nicely played by Balderson again, but the field well stacked on the offside. There's two covers in place there, short extra cover and a cover, and Denley, deeper of the two, is there to field. End of the over. Balderson 39 and Lancashire 204 for 4. .55 overs gone, so 41 remaining in the day. 2:45, so we'll be a little late for tea, but I don't think we're too long, because especially if we continue with spin from both ends.
Yeah, Nijar will continue from here. Number 26 from 9 so far. Again, doesn't feel like an awful lot of pressure coming at the moment for these. This pair out in the middle. And serenely past 100 partnership. Bohannon passes the individual 100 on a pad. Like it was going down. He was trying to help it down actually. Josh Bohannon, but didn't get any bat on it. John's been talking. Now, I may have opened a can of worms asking you about your championship team of the year. It's driven up to Marcus O'Riordan has come on as a sub-fielder actually for Kent. Quick cast around. Do we see Matt Quinn? We do. Nathan Gilchrist. Sorry, single off that last ball for Bohannon. As O'Riordan fielded. Looks like all the bowlers are on. As this is to the onside, full length delivery. Balderson just can't get much pace on it off the bat. And there is no run. I'm just trying to find a likely. It may well be one of these where O'Riordan's on for an over. Whoever it is will make themselves known very shortly. Daniel Bell Drummond, I think. And a quick look, unless he's fielding out of our view. Another dot ball, one more to come. The over rate is very healthy now with spinners from both end. But the statistic Kent are interested in is taking a wicket here as Nijar over the wicket to Balderson, who's on 39. Goes to drive there on the well on the ground, and Nathan Gilchrist can't stop it going for 4. And 209 for 4 Lancashire. Boundary at the end of the over from Nijar. Bohannon has 106. Balderson moves on to 43. John's saying he's a bit confused by the championship team of the season, how you pick it, and this is my ignorance, John, because I've not been on to do there. We send ours to someone who collates them, I think, for the commentator, so we're like in that. It says, when a batting position is clicked or tapped, the options include players from both divisions of the county championship. For example, positions 1 and 2, 7 options, 5 are second division batters, who are all good openers, 2 open for England, but they didn't score their runs against the bowling attacks of Surrey, Warwickshire, Essex, Lancashire, etc.
Yeah, it's combined, isn't it? The idea is a combined Division 1, Division 2 Team of the Year.
John is not a fan of that.
Is he not?
No.
Right. Okay.
I think he's saying that the preponderance of second division openers rather than first division openers on the opening as a choice feels unbalanced to him. A little disrespectful, he said.
Leaning to Bohannon. Angled into him. Full ball, which he digs out. And there's no run. Short, muscled away this time. Out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. All the way for 6, actually.
Okay.
That's a big hit by Bohannon. Sent out towards deep mid-wicket with quite a lot of intent. It's 112 to him now. 215 for 4. Leaning to Bohannon forward in defence. And again there is no run. Slip in place from around the wicket this time. And work back to Jack leaning. And there is no run. Down comes Bohannon, a little step towards the ball, has to force it through mid-on. Shot of aggression from Bohannon.
Yeah, he's taken 2 on in this over, hasn't he? Using his feet really well.
215 for 4. Let's run away to backward point. End of the over. Bohannon remains on 112 with Balderson on 43. So the opening batters in this combined county championship team of the season.
Who could you choose from?
Your list of options are Adam Lythe.
Yeah.
This is as of the round of this fixtures. Adam Lythe with 948 runs at an average of 52.
Yeah.
Alistair Cook, 808 runs, averaging 36.
Heard of him, yep.
Alex Lees, 1,200 runs at 75. Finley Bean, 941 runs at an average of 49. Jake Libby with 1,012 runs at an average of 53. Keaton Jennings, 716 runs at an average of 55. And Rishi Patel with 1,052 runs at an average of 47.
So, Jar over the wicket on the back foot. So, John pointing out Alex Lees, Jake Libby, Finley Bean, Rishi Patel, Adam Lythe, all second division openers. The other 2. See, first Keaton Jennings and Alistair Cook. But given some air by Nijar. Balderson, he's not going for that one. Defensive shot back at the bowler. There's no run. England have lost a 4th wicket. Ben Duckett has a century. Sam Hain's gone for 17. And England are 280 for 4 through 31 overs. So, yeah. Right, the batting now, though. Driven up to mid-off. Miao Fields, he's got his Kent cap stuck in the waistband of his trousers. On the back. It's only Jar. Left arm over the wicket once again. Like it turned a little bit, but there's no real danger again. There's no pace or bounce there off the pitch, and Balderson just drives a single up to mid-off. Goes on a 44, 112 for Bohannon.
I'm just looking through the list of first division run scorers. I'm trying to work out who could be on that list of potential opening choices.
Interesting. Okay, yeah. This is driven into the onside, mid-wicket, no run.
And it'd be interesting to know who, the emailer would suggest
who he'd like to pick.
Yeah, because there's not many options.
Well, that may well be the reason, I suppose. Then. So this is the offside, and there's no run. I mean, I think
in terms of batters, in terms of opening batters with runs in Division 1 this season, the 2 that are on the list, Cook and Jennings.
Yeah.
Are the I mean, you could maybe make a case for in a struggling Middlesex side for, I don't know, for Robson's got 750 runs. But I don't know what other options you would put in that as opening batters in that selection from Division 1. The opening batters who have had good seasons have been largely, with the exception of the 2 that are on the list, have been in Division 2.
That may well be the answer then. Sounds very sensible. But John, you may have another opinion on that. So yeah, just
it's Jack Leaning, and Bohannon's going to be stumped. Well, that's the breakthrough that Kent were desperately searching for. Leaning's tempted Bohannon down the pitch, and swift work with the gloves by Finch, and Bohannon departs stumped for 113. And the partnership, at last, from a Kent point of view, comes to an end. An impressive one for Lancashire, 121-run partnership. The end of Bohannon, his 4th century of the season, outstanding year for him. But he's gone for 113. And some relief for Kent, they've found a breakthrough.
Yeah, absolutely. He stand at 121. Rich applause here. Those that will say that Canterbury's a very one-eyed ground, but to say warmly applauded through his 50 and 100 end off the pitch as well. But 217 for 5, so 121 I think that partnership between the 2.
Yep.
And it just felt that Bohannon was getting, I mean, you know, last game of the season, etc., but just felt like he was getting a little bit antsy at the crease, didn't it? He'd attacked a couple, he did 1 for 6 off Jack Leaning in the previous over. And looked to aggress another one as well, and just moving his feet down the pitch. But credit to the bowler and wicketkeeper as well, obviously. Stumped him 113. Has done a great deal for his side. 2 big partnerships, the last 2 wickets, and 78 he put on with George Bell, 121 with George Balderson. And it's hers to come out next at 217 for 5.
Yeah, Matty Hurst, who made his debut, or first-class debut for Lancashire last week. Made his senior debut in the One Day Cup last month, but it was a debut game for him, and one to remember. He got himself a half century on debut, batted very nicely. He's joining George Balderson. So 217 for 5, Wells for 5, Jennings for 4, Bohannon for 113, Croft for 1, and Bell for 40. The wickets to go. There's Jack Leaning to Matty Hurst. Takes a single off the first ball he faces. Just eased out towards backward square leg for 1. The score moves on to 218 for 5. Brings Balderson on strike. The full details of that Bohannon innings. That's defended back to Leaning for no run. 113 off 167 deliveries, 205 minutes, 11 fours and 2 sixes. Forward again goes Balderson, defends. And there's no run, 218 for 5. Leaning, finding a way to break the partnership. Flatter and quicker and fuller to Balderson from Jack Leaning. That's driven away into the offside to end up Mayeye Fields at short extra cover, no run, and he's there again to stop this next shot from Balderson, which is pushed away into the offside. So end of the over, the wicket with the very first ball of it, then the single for Matty Hurst, and then 4 dot balls as well. So good stuff by Jack Leaning. 4 overs, 1 for 10. It's 218 for 5 as we edge towards the tea break on this opening day.
Middlesex won the toss and are batting, by the way, at Trent Bridge. Our colleague Kevin Hand. Cometh the hour, cometh the batting point. He questions. So, who knows? Wow. It's a question to pose to listeners. Yeah, certainly. With Kevin and Dave Bracegirdle, of course, Nottinghamshire against Middlesex. We urge you to stay here. We'll give you the scores anyway. I imagine if you're a Kent or Lancashire supporter, you'll probably be sticking here. 218 for 5. Chahal will take over from Nijar at this end. Leading has 1 to 10 for 10 from his 4. And a very timely breakthrough for Kent. Took a long time, I would say. First breakthrough after lunch. Coming up to 3 o'clock here. Short leg. And slip in. Charles, oh no, there we are. Wants to move Ben Compton round to, well, a silly mid off. So mirroring his position, but on the offside. And bowls now. Hurst, legs blade more or less getting on the back foot and driving it into the offside, fielded by Joe Denley, who's at cover. Look it now. Hurst driving this one straight. He'll take a single. This one quickly taken shy at the stumps by Nijar, but too late really. By the time he'd released the ball, I think Hurst was well in. He's a Matty Hurst, is that right?
Mm.
Yeah, there we go. It's just his second first-class match. And so his debut was last week.
Yep.
There we go. Sorry, apologies if I'm repeating. There we go. Round the wicket comes Charles to Balderson. Little punch into the onside, past Compton. He's in the danger area there as forward short leg, fielded by Everson. And they'll take themselves a single, 220 for 5.
He's a wicket keeper, Matty Hurst.
Gotcha.
I think George Bell will keep wicket in this match.
And defends that one, does Hurst. That's a dot ball. Bullocks it out. Born in Billinge, is that right?
Yeah, it's near Wigan, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Schooled in Wigan as well. Keeper batter. And faces now. A purchase maybe for Chahal there. I'd say deceived Hurst. He's got in front of that, but blocks it not far from himself.
Is he still
slim it off?
Is he still 19 or has he turned 20 now? He might have turned 20 now.
No, he's 19 still.
Okay, right.
He's an old 19.
Yeah.
If there is
Towards the
such
end
a
of
thing.
his teens.
Yeah, quite. December 10th. You can send him a birthday card then. Tawanda Mayeye. So Kent, last ball at least of the 60th over, are getting full attack here almost. Mayeye tiptoes across the pitch and doesn't leap it. So 2 men short, forward and short on the offside. Looking for the right hander, just prodding outside his off stump, and he nudges that on the leg side for a dot ball up to mid-on. That was a strange combination. We've got BBC Radio Kent's jingle coming on at exactly the same time as an alarm's gone off somewhere in the ground. I wonder what that was. Strange combination of sounds. The alarm's gone now. Hoping it's not your car. End of the over anyway. 220 for 5. KentCricket@gmail.com for all your emails, whether you're Kent or Lancashire or a neutral. Leaning round the wicket then to Balderson. Just gets forward on that one. It's gently inclines himself towards the ball, leaves it through to Harry Finch. Slipping his Aaron Nijar. And driven through the offside. And that's beaten Mayeye on the dive to cover. A shout from Jack Leaning, I think, of frustration. Going too full, and Balderson takes full advantage. Moving towards his half century here. Balderson looking for his 4th 50 of the campaign. towards 700 runs, defends that into the offside, and there's no run. It's been averaging 57.5. It's very fine work indeed. Oh, this is certainly his live average. Cut into the offside by Balderson. Lovely one-handed take by Chahal, and then backhands it on the run, running away from the pitch. And stops him getting a run. Gets a lot of applause, not least from his colleagues, actually. Round the wicket comes Leaning. Defends it. Does Balderson. And there's no run. 2-2-4 for 5. Leaning to Balderson. Dead bats into the offside. No run. 2-2-4 for 5. Balderson 49. Matty Hurst has 2 not out. 2-2-4 for 5. Oh, Lancashire having won the toss and elected to bat first here. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners shortly here. Oh, sunshine here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Getting 1 or 2 gulls keening above us. Decent crowd for a first day here. So Matty Hurst is surrounded here. Short leg, silly mid-off, and a slip in as well. I feel the right cover there. Back foot drives it straight back at the bowler with no great force. And it's a dot ball. Any breeze seems to have dropped now here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Middlesex at Nottinghamshire has got underway for those Kent supporters wondering what's going on elsewhere. In the relegation battle, at the top end, Surrey have a Hampshire 123 for 7. Fielded by Mier, dot ball there. 2-2-4 for 5. Hurst has 2, Balderson has 49. Yeah, it's a big one. This will dictate whether Kent stay up or go down from a county championship at Division 1. Lancashire 2-2-4 for 5. I would have said it'd been all Lancashire in this session had it not been for Josh Bohannon, who's got his 4th century of the season, the top run scorer in the county championship, being stumped off the bowling of Jack Leaning for 113. He put on a 121 partnership with George Balderson, who's still out there on 49, looking for his 4th half century of the season himself, the Lancashire batter. He's been joined by Matty Hurst on just his 2nd appearance in his fledgling career. Lancashire 2-2-4 for 5. I'd say just about honours even here. Perhaps Kent shading it with their performance in the first session when they took 4 wickets. 3 of them to Matt Quinn, who's been excellent so far. 1 to Gilchrist, now 1 to Captain Jack Leaning as well. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And Chahal over the wicket then to Hurst. Sees off a maiden, and that is the end of the over. Chahal 13 overs, 3 maidens, none for 30. And I can't remember where we are on the rotation. I think maybe David Fulton is going to take over from you, Scott. Is that right? Is that right?
Can do. That's no problem. Tea is only 5 minutes away.
Let's not do that then.
I'm happy to see it through.
You're going to be all right, Scott.
I think I can cope.
I'm just thinking about your health.
Oh, it's very kind of you.
I'm worried for you.
Very kind of you.
There we are. It's that rarity of all the overs being bowled on time.
It is, yeah. It's leading from around the wicket balls off the back foot. Balderson. Square drive for a single.
We're caught out.
To bring up a 50 for George Balderson.
Caused much amusement, I think, of the last game, when we were saying at the end of the day, I think it was a Nottinghamshire game, there were overs to make up, but all the overs have been bowled by the allotted finish time. We were saying, why on earth are the umpires taking more time here? And then someone pointed out, so you're allowed to do that. It's just no one bowls their overs on time, so you don't normally have an extra half an hour given to bowl extra overs, if that makes sense. So we were completely caught in the hat hot by the fact that the cricketers have done what they were supposed to for once. There we go.
225 for 5.
It's no excuse, but
Balderson's 50 coming off 118 deliveries. Hurst takes another single, this time nudged away towards mid-on for 1. He moves on to 3, 226 for 5.
He's had a very good season himself, hasn't he?
He has.
In the high 50s. And
Yeah. Yeah, he's turning into a very, very good all-rounder for Lancashire. He's still only 22. Forward again goes Balderson. I think he's 1 wicket away from 20 for the season.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
A couple of centuries this year as well. His first in first-class cricket. He's leaning to Balderson. Full of ball, which Balderson drives back down the pitch on the bounce to Jack Leaney. And there is no run. Sets off again. Balderson just leans onto that front pad and lifts the bat out the way. Taken by Finch. His 1 slip in place. And he's mid-off, short cover, backward point and a deep point. Short mid-wicket and mid-on. Defended by Balderson. And there is no runs. That chokes another over off. There's 33 remaining in the day. With Lancashire 226 for 5.
Look, I'm going to defend myself here, but bowling the right number of overs by 10 past 3. Who heard of such a thing?
It never happens.
Won't catch on, I can tell you
No.
that. No. But yeah, Kent have been bowling double spin for a bit now.
Yeah, but I think all afternoon it's been from this end, hasn't it? I don't think we've seen any seam from this end of the ground. It's in a bit of seam from the Nagadam Road end of the ground, but I think spin from Chahal or from Nijar.
As this is engineered into the offside for a single by Balderson. By Hurst rather, sorry. Balderson comes on to strike. Made that 50 from 122 balls so far. That's looked very good so far. And of course that century partnership with Josh Bohannon, who went for 113. It's angled in by Chahal, again trying to find the bit of rough outside the left-hander's off stump. Short leg, silly mid-off, slip in as well. And giving that a bit of width and turning quite a bit out of the footmarks, but not really troubling Balderson that much, just deflecting it back to, or with the spin towards Matt Quinn, a backward square. Beautiful day here, still at Canterbury, driven by Balderson, and it is a good shot. Slightly overpitched by Chahal, but it's taken the treatment. Good hand speed through that, driven through the offside, 4 runs, 2-3-1 for 5.
He's such an elegant player, George Balderson. Lovely driver of the ball, a stylish player. It's been good to watch this season.
Chahal has the ball back in hand now. Bowls to Balderson, gives up plenty of loop. Balderson responds by patiently blocking it. For a dot ball, 1 more to come. This will be T on the stroke of 3:10, won't it? Crikey. It's deflected away. It's no run as Leaning goes to field it. Chahal goes back to grab his hat. And is that T? It is indeed. 2-3-1 for 5 then Lancashire. Their session with 125 for 1. I make that over the session. That is some quick run scoring as well as looking stylish. Just the loss of Josh Bohannon. Lancashire 19 short of their first batting point. Kent a wicket short of their second bowling bonus point. And I would say perhaps even Stevens from this morning now, with Lancashire exercising a good deal of control in the second session, Scott.
Yeah, from 106 for 4 was the lunchtime score to 231 for 5 at tea. Represents a very good session for Lancashire. And Bohannon, even though his work he's done with the bat for the day, has been front and centre of that session for Lancashire, and he's had some very fine support from George Boberson. So yeah, good afternoon that for Lancashire.
We'll be back in 20 minutes time here on the commentary. Enjoy your tea. We'll speak to you then. Welcome back. Third session, first day, final session. Not the final game of the season, but the first day, if that makes any sense. 2-3-1 for 5. Lancashire, though, are resuming with Matty Hurst on 4. George Balderson, his 4th half-century of the season at the other end. He shared in a 121 partnership with Josh Bohannon, the 1 Lancashire batter to go in the second session of the day. Drive by Hurst off the bowling of Najjar from the far end, coming around the wicket, the left arm spinner. And that's Bohannon's 4th century of the season in that big partnership, also shared in a 78 partnership with George Bell early on. Kent had a great start to the match, had Lancashire 18 for 3 after losing the toss and being told to bowl first. 3 for Quinn so far, 1 for Gilchrist, 1 for Leaning, who took the only wicket to fall in the second session. So Lancashire dominated the second session, 126 for 1 with a bat. Kent had the better of the first with 4 wickets. Update coming from BBC Radio Kent listeners, so I'm going to repeat all that again in just a moment. Balderson has 54, Hurst has 4. Leo Alf's coming to us right now. Yeah, just after the interval here, Lancashire 231 for 5. So Kent did manage to take a wicket in the second session, but just the one. Josh Bohannon had made 113, though, by the time he gave charge to the spinner Jack Leaning, the Kent captain, taking the wicket courtesy of a stumping by Harry Finch. So Bohannon went for 113, his 4th century of the season, the County Championship's top run scorer, sharing in a 121 partnership with George Balderson, who's since gone on to 54. He's been joined by Matty Hurst on just his second first-class game of his fledgling career. So Lancashire 2-3-1 for 5. Kent need as many points as possible from this game to try and avoid relegation from County Championship Division 1 on, yes, the final game of the season. A maiden to start just after tea this final session of the first day from Aaron Najjar. 2-3-1 for 5. Lancashire. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And yeah, we'll start with a maiden from Aaron Najjar.
Double spin, always nice to see.
Yes.
Might get away on time tonight, Matt, which is a rare occurrence in the Championship. And some good news for Kent. Up at Trent Bridge, Middlesex have lost their first wicket, 33 for 1. Sam Robson, who made a valiant, if ultimately futile, 100 at Lords against Warwickshire in their last match, is out for 17. So an important scalp. Remembering that Kent have to equal or better Middlesex's points haul to remain in Division 1. And I think that might be a wicket. It is. Chahal has got his man. Balderston on the back foot, looking to work it into the leg side. Spun sharply. Little inside edge onto the thigh pad, straight to short leg. And Balderston's 127 ball vigil is over. He's gone for 54.
Yeah, that's great news for Kent, isn't it? Ben Compton with the catch. He's got plenty of bruises in the last 3 or 4 games at short leg, but comes up with a catch. Great one earlier on as well. It's a running catch to get rid of Keaton Jennings' first one in the piece. But yes, Kent just striking back 2-3-1 for 6. Lancashire looking pretty much untroubled for that second session, but striking straight after the tea interval. I'll be delighted with that.
Yeah, amongst the youngsters, well, I say youngsters. Tom Bailey might be wandering out soon. But, yeah, important wicket. Balderston played really nicely. Was well set, but you've got to start again after an interval. Always gives you an opportunity as a fielding side to maybe strike when the batsman's concentration is not quite at its most intense. He's gone. Somerset in some disarray. 37 for 5 against Warwickshire. Not much on that game. In the County Championship race, Northampton 136 for 4. So Essex have their first bowling point. And Surrey were going nicely against Hampshire. Can't find that game at the moment, but they were taking wickets. Yeah, 155 for 7 at the Aegeus, Hampshire, so lots to play for at both ends of the table. Here is the tall figure of Bailey.
Yes, I'll find those live scores myself. So, yeah, 155 for 7, Hampshire. The Aegeus against Surrey. Middlesex 2 down.
2 down.
Against Nottinghamshire, 33 for 2. We take no pleasure in that, of course. Just stating a fact. Somerset 37 for 5 at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. Sorry, did you say that already? I beg your pardon. That's a... And England, crikey.
England, crikey.
That's a no result already. Come off the field at 280 for 4.
Was that Bristol?
Yes.
Yeah, looked like there was a lot of rain in the west. Yeah, so here's Chahal. Bailey in his sights, and he's back and punching, and silly point had jumped out the way. That must be Compton again. And this is where the leg spinner could wreak some havoc, bowling at the tail. Bailey's a bit better than that in terms of being a tail ender. Bowling all-rounder, Tom Bailey, really? Bowler who bats. Bowler who bats. More than useful, but suggest maybe from what I've seen, 8 is one spot too high, possibly. But very fine bowler, that's for certain. It's a bowling average of 23, 357 wickets at 23 is a very fine effort. He's playing full defensive to Chahal. Batting wise, he has 10 50s, no first class 100, so bowler who bats sounds about right.
I was expressing surprise at that game being abandoned, but it looks like absolute torrential downpours at Bristol.
He nudges this one into the offside. There's no run. Don't just call these things off for the sake of
No,
it,
but
Matt,
I mean, I think it happened quickly. It happened probably in an hour. There was a problem getting the covers on as well because of the gales there. Yeah. So
Zach Crawley might get back for this evening.
He might.
He might call the game off, says the skipper. I've got work to do. Kent need me at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, and with that he was off. You know, probably.
Kent start going to
probably afford a helicopter as well. Big Zach, he might be jetting in, as we say. I wouldn't put it past him parachuting out over the ground.
I think he'll be James Bond style.
Yeah, straight in there.
He'll be on the phone saying, "Can you tell the boys not to take any more quick wickets? It's going to take me a hot minute to get back." We'll see.
Well, the prospect of him batting is looming large at 231 for 6, albeit probably not tonight. Wicket successful over from Chahal.
Nijar will bowl to Hurst. It's a punch into the not really a punch, a drive into the onside. The fielders has gone down for that. Has not got back up, but I don't think that's a problem. It looks a bit like is that Joe Denley out there? I think it's like he was going down for a rest there, actually, having a nice nap.
That's what happens when you get to a certain age.
I was going to say 20 to 4.
Takes a while to get up.
I don't think that's a bad idea at all, Joe. That's
yeah, it's definitely
Joe. Drive by Bailey and a no run.
He's had 1 or 2 injury problems this year, hasn't he, with kind of hamstrings and shoulders and elbows in the recent past. So you see him go down, you're delighted to see him get up again.
Nijar goes wide of the crease, bowls to Bailey. The tall fella gets the front pad a long way down the pitch and pushes with the bat into the offside. It's fielded by Mayeye. He's got the sunglasses on his cap in the air and then gone, and it's a slap into the offside, or attempted anyway, but it's just looped up to Nathan Gilchrist at point. The most simple catch for the Kent bowler, and it's 2-3-2 now. 4-7. Lancashire lose 2 wickets for a single run just after the tea interval, and Nijar adding to the wicket from Chahal just an over ago.
Yeah, useful wicket. The bowler who bats is on his way back. I just wonder, we talked kind of at length earlier about what this game means in the context of the Championship, and with Kent having more on the line than Lancashire. Scott Reed made the point that there's a lot of individuals have things to play for, but I would imagine Tom Bailey with the bat has less to play for than most. probably wants to get amongst the Kent top order with the ball. But, that's not to say he threw his wicket away with scant care, but it was a slightly errant shot, wasn't it? A bit loose.
Yeah, just said easy as you like for Nathan Gilchrist. Didn't have to move. And just about chest high, dollied up to him.
Jack Blatherwick, the new batter. One of my favourite cricketers on the circuit for no other reason than he sounds like he's straight out of a Dickens novel.
He does.
Like I mentioned last year.
Good call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if for all the names on the county circuit, Blatherwick would be the one that Dickens would have gone to.
He turns out now, has a quick chat with Matty Hurst, who's young for this county game. He's only 19 years old and his second first-class match.
I could be wrong, but Hurst looks quite a small batter as well. There's some big strapping lads in the Lancashire side, but there are also some small ones. Bohannon is small, Bell was small. Hurst looks pretty diminutive.
Yeah, that's true enough.
You've got Jennings and Wells who are tall batters, and Blatherwick and Bailey are tall lads.
Yeah, Blatherwick's a good 6'3"-ish looks from here, maybe taller than that. And Nijar will bowl to him. A slip in now, short leg still. Here's Ben Compton. Nijar coming around the wicket then to the tall right-hander, number 4 on his back, Jack Blatherwick. Just looking at his summer so far. With the bat, not spectacular. 35, but going at 21 as he sees this last ball off. 2-3-2 for 7. Applause for Aaron Nijar. Be 1 or 2 looking at Nijar, I would have thought, for next season. He's out of contract with Essex, been released by them. He's done a decent job for Kent. I wonder if they might be in for him, but obviously they'll have Matt Parkinson to spin the ball that way. Does that make any difference, I suppose, in a squad balance?
Yeah, possibly, but he's got a good one-day pedigree as well. They'll also look at what they've got coming through. Someone like a Jaden Denley, who acquitted himself quite well in the one-day cup, is a batter, left-arm spinner, genuine all-rounder that they rate highly. You might think we're better off with giving Jaden some cricket rather than Nijar, but a good opportunity for Aaron Nijar to impress and stake a claim. And not just for Kent, if he takes a little 5 for here and keeps Kent up, other counties will look too. Chahal is in and bowling to Hurst, who's on the back foot all the time in the world, just pushes it out, no run.
Yeah, it's a good point. Obviously, then, bring another player in his way effectively. Then his way means he gets less cricket.
Driving and thinks about a single. Chahal missed fields, but stopped enough of it. And Bell Drummond sweeps up. Yeah, I mean, Jaden's got another year at school, which would be a factor. So timing is so important, isn't it? If Jaden was available all of next year, and to be fair, the school are quite, they do allow Jaden time off to play for Kent. I'm sure if he got selected for a first-class game, they would look at it. But he'll have a year of exams as well, so there's a balance. Down the wicket is Hurst. Attractive-looking shot. Bell Drummond fields. Didn't get all of that. And they're the things you've got to weigh up when you're trying to put a squad together. You don't really want to stand in someone, put a cricketer in a talented young player's way, but if they're good enough, they should come through anyway. And he's gone for a big heave over the top, and he's got enough of it to clear mid-on. Quinn running back, looking slightly laboured after quite a few overs, and Bell Drummond will field down in front of our commentary position on the practice wickets. They get a couple, so just some signs that Lancashire are going to play a little bit more aggressively. We saw Bailey's shot, and then that one from Hurst. Perhaps they're thinking we'll get amongst the Kent top order before Crawley arrives. Whether it by helicopter or tomorrow morning.
You have no idea the huge influence he's having on this game by not being here.
This one has worked quietly into the leg side, and Quinn feels he's been swapped out, not for the first time today, from that mid-on position. Swap with Miaye. He's at mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, I think it'll be intriguing tonight if, with 5 or 6 overs remaining, Kent do have to bat. Do you put Ben Compton in to open the batting, knowing that, you know, if there is to get out?
Well, even if he doesn't, Nigel's been telling us on the emails. Actually, Kent confirmed that as well. So if he bats, that's Zach Crawley's first innings effectively for Compton, even if he's not out.
Is that correct? I thought he could come in if he's not out. I thought if he's not out, it's looped in the air, but he's going to get away with it as Bell Drummond fields and thinks about a shy. I thought if he were not out, then Crawley could come in. So okay, so if Compton bats,
basically
that's his first innings.
That's his first innings, yeah. So and then Crawley will only get one bat. So
okay, so you'd be inclined to think that Compton might not.
Possibly,
especially given Crawley, what was it? The last home game got 150, didn't he, against Notts, and looked in decent touch. So
I think a brutal beauty, certainly.
Yeah. So Compton probably out there thinking, this is brilliant. I'm here to field at that pad. Well, they smash balls past my nose. And when it's my turn to bat,
it's a good point, actually.
England player is going to come in and take my spot.
He's very much a team player, though, Ben Compton, isn't he?
What a game this is.
Really,
throw away from off stump.
Andrew's saying from Japan. Andrew, great to hear from you. Says Blatherwick and Scrimshaw would make a fine Dickensian firm, a law firm. It's Blake House, is it?
Dropped by leaning at slip. Bit of spin. And what Dickens would make of that one was by Jack Leaning standards, a very fine slipper. That was straightforward. Can happen when you're captaining in this stage. You're thinking ahead and plotting your next moves, and sometimes you're just not quite in the moment.
Yeah, it's left out the outside the off stump. Sorry, is this my over? I've completely lost
it is.
I've
but
lost the thread entirely. Beautifully described, though. I thought I'd leave you that one. 2, 3, 5 for 7. I'll just do the dot.
You had your head in Dickens.
I'll do the dot balls as Nijar bowls to Hurst. Trying to get down the pitch to that one and drives it, but only as far as Joe Denley at mid-wicket. Slip in. For Hurst, actually, Compton's been dispatched. Are they trying to keep him on strike here? Well, that's a nice wide one tossed out there. He leaves that one. Are they trying to go at Blatherwick here, I wonder? 2, 3, 5 for 7. Very defensive field for Hurst. End of the over. And Nijar has 1 for 35 now. Chahal has 1 for 38. The spin twins. 3 wickets for Kent to take. They have a second bowling bonus point, of course.
Yes.
So they're now 3 points ahead of Middlesex. If that means anything at this point, I'm not sure it does. But
well, they will count.
They do. Middlesex 42 for 2. Almost said for 4 there. I would have given people heart palpitations.
It's nice to see 2 spinners in tandem, isn't it? You know, they're getting through your overs. But also, Scott made a really good point about Matt Parkinson, which is not easy having a career as a leg spinner in English conditions, but also kind of make the point as Chahal bowls here to Blatherwick, and that looked like a wrong one, which he punches out the extra cover and he hits it hard. It's going down the hill. Going to take, not going to catch that down the slope. Experience there. But, he struck that nicely. Boundary to him. Yeah, going to make the point as well that not a lot of batters face a lot of quality spin. Certainly for over after over from both ends. So that'll be a challenge for the batting side too. This one's on the money from Chahal. It's just a different tempo when you bat against spin. Overs flash by, the balls keep coming. Don't have a lot of time in between deliveries. He's defending off the back foot. Blatherwick, no run.
Yes, some controversy at Bristol about water getting under the covers, I think, there.
Okay.
Reflect very well on the...
Quietly defending off the front foot. Nice bit of loop and dip from Chahal, bit of spin. Blatherwick equal to it. Yeah, just see you've got George DeBell up there on Twitter.
But we're not there. But yeah, George DeBell saying it doesn't look good for the host county there. But
this one is turned onto the leg side. There is no run. Good bit of work from Finch, scurrying away to prevent the single. Yeah, I'm hosting their rewards in a couple of weeks' time.
Okay, let's not talk about it too much then.
Well, I'll let you talk about it. Bad luck on the Bristol ground staff by the sounds of things.
There we go.
It's a bit of spin and left alone by Blatherwick, who could have possibly had a little dart at that, but decided against. So the boundary off the over. 239 for 7. Feels like Kent just shading it at the minute with these wickets in this session. 2 in consecutive overs, but we've seen before the wickets kind of go bang bang, and then there's a partnership. Can rest of the initiative away.
What we've seen for this pitch at times feels, from a Kent point of view, 239 for 7 is not bad. Here's Nijar from the far end, left by Hurst. Gets a little bit of bounce. Shoulders, arms as Hurst through to the keeper. Hello, says Ian from the sunny Fylde coast. Lovely up there. As Nijar bowls to Hurst, drives it, but only as far as Gilchrist. On the hop, he throws that one back in, side-armed. Thanking us for the commentary. Well, that's very kind. And perhaps I should leave this one for when Scott comes back. He's got some nice things to say about Scott. We know that happens all the time, but still. That's cut away by Hurst for a single. Now it comes on to strike. Nijar concedes that one. John's saying just what you said, actually mirroring the thoughts of David Fulton. Zach Crawley may be helicoptering over in time to bat today. Eyes on the skies, John. He's out there somewhere. To paraphrase, this one's defended in the offside. There's no run. And round the wicket comes Nijar on the back foot. Engineering us into the offside is Blatherwick. No run though.
Trying to get some confirmation on this if Ben Compton were to bat in the first innings.
I'm pretty sure they said that. The Kent office had said that already. But absolutely
if he's not out, Zach can't take over from him. I'm just trying to clear that up.
It's up in the air. Will Beldrum get underneath? He's trying. It's swirling around and he takes it. And Blatherwick goes long-handled. Got a roughish top edge there. It's a bit of an agricultural swing of the bat up in the air. Daniel Beldrum had to readjust his feet 3, 4, 5, maybe half a dozen times, but got underneath it. Blatherwick goes 4-5 off the bowling of Nijar, caught by Daniel Beldrum, and eventually, and it's 240 for 8 now, and they have lost 3 wickets, 4-9 now Middlesex after tea.
Well, a little bit gifted, these wickets since tea. Certainly Bailey's and that one, but yeah, some big old hoiks. And Kent won't mind at all. They've built some pressure, and this is the advantage, as we were saying. 2 spinners, dots being joined up, a little bit of pressure. Tail sometimes don't quite have the skill to be able to just steer the ball around. Big wicket at Balderston. That was a good bit of bowling from Chahal. A smart catch by Compton. But yeah, Bailey having a bit of a swat at Nijar. And Blatherwick doing similarly. So 3 wickets since tea.
So, actually, we'll read your email out now. We've got a bit of break in play. Thanks to Scott Reed, says Ian from the sunny Fylde coast, for his super coverage of Lancs again this season and contributions to Radio Lancashire's Inside Edge programme as well. Whatever players have been selected for the county team of the season, he says, excited to see the likes of Rue and De Keras coming through alongside stalwarts like Rushworth and Dawson. I'd say the county game is in rude health, but Helen surely must get some England recognition soon. For what it's worth, my selection seemed to have a very long tail. Well, Ian, batters are there to bat, bowlers are there to bowl. Winterwell, he says, Ian, thank you very much for that. We'll pass that on to Scott when he's back onto commentary, of course, as well. He says, Hurst, yes, born in Billinge alongside Gus Fraser and the poet Lem Sissay and singer-songwriter Richard Ashcroft of the Verve. There's an eclectic mix of people coming from Billinge there.
Oh, talented
and me, says Ian. Well, there we go. We know the Renaissance man that is Ian on kentcricket@gmail.com. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, what a cricketing side they make. Chahal then over the wicket. And to Hurst, trying to make himself room once again, driving to the offside, and Denley fields.
Or particularly Ashcroft. He was a lucky man, wasn't he? Was that one of their songs? Lucky Man with the Verve?
Indeed.
Yeah.
I'm so tempted to go local radio on this one. This is a cutaway to the offside. Cheesy links. And 2 taken. 242 for 8. As Kent are hoping this final game of the season won't be a bittersweet symphony for them. And
oh dear.
now here are the Beach Boys. Now it's Jahal to Hurst defending back up the pitch, and there's no run. I do apologise for that.
Match of the Day. Did you watch Match of the Day the other night when John Duran scored for Aston Villa?
Oh no, what happened? Gary Lineker happened?
Lineker and others.
Of course.
Just went full Duran. There was a...
Ooh, it's a slog sweep there by Hurst. Looks like he's got all of that, and that will go for 6, says umpire Middlebrook. And the score goes on to 248 for 8. He's on the 16.
Yeah, good shot.
Which ones do they pick?
Oh, you know what? I can't even remember now, but there were 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Good ones.
Bit hungry like the wolf, maybe.
There was, yeah. I think that was the first one. He larruped it in the top corner.
Oh, having a little. Well, I say they are. Umpire Middlebrook has looked at the ball because Chahals asked him and passed it straight back to him.
Seats. So
yeah.
What Chahal got by way of riposte? Nothing really. Just nicely flighted, landed a fraction shorter. Hurst just pushing it down the pitch. So not depending on Hurst here. Williams having a bat. Hartley due to come in for him.
Point, yeah.
And that's one turned through square legs. So you'd imagine that Williams, if a couple of wickets fall quickly, will have plenty of bowling tonight because Hartley probably take over tomorrow. So this is the slight vagary and what I was getting at with the Zach Crawley thing, because actually Williams will bowl and Hartley will take over halfway through the innings.
I see what you mean. He will bowl. He will bowl in his stead.
But what you're saying is that if Compton is not out, Crawley will not come in and bat for him. That is his opportunity gone to bat. That's what I'm seeking.
That is the case.
Clarification, because I'm not sure that's right. I thought if he was not out, a bit like the bowler can replace someone, then the batter can be replaced. But you know what? No one's coming back to me.
I'm shaken now.
Oh no. I hopefully have news.
That's good.
I thought Lorne was going to... Lorne, if you're listening, I know you're busy writing down wickets and things, but come back to me.
Yeah.
And let us know what the rule is.
It's like priorities, Lorne.
Yeah.
And the wicket comes Nijar, and it's a drive from Hurst up to mid-off. Bell Drummond fields, and there's no run. Sorry, it's a single run. Beg your pardon. I've gone through for one. That's a 250, in fact, for Lancashire as well. Of 72.1 overs. 18 for Hurst.
That is a batting point.
Yeah. Indeed so. Kent have 2 bowling points so far. Elsewhere, looking at the middle set score, they're moving on, 58 for 2.
And under the new rules this year, 250 is the first batting point, is that correct?
That's right, yes.
Yeah. Which is, I'm not sure, been universally liked as a rule. I think lower scoring games, I do think that bonus points is something they can look at.
Nijar bowls to Williams, his first delivery faced into the onside, no run.
Because actually if you play on a fast scoring ground like the Oval and good pitch, then a team is going to pick up more batting points than if you play somewhere that nibbles around a bit more.
Nijar to Williams, again forward defensive, this time in the offside.
And I'm not suggesting that Surrey are winning the championship by virtue of the fact that the bonus point system is skewed in their favour. That's not what I'm saying. I just think that it doesn't take into account the different vagaries of different grounds and surfaces.
And the jar to Williams on the back foot defensive.
Whereas, if you look at, say, the way the Rugby World Cup works, where you get a certain number of tries, or you get within within 7 points of the opposition, I think that could be looked at. You know, if a team gets 300. Oh, here we go.
Jar comes around the wicket then. Fifth ball, the 73rd over to Williams. Takes a quick single, and Joe Denley hairs in from mid-wicket, but not quick enough to stop Williams getting through at 4-1. 251 for 8. Clarification?
Well, clarification from Scott, who has found an article in The Guardian.
Right.
Yeah, and also from Kent Scorer Lawnhart has come back to me saying yes. So they're saying the same thing, which is good news. That, Zach will only be able to bat in the second innings if Compo was to bat at all in this first innings, whether he's out or not out, because he's a direct replacement.
Right.
So there we go. So depending on the state of play when Kent go out there, I mean, look, they might be really relaxed about Ben Compton going to bat, because he's your opening batsman, and actually what you wouldn't want to be is hiding him down the order to find that Kent's top order, suddenly 30 for 4, and you're like, well, why didn't we open with Compton? So, but I think if there was 4 or 5 overs left, then they might be inclined to open with others and leave Zach to bat tomorrow. But, the tactics, I'm sure they'll be talking about it.
That last ball of the over, by the way, thrown wide by Nijar, so they can start with Chahal against Williams. Assuredly, that was the case, because it was just flirting with the legality in terms of wide there, Chahal.
So a bit of spin and an edge from Williams. So a nice delivery from Chahal. He's going to think about a second. The hurry.
As a captain, how much are bonus points in your mind? And I ask this because my feeling is that captains think more about the win when they're setting runs in the first innings, because it's 16 points for a win, isn't it? And incremental batting points. What do you say?
Well, they're not mutually exclusive. Generally, the more batting points you get, the better position you are in the game. So, I would say that yes, they're. As he turns it into the leg side, Hurst, and we'll pick up a comfortable single. They're going to scamper back for 2. No, they're not. Good bit of work from Miyeye, who recognised Hurst trying to get back on strike. Yeah, they're not. They're perhaps a little incidental. If you're going about your business, you're batting well, then you just collect them as you go. You don't necessarily tick them off. You just bat, and you'll collect them in due course. That said, if you're approaching, is it still 110 overs? First 110 overs of the... then you will, as you near the end of the bonus point kind of over allocation, you will look where you are and you'll think, okay, we need to push on a bit to get another point. So that'll focus your mind a bit, because as we're seeing, every point is crucial. As Williams defends stoutly back down the pitch. So yeah, you try and pick up every point you can. And championship titles and relegation battles have, over the years, been decided by the odd point, so you don't neglect them. Bit of spin from Chahal, Williams equal to it. But yeah, your priority is to win the game, you're quite right. Oh, that's out. Has to be, surely. Oh. Maybe just saying, umpire Middlebrook, that it pitched outside leg stump. And that might be a very good decision, but my instinct was that it was hitting halfway up middle. And it's just where it pitched. Just going to look at the replay at the perfect angle. Yeah, good decision. Just pitched outside leg stump. This one defended. There's a gully in position who stops the ball. Matt's got an update.
Yeah, that's Joe Denley in at gully there. End of the over, 253 for 8 Lancashire. So 3 quick wickets after tea for Kent, able to press their advantage. Zach Crawley's helicopter is just passing Reading services. Who knows? 253 for 8. Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners right now. At the end of that over. Yeah, 3 quick wickets for Kent after tea, getting them back in this first day. Certainly, the 2 spinners, Nijar and Chahal, operating from either end at Canterbury right now. Chahal took the one immediately after tea, getting rid of George Balderson for 54. Good catch from Ben Compton, close in for that one. And then 2 rather agricultural shots from a couple of bowlers, Tom Bailey and Jack Blatherwick, going within 3 runs of each other. A looping catch up to Gilchrist, an easy one for him off Nijar. Bailey going for none. Then Blatherwick, a steepling, swirling catch for Daniel Beldrummond to get underneath, gone for 5. Kent took 3 quick wickets after Lancashire won the toss this morning and decided to bat first. They batted almost unperturbed through the second session with a century from Josh Bohannon. Kent getting into it towards the end of this first day. 254 for 8. I'd say just about level pegging at the moment at Leo. A massively important game for this one. Last of the season for Kent. Had to try and keep themselves ahead of Middlesex, get more points than them or equal their points tally to stay up rather than get relegated in County Championship Division 1. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And a huge swipe into the offside by Williams. He's missed it. There's an appeal. It's not going to be out LBW. Couple of deliveries to go of this 75th over. Scott Reed will call back to commentary to join David Fulton very shortly. 2 balls to go of this Nijar over. And left outside the off stump, pretty wide from Williams. For Williams, rather. And no run. 24 Hurst, 2 for Williams so far. 14 these 2 have put on for the 9th wicket.
Middlesex have lost a 3rd wicket, 62 for 3.
Yeah.
Which, good news from a Kent perspective on the one hand, but it also might mean that kind of a pitch that's doing plenty.
It's a bit of a drag by Nijar. Trying to bowl it quicker, I think, but it's driven by Williams up towards Beldrummond, and perhaps that won't be the worst thing in the world for Kent because he takes a single and nicks the strike for the next over. 255 for 8 Lancashire, Williams 3. Hurst has 20 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Lancashire and BBC Manchester via the BBC Sport website and app. I'll leave you with Scott Reed and David Fulton.
So Lancashire 255 for 8, 75 overs bowled. New ball around the corner. I'm not sure Kent will take it with the spinners operating quite successfully in the last half hour or so. Good afternoon to Scott Reed.
Hey, Dave.
Here's Chahal. Begins a new over, and this is a bit short and wide, isn't it? Kind of thumped into the floor by Williams. He bat with Williams?
Yeah, he can hang around a bit, yeah.
He's on the back foot working this into the leg side. Get a single. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him bowl. I know Hartley is due to replace him. Nice opportunity for him to have a little run out tonight with 20 overs or so remaining. Just wonder whether Lancashire might even contemplate a declaration just to see what Kent want to do, just to see whether they'll, in an effort to prevent Zach Crawley, they might say, well, let's see what Ben Compton's going to do, or whether he's going to hide down the order a bit. This one is down the wicket, and this is up in the air, but it's going to bounce short of the deep point fieldsman.
The interesting thing is how Kent think about using Crawley here, isn't it? I think you were chatting with Matt about at what point do they think about not opening with Ben Compton? So you got Crawley in 2 innings. It's an interesting decision to make.
Well, I think if the wickets went now, as we see to Chahal in again, and Williams defends quietly to silly point, I think now you'd open with Ben Compton, because if you don't, and you suddenly find yourself 30 for 4, I kind of think our solid opening batter has not been used, and I can imagine what the members might think of it. Having said that, as Williams defends another one in near identical fashion, I think if you remember, you probably fancy seeing Zach Crawley. 150 last time out at the St Lawrence ground. And that's no disrespect to Ben Compton, who's been a very fine signing and done very well over the last couple of years as Williams pinches a single to mid-wicket. And he'll keep the strike, Kent won't mind that.
Yeah, it's a slightly awkward one, isn't it? Because 20 overs is a lot still to go. Well, you'd obviously lose a couple for the change of innings, but it's quite a lot of cricket to go today if there were to be 2 quick wickets in Lancashire or all out, and then we just leave them with the prospect of having Zach Crawley for 1 innings of the match. But that could be the innings that's the key one, couldn't it? Because it could be the innings where Kent are having to chase something.
Yeah, potentially. But why wouldn't you want your England batter? You know, he's had a standout summer. He was England's leading run scorer in the Ashes. He can take a game away from an opposition very quickly, and they might be thinking here, you know, if Lancashire all out for 280, Kent could post 450. He might only have to bat once if Zach Crawley gets going.
Najjar in and bowls to Williams off the back foot and carved away into the offside for no run. So are you thinking that they would... You're now talking yourself into dropping Compton down the order now, aren't you?
But possibly. I mean, the complicating factor is that Ben Compton is your specialist opening batter. You know, Tawanda Miyeye is still learning his game.
Williams goes back and defends, no run.
So if there are 7 or 8 overs to negotiate tonight, the person best equipped to do that, with the players out there, without doubt, is Ben Compton. But that then means you've only got half a game for Zach Crawley.
As Williams dabs the ball away to the onside.
So you're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't, because I guarantee what will happen if they drop Ben Compton down the order, Kent will be 3 down and people will be moaning. And if Ben Compton does go out there and grinds away, he'll be thinking, well, Zach Crawley be taking this game away from...
Driven away by Williams, down into the offside. Tawanda Miyeye fields, no run.
It's a good talking point, though, and it's something that doesn't happen often. I think one of the great things about longer form cricket, championship cricket, test cricket, is the kind of the nuances, the subtleties, the tactics that you don't always see in the kind of crash bang wallop versions of the game, and this is a card that Kent may have to play.
Okay, Williams just dabbing this delivery into the onside, no run.
I mean, they might not get the opportunity to if these two bat out the rest of the day. I mean, we're talking, 20 overs left. Scheduled finish is, 5:30?
Yep.
5:30? You'd think the way Lancashire have gone about it in the last half an hour, that's unlikely. But it's not beyond the realms.
Looped up by Najjar, outside off stump, and left by Williams. Maiden over that. And... but it has kind of bumbled on quite quickly, hasn't it, since the tea break? The afternoon session for Lancashire was a highly profitable one in which Bohannon dominated nicely, but it certainly has advanced a little quicker since tea. Yeah, the Balderston wicket was a big one, and then Bailey and the last 2 wickets that have fallen, Bailey and Blatherwick, were rather gifted. As I mentioned with Matt, was kind of going back to our point earlier, where Lancashire not having much to play for as a team. The batters obviously want to score their runs, want to do things properly, but the bowlers are probably less inclined to really dig in when they've got an opportunity end of the season, a little bit demob happy on the beach. Oh, we're going to play a few shots. We're not in relegation danger as Chahal begins a new over and Hurst is punching out to deep point to get a single. On the flip side, of course, is the Hartley and Williams discussion, isn't it? Yes, and that's advantage Lancashire. Well, it is, isn't it? Well, because Williams can bowl and be replaced, so the batter cannot be replaced. So Compton can't be replaced if he's not out. Yes. Zach Crawley can't come in and take over. Compton has to continue, but Williams can have a spell or 2. So defending is the aforementioned Williams for no runs. He could have a spell. He could take 3 or 4 for do his job. I presume Hartley has to take over as soon as possible, as soon as he's available, or to Lancashire kind of do the old favourite where he's taking a little while on the motorway, stuck in a bit of traffic. Since he defends this one back down the pitch. You know what I'm saying? Slightly cynical. It goes back to the Kirtley Hutchinson thing that I mentioned earlier, where
Lancashire might not be in a hurry to take Will Williams off the pitch if he skittles a few tonight and he runs in tomorrow morning and Hartley just stuck at Glackett Lane Services 10 miles up the road having a little coffee because he maybe a little power nap or something as Williams takes a sixfer. I'll rock up second innings, lads, if that's all right.
Happy days.
Got flat tyre. See Mark Chilton and the coaching staff. Just take your time, Tom. Will's going nicely. No rush.
Yes, it does make...
it's all good fun.
It is good fun, and we're having a bit of a laugh. It does make it a little unfair, that though, doesn't it? It doesn't feel like it's a fair way to do it, in truth.
Well, I think what's strange is that Williams and Hartley are not... Hartley is not a like-for-like replacement. You've got Morley, who's your left-arm spinner. That would seem like the like-for-like replacement.
Well, they want two spinners.
Well, I know, but only in the second innings, which is why he's going to take his time getting here, which is the bit that I'm taking umbrage at. You know, Lancashire can have all the fun they like. Kent are playing for their first division live. Chahal around the wicket. That's not going to be out LBW because it's pitched outside leg stump. It would have knocked the lot out. Chahal, who likes to play the game with a smile on his face, sees a funny side, recognises that, oh yeah, I remember that rule. Just starting to find some more extravagant spin. He is putting it in the footholes outside the right-hander's leg stump. And he edges this one, thick edge, to backward point. There's no run. So, short leg. Backward square leg on the one and a mid on. They're all in on the leg side, and Chahal is flighting it up into the footholes. They're saying to Will Williams, if you want to have a whoopsie over the leg side, be our guest. No one back. But he's content just to defend it. Slip a gully, a silly point, and he negotiates the over.
Yeah, he's had a good contribution this season in what was, without doubt, Lancashire's best performance of the year. They went to Surrey and they beat Surrey at the Oval, and he came out as a night watchman and got, I think he got 60 odd batting back end of one day, and then for a good hour and a bit following day. And that was part of a
good effort
performance where Lancashire were able to beat Surrey and win the match.
Bowling wise, he's got a little bit of pace. He swings it about.
He swings it about, yeah. He's not express. But yeah, he'll get the ball to move. So he got this season 39 wickets at an average of 22. Williams and Bailey have been excellent for Lancashire with the new ball.
Yeah,
Bailey 48 wickets at 21 this season. Najjar to Hurst, and just jabbed away into the offside, no run.
Yeah, I was looking at Bailey's figures: 357 wickets at 23 career. Nearly 100 first-class games now. He's a class act.
Might see some Tom Bailey off-spin in this game as well. It's a little bit like this season.
Shot.
Swatted out through the onside by Hurst, out towards deep mid-wicket. It's a good stop as well on the boundary. And Hurst comes back for two. Swept away through the leg side. Moves on to 24, 261 for 8. And Jar for Kent. 12 his way back in again.
Sure.
And over extra cover this time. And 4 this time for Hurst.
It's a good bit of cricket, that, because Najjar saw him coming and came inside the line, and Najjar threw it wider to try and get him stumped. And Hurst got his head back into the ball, extended those arms, hit it over extra. I think originally he was probably thinking trying to hit it over mid-off, but Najjar almost did him. Still a contest developing.
265 for 8. This is his 19th over of the day for Najjar. Chahal's bowled 21 overs, 3 wickets between the two kind of frontline spinners. Of course, Jack Leaning with an important breakthrough earlier on today as he paddles this one down towards fine leg. Nicely played. And he'll come back for 2. Ball picked up by Compton. Hurst moves on to 30. Lancashire 267 for 8. Yeah, Jack leaning. Getting Josh behind and stumped for 113. Spins accounted for 4 wickets of the 8 to go. Swept by Hurst, and swept well. 4 more. Well, he's chipped one up and over extra cover. He's pulled one through mid-wicket, and he's swept one behind square. It's a good display of batting by Matty Hurst. He moves on to 34, 271 for 8.
Yeah, he recognises he's batting with the number 10. And opportunity to score some quick runs and take advantage of pretty decent pitch here. It's still not spinning big for Najjar.
Who's in and bowling to Hurst, who then reaches for it and to guide the ball away through the covers along the ground for a single. I think he's timed that beautifully. He has. He's pinched the over. It's the end of the 79th. 35 to Hurst, 272 for 8.
Yeah, 13 off the over. And that'll just focus Jack Leaning's mind a little bit. He probably won't want to turn to his quicker bowlers, but the ball is 79 overs old, so you could be tempted now off the back of that over to take the new ball. Due in an over's time. I think ideally he would have just liked to have kept his spinners going, but the kind of things you weigh up. I always think once you've taken a new ball, you can't untake it. So if you can, maybe he'll have a look for 2 or 3 more overs with the spin, and if it's not working or there's another expensive over, might flick the switch.
At Trent Bridge, they've reached tea with Middlesex, 72 for 3 after 18 overs.
Yeah, difficult to know how good a score that is, isn't it? With the rain, they did opt to bat first, which it's a little strange from a distance, given the wicket had been under covers. But they're there, we're not. It might be a very dry surface underneath. Again, I've just got to focus on trying to win this game. Take as many points along the way as they can. Here's Chahal. Hurst is cutting. I didn't get hold of that. Deep point will field. In fact, Joe Denley will pick up and field from extra. There's a single.
For Middlesex, that's actually quite a solid start with the bat, isn't it, this season?
It's not saying anything. Because when I opened the batting at Kent, anything that was kind of above 50 for 3 we'd take, and we call that a foundation, a platform.
They were 20 for 5 against Lancashire a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
In fact, the top order have had a torrid season, haven't they?
Yeah. Lords is a tough place to bat. I think you've got the slope, which obviously they're used to, but it always gives the bowler something. And quite often those wickets have a bit in them. As Charles is round the wicket again, they're going to appeal for LBW, and it's going to be not out because it pitched outside leg stump. He will. Chahal, he's got a good wrong one. We've seen that in the IPL. He will throw that one straighter and turn it the other way back into the right-hander. Now, he's a chance of getting an LBW like that, but not with his leg break from around the wicket. Forming round the bat weight, and Williams is forward, smothers it, no run.
The variations have been really good to watch, haven't they? Flat and quick, and
I think
shy of looping it up.
It's just great to see him playing championship cricket. This is looped up again and spinning, and Williams watches it well, keeps him out. I still think Lancashire could declare here. I think 300, if they're 9 down, 300 might have a little look tonight. Why not? Move the game forwards. Whipped into the one side by Williams. Chahal back over the wicket. It's not the Lancashire way, is it? It's playing tough, gritty.
I would be
maverick declaration nonsense.
I would be surprised if they did. Yeah.
They've not been watching the Baz Ball kind of Ben Stokes. Stokesy would have been. Stokesy would be bowling by now. He'd be at him. He'd be like 270. We got more than enough. Let's get bowling.
Didn't they lose that first Test match?
They did, but I don't think that was because of the declaration. I think that's because they didn't catch very well. There we go. As he turns his Hurst, good batting. Scampers through. Gonna pinch the strike. You'll want to face Nijjar if it is to be Nijjar, although it looks like it's going to be Quinn. So I would expect the new ball to be taken here. I think that last over has just influenced leaning. Nijjar being taken for 13 and leading, new ball signalled. So he's seen enough, but this can backfire. You take the new ball, it comes onto the bat better. Hurst's quite well set now. He's 37 off 55. Might welcome a bit of pace on the ball.
Super effort by the two spinners today, though, on the first day of the match. Got through the thick end of 30 odd overs each, or more than that actually. Picked up 4 wickets between them. Yeah, good work on the first day.
Very impressive. 16 overs remaining in an hour and 5 minutes, which means we're going to get away on time. You've done pretty much every ball of Lancashire's season in the Championship, but that has happened how often?
Not many.
Probably on the fingers of one hand, I would suggest. It's almost a thing of the past. So, all for seeing 2 spinners. Not because I don't like doing overtime, I just think it's good for the game. Get through the overs. I was very fortunate to play in an era where we had Carl Hooper and Min Patel, and I used to get the helmet on and get in close, and overs used to whiz by. Min would try and bowl an over inside a minute, and did on occasion. I mean, he'd literally had come off one pace, and he'd just get through them. Lot to be said for that.
It's Quinn then with the new ball. In and balls to Hurst. It punches away off the back foot. Wants to come back for 2, but unable to turn 1 into 2. Good pick up and throw into the gloves of the keeper. Just a single for Hurst. So he moves on to 38. 276 for 8 now.
So Drummond will come back into the cordon, be it at the third slip or gully. Field changes. And Hurst comes down to have a chat with Williams, which will be along the lines of, you get a bat on it, let's be looking for a single. The field closes in on Lancashire's number 10. But as Scott was saying, he does have a little bit of batting pedigree with that night watchman score against Surrey. Could be a tough man to dislodge.
Beaten on 6. Here's Quinn with that task. And he plays nicely forward and defends. Ball bounces up towards mid-on. And there's no wrong. We've got the floodlights on as well now. Got blue sky above us and
hazy blue sky, and I guess it's getting late in the summer, isn't it?
Fair enough.
It's the Lecky bill, though. Again, won't welcome that.
276 for 8.
The crowd have hung around. They've been quite subdued.
It's been pretty quiet, hasn't it, today? Again, forward defensive, just dabbed back to the bowler by Williams, no run.
Yeah, I think that's indicative of the seriousness of Kent's plight. I think if it had been a kind of end-of-season mid-table contest, they'd be more jovial, but it's a serious matter staying in Division 1. So at least there's a bid on it from their perspective. They're invested, fully invested, as they always are here in their team.
Three slips waiting. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Worked away to the right of mid-on by Williams and not picked up cleanly, and he'll come back and run 2. Williams moves on to 8 and the score to 278 for 8. Yeah, sense of kind of wanting that to stay in Division 1. I mean, financially, it doesn't make a huge difference to clubs, is it? Being in Division 1 or Division 2, it's more the prestige. It's more the you can't win the Championship in Division 2 for a start. As Quinn's in to Williams.
No.
Work to mid-wicket, no run.
I mean, teams do celebrate the promotion, don't they, and a title of winning Division 2, which to me always seems a bit strange, because it's like you're coming 11th in the county championship by winning Division 2, in effect. But, I mean, Kent had the honour, of course, of doing the double when they won the Blast, and they won Division 3. And posed in front of the banner. ECB sent down Division 3 winners. It's the first time in the history of the championship there's been a Division 3 won by Kent. Thank you very much. We'll have that. No messing around.
Quinn to Williams. And Williams pushes up towards mid-on for a quick single. 279 for 8. He keeps a strike as well. Well, it might never happen again.
Well, exactly. You know? Yeah, with that kind of conference set up and then splitting the teams up. So, yeah, 3 divisions briefly, 1 year only. And, yeah, the history makers as they were. But, is Scott going to make way? I was going to make way. Yeah, Scott's going to do an update for BBC Radio Lancashire, and then he'll be back in.
Proud boast that, the only team to win all 3 divisions of the county championship, I think we're right to say.
Yeah, well, indeed. And of course it was a double with the Blast that year as well, so...
I'm not quite sure which one they value the most.
Well, I'm not sure.
Cricket,
the outgoing director of cricket, Paul Downton, will have that prominently in his CV, but it, you know... To be fair, Kent played some pretty ordinary cricket at the start of that year.
Yeah.
The kick started their season, the 2020, where they were excellent and deserved winners, and they came back and played some really good cricket, albeit in Division 3. You know,
they finished like a train.
They
I think.
did,
yeah.
and you could argue, oh, it's only Division 3, but actually, it's a little bit disingenuous. They were pretty decent. Back end of 2021 is. Nathan Gilchrist, a new ball in his hand, trying to polish things off here and get batting. He's short and wide and gets smashed and fielded. Didn't quite time it, to be fair, Will Williams.
Yeah, like a lusty shot, that one, didn't it? So didn't quite time it, though.
Yeah. The old eyes lit up as soon as you saw it banged in, and he tried to cut that one away. Gilchrist has been occasionally a bit short and wide. He's again, this one is chopped into the floor, goes through to Finch, a wicket keeper, no run.
Yeah, so just looking down on my pad, the update's coming. So that's half an hour since the 8th wicket fell. Williams 9, Hurst 38.
Yeah, Hurst played really well, recognised the situation, attacked the spin, been busy between the wickets. Looks a good player.
Yeah, 39 between these two so far. So Gilchrist bowls to Williams, up on his toes there. Looks accusingly at his bat. Lovely keepy-uppy there from Joe Downey. That is a thing of some talent and beauty. There we go. He's still got it, I think he might say. From the trials at Charlton.
Yeah.
A lot of people say they had trials with football clubs, didn't they? It's one of those sort of apocryphal tales. Oh no, I had a knee injury though. I could have been a contender. Actually happened to Joe Downey, I believe. That.
And to Sam Billings. He was Tottenham, I think.
Gilchrist bowls to Williams. Defends that. Back foot. Nijar fields for at mid-on. And update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners. 279 for 8. Yeah, this game is crucial to their survival in County Championship Division 1. It's the final session of the first day. 279 for 8. Kent have made a reasonable headway after Lancashire won the toss this morning and elected to bat first, but haven't taken a wicket in half an hour. An emerging partnership between Will Williams on 9 and particularly Matty Hurst playing just his second first-class game on 38 have held Kent up so far. They took 3 quick wickets after tea, 2 for spinner Aaron Nijar and 1 for spinner Yuzvendra Chahal. The ball soon got 54 early in the day Bohannon with a fantastic century, 113 for him for Lancashire, his 4th of the season, the top scorer in county championship cricket this season. So Kent being held up at the moment, want these final 2 wickets to bowl Lancashire out on the first day. Honours just about even, I'd say. Leo, so far in this game, with about, well, maybe just an hour to go of this first day. 279 for 8, the Lancashire commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And that was the end of the over. Hurst has 38, Williams has 9. David Fulton makes his way to the back of the box to rejoin us in half an hour's time. Hurst has 38, Williams 9. Good partnership this one. Dave Fulton very impressed Scott Reed with Matty Hurst's very mature approach to this situation. With 2 wickets left, he's got on with it, attacked the spinners, drops the ball onto the offside there. They're now coping with a new ball from Messrs Quinn and Gilchrist. Quinn 3 for 69, 146 for Gilchrist. Done well so far, the young man.
He has, yeah. It's been an encouraging start to his first-class career. He got a 50 on debut last week, batted very nicely, and a calm approach today. So yeah, he's made just about the best possible start he can do to first-class cricket.
Matt Quinn to bowl once more. It's to Will Williams. Trying to take it on the top of the bounce. It was just dug in a little bit, attempting to steer it past Marcus O'Ryan at points, and there's no run. But Williams can handle the bat as well, we've seen.
Yeah, he's top score this season was in the victory at the Oval against Surrey. It was by far Lancashire's kind of best, most complete all-round performance across the 4 days. I think he got 60 odd as a night watchman and played nicely and doing a decent job here for his side as well.
Yeah, 9 from 46 so far, so actually he's held one end up, and is that a swing and a miss? It is, or play and a miss on the back foot. I think a beauty back foot drive. That one didn't connect though, and just a bit of movement from Matt Quinn, sticking to that nagging length just outside off stump. It's gone through to wicketkeeper Harry Finch. Didn't touch anything though. 280 for 80. Good ball from Quinn, who has looked, well, I don't know if dangerous is the right word, because he's not one that's going to terrify you in terms of pace, but just has that subtle movement away from the right-hander.
Bowled well, hasn't he, today?
Yeah.
A shaky start to his second spell, but across the day, did a good job.
There's a new ball in hand now, 2.5 overs old, and bouncer there, goes just a little bit shorter. Williams, tall man, but got under it well. There's a dot ball. 2 shouts from the Kent supporters there, trying to encourage their team. Perhaps it's just out of nervous energy for some of these Kent supporters. Let's see if I can catch up with the Middlesex score in just a second for you as well. Eyes on that one, Middlesex, yeah, 72. Oh, it's still T there, I beg your pardon. Take a while over T. Was it something happened to my computer? I apologise if I've got that wrong. Outside the off stump, through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, I've still got it down as being T as well. There's a bit of rain around after T, and they've not restarted, haven't they?
I mean, they will be making up for lost time if they can, but yeah. So far, I'm just looking at the Trent Bridge forecast. Doesn't appear to be anything, is there? No. Anyway, they're still at T, says the scoreboard. So they're surely not on the field at the moment. At Lancashire, are they? 280 for 8. Honours just about even, I think, between these two sides today. Lancashire made decent headway in terms of run scoring. That's left by Williams again. That's well organised outside the off stump on that occasion. 280 for 8. He has 9. 39 for Matty Hurst at the other end. It's a decent over again from Matt Quinn, as we reel in the sheer excitement ourselves of thought that all the overs might be bowled in the day at the allotted time. I know we go on about it a bit, but it doesn't happen very often, does it?
Yeah, spinners have been busy today, haven't they? 6 overs from Jack Leaning, 1 for 16. Got the key wicket of Josh Bohannon. 22 overs for Chahal, 1 for 60. Najjar, 19 overs, 2 for 53. Have done the bulk of the work. Gilchrist, it will be to Hurst with 2 slips and a gully. A deep point, fine leg and a deep square. Hurst trying to work the ball away into the onside. Thin edge, I think, back onto his thigh pad. Just drops back down the pitch. And there is no run. 280 for 8. Hurst and Williams batting together. The other standout performer with the bat for Lancashire today, Josh Bohannon, reaching his 4th century of the season. George Bell making 40. George Balderson making 54 as well. Gilchrist to Hurst, just guided down into the gully region. Daniel Bell Drummond fields. And there's no run. A slightly hazy end to the day. There's plenty of blue sky above us, but a little bit of hazy cloud cover. The floodlights are on. It's nice and pleasant still, nice and warm. It is for a northerner anyway. It's a lovely temperature, this. I'll put my shorts on tomorrow. There's Gilchrist to Hurst. Oh, what a shot that is. Beautiful shot. Lofted drive over mid-on, down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Takes Hurst on to 43. 284 for 8.
That's really rather lovely, isn't it? Okay. He got 54 not out in his first innings, was that?
It was. Yeah, that was his debut match.
Of course, and that was rain affected, that game against... lost my train of thought.
It's Notts last week.
Yeah, Notts, sorry, yeah. And, well, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but 43 off 60 balls, he's looking really good here as well.
He is, yeah. Gilchrist to Hurst. Just defensively dabs that one back down the pitch. He's up onto his toes and it's on top of the bounce.
It's a pretty good start to your first-class career, isn't it? He's looked the part.
Yeah, got his debut in the One-Day Cup. There were 2 players receiving their senior debuts this season. Matty Hurst and Tom Aspinwall, bowling all-rounder. Both playing in the One-Day Cup in August. Oh, he's chased a bit of a wide delivery there. Trying to slide the ball away through the offside, but a play and a miss.
Yes, a lot of negative feedback, and I particularly understand it from people who don't like, aren't fans of the 100. But what has given us, and I don't know, I'm not paying to get into these games, but they're attracting good crowds certainly for Kent, and you do get to see players and young players, fringe players, getting to play against good players as well, finding their feet perhaps.
Gilchrist bowls and Hurst rocks back and pulls. No ball. Signalled by the umpire, just overstretching there, overstepping Gilchrist, and Hurst gets a single, takes him to 44.
It's a step up from, definitely a step up from
Absolutely,
second 11 cricket. There's proper crowd pressure, there's jeopardy in matches as well. I'm just thinking of players like Jaden Denley for Kent, who may not got a first team opportunity for, maybe not a year, a couple of years, but his blooding in that competition has helped him no end, I think.
Gilchrist to Williams as a short ball, gets him on his backside as he ducks underneath it. And through to Finch. End of the over. 12 remaining today. So if Lancashire were to be bowled out in the next over, then that would leave 9, wouldn't it? You lose the 1 you're in plus 2. So would that be enough for them to not open with Ben Compton?
It's saying that the figure of Zach Crawley looms large over this game, despite the fact he's not on the ground here.
No, I agree with you, Matt. I've really enjoyed the One-Day Cup for that reason, and certainly it has given a lot of young players and up-and-coming players an opportunity that they would never have previously got, or unlikely to have got, had it been full-strength squads.
This from Matt Quinn. It's driven up to mid-on. There's no run.
So yeah, I've really enjoyed it. Of course, Kent winners of the competition last year, and it was a good final at Trent Bridge against Lancashire, which Kent was by far the better team on the day. Out-bowled, outfielded, out-battered Lancashire. It was a good competition to win, and Leicestershire this year, what a story that is for them to beat Hampshire in the final.
Absolutely. They looked great from the outset, didn't they? Particularly batting-wise, they were piling on the runs. Quinn then, down the pitch comes Hurst. That's a tennis shot almost, and but it's just out of the reach of Joey Everson. I'd lost the arc of the ball there. I thought it was going through mid-wicket, but it actually looped up towards Everson. He's made an attempt at it and just not been able to get himself in a position to catch it. Yeah, it has looped up. So yeah, he's come down a step or two steps down the pitch to Quinn and try to launch him over mid-wicket with a sort of, what would that be? Backhand smash, I suppose. And Everson ended up getting underneath it somehow, but not able to cling on at 289 for 8. Take 2 off all that excitement. Quinn, as the sun comes out once again, shortish delivery. Hurst tries to get something on there and looks imploringly at the square leg umpire, saying, "Oh, come on, how am I supposed to hit that?" Mimes it again, goes up on tiptoe, and as if he's trying to clean the ceiling with a feather duster. I couldn't possibly do that. 289 for 8. Or something like that. I don't know.
Are they still a thing, feather dusters?
I don't know, actually. We've got one which is a sort of, I mean, it's not actually feathers, a sort of mock-up or one, I think. Looks like the old-fashioned tickling stick that Ken Dodd used to have, but does a great job on the cobwebs. This is, I don't know where I'm going. It's the end of the day. It's not even a long one. It's cut away. Or steered away, backward a point for a single. 50 partnership up between Matty Hurst on 39, Will Williams on 9. 83 balls, 50 minutes. Important time as well for Lancashire. 240 for 8. They'd lost 3 wickets for 9 runs. And not just clinging on, but advancing the score as well. Game moving on. 2 bonus bowling points so far for Kent. And Lancashire 10 away from their second batting point.
3 partnerships in the innings for Lancashire. 78 between Bohannon and Bell, 121 between Bohannon and Balderson, and now 50 between Hurst and Williams.
Yeah, again, haven't found it easy today, taking those wickets outside the off stump. Williams leaves it. A grunt, I think, of a frustration from Matt Quinn as the ball goes outside the off stump. No run.
Just getting back underway now after tea at Trent Bridge. So the evening session is resuming. 24 overs technically to play in the final session on that first day. Rain affected start to the match. Middlesex 73 for 3, batting first against Nottinghamshire.
Quinn at the top of his mark. Last ball of the 5th over with the new ball outside the off stump, being effort in that one, but again an easy lead for Williams, just losing the radar. Looking a little bit weary, Matt Quinn, as well there, but quite often he's one of those bowlers that looks weary almost from the off, but he's got through some yards and 18 overs today, and coming back off an injury as well. There was a concerted 2-voice shout of "Come on, you Kent," I think, but as he ran in, or it might be "Come on, Quinny." 290 for 8 then at the end of that over. We're through 85 here on BBC Radio Kent. BBC Lancashire, BBC Manchester. 11 remaining in the day, or 5:30, which never comes later. It's possible. They bring the spinners back on.
Steady on.
You could get through more than that. No, I'm sorry, I'm giddy, aren't I, at this point?
Getting all excited.
They're not going to get through more than 96, are they? Don't be silly.
It's Gilchrist. Gilchrist to Hurst. Balls and forward goes Hurst and defends. And there's no run. Ben Brown 78 not out for Hampshire. He was 213 for 8, batting first against Surrey.
It's a great recovery, that wasn't it? From where they were.
Yeah, Fuller with 25. Abbott's 20 not out. 70 for 5 and 80 for 6. Now 213 for 8. Gilchrist to Hurst. Full ball. There's a no ball again. There's punches to mid-on for a single to him. Takes him on to 48. The score moves on to 293 for 8. Northamptonshire are 228 for 6 in their match against Essex. And Somerset 79 for 6. Taking on Warwickshire this week. 2 wickets for Chris Rushworth and 2 for Ed Barnard. 79 for 6, Somerset. Williams waits, Gilchrist balls off the back foot, punched away into the offside. Picked up at point. And there is no run. Okay, we're been pretty much across what's required for Kent and for Middlesex to try and avoid relegation. Of course, Surrey need 3 more points now to be champions. Worcestershire need 2 more points to join Durham in Division 1 next season, confirm their promotion. It's deflected away off the thigh pad by Williams, so it'll be a leg bye. He remains on 9.
So it looks like, yeah, those counties will be visiting New Road and Chestler Street next season.
Yeah, I think Leicestershire can still have a slim chance, don't they, of promotion, but obviously just 2 more points required for Worcestershire. And that will secure them a return to Division 1, taking on Yorkshire this week. As Hurst defends, pushing the ball away to Denley. No run. Worcestershire are 201 for 4. So they can pick up a couple of batting bonus points, and that will be their promotion confirmed. They're taking on Yorkshire at Headingley this week. Worcestershire, Leicestershire are at Durham. Durham are 343 for 4. Gilchrist to Hurst. It's short and he pulls. Scooped up on the leg side boundary. Just a single to Hurst. Takes him on to 49. A run away from a second successive first class 50. 295 for 8. Brings Will Williams back on strike. But the sun's shining now. Floodlights on and the sun's out. 2 slips in the gully. Deep point. Fine leg. Deep square leg. Extra cover mid-off and a mid-on. Let's just run down to gully where they'll Drummond Fields, and it's the end of the over. 295 for 8 with 10 overs remaining today.
Just checking, I think Matt Milnes is in that Yorkshire side today, and he's been out almost an entire season with injury. It looks like he's had a stress fracture of the back, I think, Matt Milnes, if I'm right in saying. But yeah, he's playing, so I think he's effectively playing first and last games for Yorkshire, so great to see him back. Kent fans will wish him well, albeit he moved counties at the end of the last season. He's bowled today as well. So Matt Quinn's getting a lot of encouragement from at least one gentleman to our left there. 295 for 8, and why not?
Got his own fan club, hasn't he?
Yes, indeed, yeah. 295 for 8. Plug it away, Matt Quinn. Not Matt Milnes, but Matt Quinn indeed. Drive from Hurst quickly onto the front foot. He's on 49 from 72. Could be back-to-back half centuries to start his first-class career. I said, has very much looked the part, coming in batting at number 7. Bodes well for the future for Lancashire, this. Andrew from Japan on Twitter saying, your feather duster rivals Sir Geoffrey stick of rhubarb, Matt. There we go. Is that right? Could have played that with a feather duster. It was a drive by Hurst. Inside part of the bat. Out to mid-wicket. Single taken. And that's the 50 for Matty Hurst. 3 4s, 1 6 from 73 balls. A really mature innings for the teenager. Going to 50. Consecutive 50s then to start his first-class career for Lancashire, and came in and basically has anchored really well since 3 wickets fell quickly for Lancashire just after tea, and sharing in a burgeoning partnership with Will Williams at the other end. Well batted. That's Matt Quinn then to Williams, 2 slips behind him. He's right behind that one, so we're staring more or less down exact trajectory of the delivery from Matt Quinn. And there's no run.
Yeah, he's benefited from a couple of things that have opened up for him in these final couple of weeks of the season. One, Dane Villas announcing that the match against Middlesex the other week would be his last, which meant that there were 2 games remaining, and a place in the team then becomes available. Plus, the England called up for Phil Salt, part of the one-day squad, so he's had a couple of chances to show what he can do.
So Quinn bowls a bouncer to Williams, pretty harmless. Williams just ducked underneath it anyway, but it was going outside the off stump as well. So another dot ball as Matty Hurst asks for a drink.
So there's no one-day international series at this part of the year, and if Villas doesn't decide to call time in his career a little earlier, then that chance may not have come for Hurst, and he's taken it really well. Impressed in the one-day cup. I said before, the benefits that players have had in playing that competition. He got his chance this year in the one-day cup. George Bell last year got his debut for Lancashire in the one-day cup. Both have taken it really well.
Quinn then to Williams. Just checks that back up to mid-on. Fielded by Joey Everson, and there's no run. 296 for 8 then. So there'll be 9 overs remaining at the end of this one. And it's very vocal, that gentleman, isn't he? He really does want Kent to come on, I think it's fair to say. Let's keep an eye on the other scores as well. No more wickets from Trembridge. Just now, it's BBC Radio Kent, BBC Lancashire, BBC Manchester with Matt Cole and Scott Reed. Dave Fulton will come in just after 5 o'clock because this one's left outside the off stump by Williams, who holds the pose, checks where his front pad is, checks the stumps, looks back to the wicketkeeper, back at the bowler, makes sure everything is all right. It is. 296 for 8 then. Hurst 50, Williams 9. And this partnership standing at 56 between these two for the 9th wicket, holding Kent up after a flurry of wickets just after tea. Balderson caught, Compton bowled Chahal for 54. Then the following over, Bailey caught, Gilchrist bowled Nijar for none. And Blatherwick wasn't long before he went for 5, caught by Daniel Bell Drummond off the bowling of Nijar as well.
Hampshire have lost their 9th wicket. Ben Brown, the man out, which means that's another bowling bonus point. Are they now all out? They are indeed. 219 all out, Hampshire. So in terms of the maths, doesn't really matter what happens with the result if Surrey get to 300 inside 110 overs, and that secures them the title, whether they win the match or not. So they have every chance of being champions at some point tomorrow. And Middlesex have moved to 91 for 3, so it's actually probably one of their better starts to an innings this season for Middlesex. Having had quite a lot of kind of 20 for 4s and 20 for 5s this season. They got to 91 for 3 up against Nottinghamshire at Trent-Bridge.
Let's look at that stat. Was it last week that no other batter than Sam Robson has made more than 80 for Middlesex all season? I'm just checking the stats. And yeah, more than 76 in fact. Which tells its own tale, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. They've only had 2 batting bonus points all season, haven't they, Middlesex?
It looks like they bowled well. Tim Murtagh once again, of course. 30 wickets at 20. Ethan Bamber 39 at 24. Just Carey's 23 at 26. But the batting really has let them down this summer.
Drinks being brought out here for the players. 9 overs remaining today. Time for a refreshment.
In fact, new gloves for Matty Hurst as well. I'm wondering if players of both sides are thinking this is an unhealthy rush towards an early finish or having to bowl more overs, and they're just taking a moment to slow things down. I'm sure it's not. It's just warm work out there, despite the breeze going across the ground. Sunshine today, and These two batters have done really well so far.
Yeah, they have. Partnership worth 56.
So Will Williams has played a really important part, hasn't he? He's out there 60 balls for his 9.
Here's Gilchrist to Hurst. Eases this one away off his hip towards square leg for a single. 51 now to Matty Hurst. Lancashire move on to 297 for 8. Bringing Will Williams back on strike.
Two cars leaving at the far end of the ground to be out of the side of the batsman, so no worries on that score.
Gilchrist to Williams. Clipped to square leg for a quick single.
It's just a lovely evening now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just looking at those supporters sitting out there in the white seats in the sun. A few hats out there. Shirt sleeve order still low. Early autumn evening. It's not so bad cricket, is it?
Nothing wrong with cricket in September, is there?
They'll quite take to it, actually, yeah.
Gilchrist to Hurst. Driven to mid-on. Again, the dart through for 1. Hurst moves on to 52. Lancashire edging nearer to a second batting bonus point.
Yeah. I was going to say, I have to look at the stats, because I think I'm right in saying that September is not a bad month to play cricket in terms of, obviously the light gets worse earlier, the nights are drawing in as it were, but in terms of actual days of rain lost.
Short ball by Gilchrist and Williams ducks under it.
We had quite a wet August as well,
Yeah,
didn't we?
we
Lost
did,
some time in there, so, but yeah. It's April that feels brutal to me. when it's 8 or 9 degrees, and see some of the members have come back after, of all the clubs, they come back after a winter, and what they're faced with. Chance of getting hypothermia first week of the season.
Gilchrist to Williams. Full ball, straight and full. Turn back to the bowler by Will Williams, and there's no run. Yeah, it is a bit of a brutal start to the season, isn't it? At least it can be.
Yeah, it can be certainly, yeah.
The forecast for this week in Canterbury here is good. I wasn't feeling quite as chirpy last week when it was absolutely miserable in Manchester.
It was.
I wasn't happy about September cricket then. Forward goes Williams and defends to mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over, 299 for 8, Williams 10, and Hurst on 52.
Yeah, decidedly soggy Somerset as well, Taunton. We lost, well, best part of 3 days to the rain there. Or, yeah, 2 and a bit. Scott Reed makes way. Thank you, Scott. I'm not sure if he'll be reunited, given that the game is moving on apace, and it may well be 5:30 finish here. And actually, given the fact that Aaron Najjar is marking out his run, the spinner at the far end, looks like it will be finishing on time today. With Matt Colan, former Kent captain Dave Fulton joining us as Jayden Denley, nephew of Joe, trots off the field, fresh from his experiences opening the batting for England's under-19s against Australia. Got himself a good second innings 50, I think.
Yeah, he got almost a runnable 70 going at a great rate of knots, trying to win a game and chase down the target, and a bit of weather got in the way, I think. Could have been an exciting finish to that test match.
Najjar will come
test.
round the wicket then, a slip in. He's the only close fielder is the slip. Jack leaning and pushing forward, just spins back a little bit after it contacts the bat of Hurst towards the stumps, but not to take the bails off. 299 for 8, then Lancashire run away from their second batting bonus point. And interesting you describing Jayden Denley's, I was going to say his career arc, but his way through to what really is tossed up by Najjar. It's cut away or steered away by Matty Hurst, and he'll get himself 4 runs for that through third, and that is the 300 up then. Has given a little bit too much air by Najjar on that occasion. But you're saying he's not come through all the way through the Kent pathway or through the academy, as he's
No, he
been in it and gone back out and come back in.
Well, not really gone out of it. He just was late into it.
Right. All right. Okay.
And I think he's a good example to a lot of young players out there who maybe don't start at kind of under 11s, under 12s.
This one's into the gloves of Harry Finch, Nora.
You don't. It doesn't. I see so many parents putting pressure on their kids, and it's all about, can we play for Kent? Can we succeed at a young age? Actually, that should be about enjoying the game, learning your skills in a fun environment. Nijar
to Hurst, drives it, but Mier stops it at cover.
Don't worry too much about where you're going to end up. Just play the game, enjoy it, be a good teammate, learn all aspects of the game, and your time might come if you're good enough.
Nijar to Hurst once more, and it's a gentle push up to mid-on, single taken.
Teams get selected from trial processes, and sometimes some decent players will get overlooked for whatever reason. It's not an exact science. That doesn't mean to say it's the end of the road. So yeah, Jaden was later into the piece than most.
Nijar to Williams. He's left that outside the off stump. Finch has whipped the bails off, but Williams looks carefully back to see his back foot is in his ground. 304 for 8 at the end of that over.
It was also there's a policy that Kent academy players have to play in the top 2 leagues in the Kent League, and Whitstable, where I coach and Jaden was playing a couple of years ago, in Division 2, so not in the top 2, and he was told that he'd have to leave Whitstable if he wanted to be in the academy. They wanted to select him into the academy, and Sam, his dad, and we had a chat, and we were trying to work out what was best for Jaden. Was it to join the academy? Was it to stay at Whitstable? And in the end, he declined a place on the academy because he thought actually leaving Whitstable, too much of an upheaval, wasn't what was in the lad's best interests. So he actually turned down a place in the Kent Academy, and Kent got promoted. Whitstable got promoted, and that enabled him to join the academy the following year.
See, the wider the pool can be in terms of participation, that's always going to be better anyway, on a bigger picture, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure on young players in the county and probably in the country to join other clubs because you're trying to further your career, and there are, you want to keep as many clubs thriving, and a lot of players have family loyalties, granddads, dads who play at the club, and that's got a little update for BBC Radio Kent.
Indeed, Charles taking a while to settle over this next over. Fielding helmets being brought on, no great hurry. Updating Lee Wolf, our drive show. I would say again, about level pegging for these sides. This partnership has been a thorn in Kent's side. 304 for 8 at Lancashire here. And it's Will Williams who's been studious for his 10 off 65 balls. But Matty Hurst, a teenager, 57 he has. He's made 50s in his first 2 bats in his professional career for Lancashire. Great innings from him. Earlier, Josh Bahanna made 100 for Lancashire in a big partnership with George Balderson, who made 50. Kent have taken early wickets. They had Lancashire 18 for 3, then 3 quick ones after tea, but have been stymied since then. So Lancashire 305 for 8. Kent had 2 bowling bonus points so far, which may go towards saving them from the dreaded drop from County Championship Division 1. They have to equal or better Middlesex's result against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Not a bad day for Kent, as I said, just about matters even, I think, between these two sides so far. Lancashire 305 for 8, around about 25 minutes of day 1 to go. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And Chahal to Williams, who blocks that one out, the full delivery.
But just to finish off on the Jaden Denley, the point is simply that there are more than there's more than one way to kind of reach the top, and and Jaden is hopefully on a journey towards getting somewhere near the top. So this one's turned away to a square leg for a single, but my message to young players who have aspiration and ambition is actually, don't get too caught up in what it means. Are you on track? Enjoy the game. play it with a smile on your face, throw yourself into it, learn as you go, and you'll get to where you deserve to get to. That is a very attractive shot from Matty Hurst, who's played quite beautifully, as you were mentioning, Matt. And he's going to get a boundary there. That one a little bit wider from Chahal. He was quickly onto it, cutting behind square. And is that Uncle Joe down there?
It is indeed, yeah.
Joe Denley.
The old man,
Yes,
as Jaden called him in his first interview.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oof, get into trouble for that.
That's got to hurt.
Yeah. So Joe couldn't, he dived, couldn't quite reel it in. But yeah, Jaden, Joe, Uncle Joe, and his dad, Sam, Joe's brother, Jaden's granddad, Nick, Sam and Joe's dad, as this one is pushed. And they're going to have to hurry here because Nijjar is quickly onto it. Actually hits Hurst, but they scamper through for the single, which will mean he'll retain the strike. You know, Nick Denley played at Whitstable legend, club chairman. Sam and Joe played there, Jaden played there. It would have been a shame if Jaden had left the club because of a rule that says, actually, you've got to play in the top 2 divisions with your club cricket. Now, I understand why the reason is, why the kind of rule is there, but actually, you know, you're talking so few players on the Kent Academy. There's an opportunity to look on a case-by-case basis and go, well, what's best for the player, rather than the carte blanche rule. You know, is it best for Jaden Denley to move club in due course? That might well be the case. Hopefully not, but it might be. Or is it best for him to stay and play in the 3rd tier of Kent League cricket where he's at with his development? And you could do the same with every academy player. You're not talking, you know, 50 players. You're talking, I think, 7 or 8. What is best for their development? Are they playing at the right club? But I certainly think if you've got family and tradition there, there's so much player movement. You know, it's not the Premier League. It's not football with massive transfer fees. If we can support the club where you've played all your junior career and stick there, where you feel kind of safe and valued and everything else, I think I'm all for that.
Nijjar to Hurst. He's gone for a slog up to mid-on, and it's ended up with Everson.
Yeah, I don't think Lancashire mind if they get bowled out here. You have a little sneaky 2 or 3 overs.
Yeah, might swing for the fences here. That's a nudge into the offside. Nicely done by Hurst. He moves on to 64. Williams has 11. Gather Stevie Eskenazi has retired hurt for Middlesex, so no more wickets, but they're 3 down, 104 for 3, and he's retired hurt on 23. We wish him well, but obviously that's a development in the game, isn't it? He's a key batter.
Yeah, Stevie Eskenazi's quite a tough cookie, not retiring hurt unless he's in a bad way. So yeah, I hope he's okay for his sake, but perhaps in the context of this relegation scrap, not bad news for Kent.
Check that out. See if there's any news from Middlesex. As this one from Nijjar is pushed away into the offside by Williams, and there's no run. Fielded by Matt Quinn. Let's see, neither side seem to be in a massive hurry to get the overs bowled quickly here. Nijjar was racked on the pad, he's gone. Pushing forward Williams, but not far enough outside the off stump or in line with the stumps, obviously. LBW 3-12 for 9 then. That's been a really important innings for me, though. Will Williams supporting Matty Hurst. 68 balls, 69 balls made that for his 11, and he's gone. And Nijjar has his 3rd wicket at 3-12 for 9, 3 for 59 for the Kent left arm spinner.
Yeah, that's what Nijjar can do. He's not a massive turner of the ball, but he has got a few to straighten. But what he does do, he can bowl wicket to wicket, he can mix his pace up, and that was quick and arrowed in at middle stump, and a pretty straightforward decision for umpire White. And Williams is on his way, all of which means I'm desperate to see this last wicket fall, because I'm intrigued to see what will happen. You know, I don't think Ben Compton opens the batting. I think now, why would you, when you've got Zach Crawley in the form he's in, 150 last time he played here, you'd want to wheel him out tomorrow. So
it would be very close anyway, wouldn't it? 2 for the changeover, so...
Well, it's a time, isn't it? If the wicket went now, it'd be 10 minutes. So, yeah, you get 2 or 3 overs in.
Yep.
And you just keep Crawley up your sleeve for tomorrow. That would be my instinct.
So, very good partnership indeed for the 9th wicket, though. 72 between Williams on 11, and 64 so far from Matty Hurst, who looks a real star of the future.
Yeah, he looks good, doesn't he? Really excited when you see a good young player. He just has batted with such confidence. I think the situation of the game has dictated it to a certain extent. He's been batting with the tail, so he's been able to put his foot down because of that. But I'm listening to Scott talk about Dane Vias, who's been a tremendous servant for Lancashire, but I'm not sure his reasons, whether he talked about his reasons for calling it a day, but when you've got someone like Hurst in the wings, sometimes that can precipitate your decision to move on. You don't want to stand in a young player's way.
Just saying, Stevie Eskenazi was batting helmet struck by deflected delivery, we gather, so unable to continue. We wish him very well. Been assessed by the physio, so concussion checks. Obviously they are very stringent these days, aren't they? They won't take any risks whatsoever. So
he was batting facing, it deflected off a glove or bat or something.
Sounds like it, yeah.
Yeah, well, that'll be a massive blow, because if he is concussed, then that'll be the end of his game. You'd think.
Good point. Yeah.
And if that's the end of his game, then that is more than just a wicket. That's 2 wickets effectively. Although concussion, you're allowed a concussion replacement, are you not? So that actually is not quite true.
Good point.
There'll be someone who thought the season was over. Maybe in Ibiza or something. Being messaged as we speak. Would you please come back off your holiday? You are required. You are concussion replacement.
So Nijai having taken the wicket of Williams. There comes Morley last up. Defends that off his off stump for no run.
I'd be declaring here, Matt. Just
to see what Kent would do, or just to have a little dart at the right end?
Dart. You're unlikely to. I mean, if they open with Compton, you don't have to worry about Crawley tomorrow.
Loads of air given to that by Nijai. It's defended away by Jack Morley once again.
And they're unlikely to open with Compton, which means you've got a non. I mean, look, it could be Joe Denley, who's had a lot of experience opening the batting.
That's true.
But an opportunity to get a couple of good players out. Why wouldn't you take it?
Daniel Bell Drummond perhaps going to.
Yeah, it might well be Daniel Bell Drummond, absolutely. But what a great opportunity! Yeah, rather than trying to get Bell Drummond, Mieye, Denley, Crawley all out tomorrow, you could nick 2 out tonight.
3-12 for 9 then.
I know what Stokesy will be doing. Boring, Lancashire. Boring. Boo. Declare.
Declare just after tea, wouldn't it? I would have thought.
Yeah, enough.
Chahal. Look, it was a longish conversation between the two batters. As I said, it feels a little bit like Kent aren't too excited about bowling the overs, certainly before 5:30. They don't want to bowl extra overs at this point at Lancashire.
Which is why I think they could be pulled out and
force the issue, perhaps.
Yeah, I think so.
What will Hurst do here? Chances are he will do. Comes down the pitch actually and drives up to. I say chances are. He came a couple of steps down the pitch, but the ball wasn't there. Perhaps to loft over the bowler's head for 4 or 6. It ends up with Mieye at long on, and as Mieye takes the ball, he just runs from his position at long on to take a fielding helmet, and they're going to surround Jack Morley, whose batting average is a modest 4.5. 18 runs in 9 matches. And Jaden Denny's going to come on with, going to come on with another helmet.
Waste a bit more time.
I was going to say, we don't need to worry about the 5:30 watershed now, do they? Or getting in those overs in. But yeah, they are. I don't know if they're building the tension. Certainly, it's going on longer. Daniel Bell Drummond under the helmet. I haven't seen him taking it anyway. Yep, takes the cap off, the faded Kent cap. Jack leaning, saying exactly where he'd like Bell Drummond's leg slip. X marks the spot in terms of fielders. If you had a drone on this right now, 5 close fielders. Sorry, 4 and the wicket keeper. It's defended by Morley, no run. So Miyeye and Compton forward of square. Legging off respectively. Slip, leg slip, outside the off stump. Padding up is Morley, well outside the off stump. He's chucked that one wide as Chahal.
This might be one for Scott when he's back on commentary, but I think one of the criticisms of Lancashire might be that they've had a lot of draws this year and that possibly could have played slightly more positive brand of cricket.
It's,
maybe.
Just deflected into the offside, no run.
Might be a touch harsh, but these are the instances, these are the moments when I think you can really set your tone as a kind of leadership group and go, you know what, we're playing for the win. We're watching Morley block out on the end of day 1 to eke out another 20 runs possibly tomorrow.
Ooh, that one skewed away past leg slip. Does that come off the bat? The umpires are asking each other. Off the pad, there we go. So down the leg side.
Look, don't get me wrong, I think Hurst has batted really well and he does look like he wants to move the game forwards, and if he stays there till 5:30 in positive mode, then they might add another 20, 30 runs, maybe a few more tomorrow. But
yes, Chahal is just stopped from coming in. Looks a bit frustrated, Chahal. I think there's a minute change of the field by Jack leaning. Chahal now comes in towards Hurst. Ooh, jabs down on that. He jabbed that onto his foot. It's bounced into the offside anyway. And end of the over. Can't get the ball away, so Morley will be facing the bowling of Najjar, presumably from the other end. He has 3 for 59 and 1 for 68 for Chahal. Here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Lancashire and Manchester. Coming towards the end of day 1 with Lancashire 3:14 for 9 here on the BBC Sport website and app, and of course with live pictures courtesy of Kent County Cricket Club's feed with Matt Cole and David Fulton at the moment. And elsewhere, Somerset 101 for 8 now at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. Middlesex 110 for 3 against Nottinghamshire, but Stevie Eskenazi's gone off retired hurt. Hampshire 219, Surrey replying are 5 for 1.
Oh, there you go. Could be a twist. Yeah, it's just looking at the table. Lancashire played 13, won 3, lost 1, 9 draws. 3 more draws than anybody else in the competition. You can't read too much into that, in the sense that I was speaking to Mark Chilton doing a lap of the ground earlier. He said that he feels they play some really good cricket and they've been a bit unlucky and that they're probably a bit better than that. And some of those draws could have been wins, but they've certainly got a lot of bonus points and drawn a lot of games.
As beg your pardon, they're coming back for 2 there. Just distracted by a post from Sean the Brewer. Talking about Whitstable Cricket Club. Wise words, he says. And Dave Fulton talking on BBC Radio Kent stream. Have a soft spot for Whitstable Cricket Club, having played for them as a lad. And there is his name on the honours board. Second 11 bowling, 1992. There is Sean Ayling.
There you go.
It's defended into the offside by Morley, and there's no run.
Sure wants to come back and have a little trundle. I don't know what he bowls, but could do with a seamer. Any seamers out there showing promise?
Wasn't crew. It's
get in touch.
Quite a long commute.
Don't worry about that.
So Morley into the offside. We can make arrangements.
Yep.
Morley has 2. That's the 65. Carpooling with the other players of yours that are in Cheshire and Lancashire. Is that right?
We'll get them down.
Yeah. 3:16 for 9. 3 overs after this one. In fact, we're getting very close to the point where the changeover will take us to the end of the day. This is into the offside. Having said that, sorry, it's only 5:20. That's a minimum at this point. That's Najjar. This next one's blocked out by Morley. He'll decide to come over the wicket now to Jack Morley, 18 on his back. Close fielders for company.
I think this is it, isn't it? If a wicket doesn't go here, is it 2 overs and the 1 you're in? I think
that's a good point actually. Yeah, because it'll be into that over. Yeah, it take us over the time. I think it would, as this one's blocked out by Morley.
Yeah,
and
5:21.
No
so
run.
Kent won't be batting again. Won't be batting tonight. So yeah, you don't mind that if you're Tawanda Mieye. Don't really want to come out and face an over. Done it. Always makes me chuckle. A lot of an opening batsman. You know, number 3 could have a night watchman. 2 openers? Nah, that's your job. One of cricket's kind of weird conventions.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's like you're not
No
as
one
valuable because you're the opening batters. Your job is to blunt the new ball. But on number 3, yes, of course you can have a night watchman. Not a problem at all.
So with some bitterness, David.
Yeah,
after years
absolutely.
of that. Brilliant.
Years of walking out with a few overs remaining. Well, you just send one of these bowlers.
Blinking in the dark.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to tell me was I was more expendable. As Chahal tries to wrap things up here. Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, and Hurst, who's played quite beautifully for 65, is on the back foot all the time in the world. Even picking the ball up and lobbing it to Harry Finch.
What you said, am I not as important as Carl Hooper?
Yeah, well, I did.
Yeah,
I did.
for you.
Yeah. I should be all treated equally. It's driving is Hurst, and you get a single. Happy to take the runs that are on offer.
That said, of course, you still go down in Kent legend as a man who took on Wasim Akram without a helmet.
Yeah.
There we go. Take that for bravery.
Well, yeah. I mean, in the whole shake-up, I got 25 in a losing calls. That's how I remember it. But it was a good day, nonetheless.
Statement of intent, though.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Glenn Chappell used to get me out for fun. I want to shoot a bit low. That's when he's punched attractively enough by Morley off the back foot. Yeah, I reckon Martin Bicknell and Glenn Chappell got me out more than anybody else. Just a guess, I don't know, but my instinct would be got me out in first-class cricket more than anybody else. It was Chappell on that occasion. That was a big spinning, looping leg break from Chahal, trying to turn it back almost off the neighbouring pitch. He's looked more dangerous against the left-handers with that rough outside their off stump. You'd expect him to be a force in the second innings as this pitch continues to wear. This is going to be outside the line. Big shout for OBW, not out.
Not sure how convinced Chahal was about that either. Probably seeing this off, as you say. The changeover will take us to the end of the day, whatever happens here. But
yeah. Last ball of the over, rather. A spare a thought for Ben Compton, specialist fielder in this match. Imagine when that toss, the coin went up, and you're Ben Compton, and you're thinking, last bat of the season, looks a decent pitch. Got Zach Crawley coming in tomorrow. Come on. Oh, bugger, we're bowling. It's all right. 18 for 3. Knock 'em over. Get in just before tea. Oh, Bannon and Balderston and now Hurst.
he's contributed well today, actually. That cracking catch to get rid of Keaton Jennings early on.
Which just shows you can still impact the game even if you don't get a bat. But it's a tough gig. I don't think I've ever gone into a game, first-class cricket, knowing that I wasn't. There's a chance that I wasn't going to bat as an opening batter.
Yeah,
many a time I might as well not have bothered because I didn't offer much to the scoring, but at least I went out there and had a go.
Aaron Najjar then calling Joe Denley in from the mid-wicket boundary to mid-wicket, I think. It does feel, again, a little bit like a delaying tactic, this, but no, fair enough. No, that's a proper fielding change. And then Ben Compton gets moved 3 yards to his left. There, he's done some really good work there as well. I'll be glad of that. Round the wicket comes Najjar. On the back foot, Hurst defends his back to him, and there's no run. 3:17 for 9. Lancashire here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Hurst facing once more. Again defending this. He's had his stall to be there for tomorrow. Not attacking the spinners at this point.
Yeah. Well, you know my thoughts.
You want to advance the game at this point.
There he
Well, there we
goes.
go. He is definitely doing that. That slams it back over mid-on, and a gentleman just sitting in a folding chair there.
About an eyelid.
He's probably had a... No, he's probably had a... I think he was just packing his bag up. Yes, he is, yeah, indeed. And that just momentarily distracted him, that ball flying past his right ear. But yeah, very stoic. Yes, around the wicket. He comes once again, Hurst, and you better look out there. Heads, that's going to be 6, is it? No, 4 on bounce. And actually, those two people there have suddenly moved slightly quicker because Matty Hurst has decided that that's an area he wants to farm 4s and 6s through. And that, after sitting there for a whole day, you think that was a bit rude, just as you're about to go. Lancashire batter swinging the ball at you, threatening your very life and limb.
He's taking a shine to Nijar, hasn't he, Hurst?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, Nijar just
wider.
Yeah, he tosses this one out right outside the off stump.
So if you're playing like this, I've got no issue with your batting on. If you're going to take the game forwards in this way, then no truck with it.
Wouldn't be at all surprised if this goes wide as well, or unhittable in some way for Hurst. So they can need to have a go. Oh no, let's speed that in actually, and he takes an easy single out towards the square leg boundary, and Morley will probably not face any more deliveries, I would have thought. Hurst on 75 will take strike for the last over here. 3-2-6 for 9. 3 minutes to go.
Opportunity for Hurst to get to his 100 tonight.
Good point.
Well, I saw Ben Stokes' maiden first class 100 at Trent Bridge, and he went there with, he was on 82, and he went 6, 6, 6, and then raised his bat, and you thought at that stage, this lad might be a good player.
Certainly fearless then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for all your emails and tweets, or posts I think they're called now, today. Thanks for being with us. We'll be back once more tomorrow with Dave Fulton, Scott Reed and Ben Watts, the BBC Radio Kent. 2 for Morley at the non-strikers end. Hurst will find. We'll watch this. I say watch this final over. He may well attack this final over from Yuzvendra Chahal.
Yeah, field is back a bit deeper. Got that slightly strange kind of 3/4 of the way back. He's content just to pat it to extra cover for no run. So yeah, long off is not right back on the rope. I can't see long on there, probably about 15 yards in, almost tempting Hurst to try and take Chahal down. And he's content to just take the single. Why not? So he's certainly one to keep an eye on, Hurst. Like the cut of his jib, you do. When you see these young players come into things, you look at them and you think, I like the way he's gone about his innings, kind of counter-punched. He's read the situation well. See what his keeping's laid. Pretty tidy reading, I would imagine. Hurst with the gloves, pretty tidy. They rate him as a keeper. Won't keep in this. Bell keeps, okay.
Yes, players are just as a battered in the game against.
Yeah.
Not so, yeah, they didn't have an awful lot of play, but enough for him to get a 50.
As he defends this one, but I think I'm right in thinking that keeping is the second string to his bow.
Yeah, so similarly batted at 7 against Notts, but yeah, George Bell kept wicket in that one. Or would have done, I should say.
Morley content just to play this over out. So 1 ball remaining. 5:30 has ticked by.
Very punctual.
Yeah. Doesn't happen often that all these overs are bowled in the allotted time. So no overtime tonight. Chahal to finish things up. And he's bowled him. So that will wrap things up. Hurst marooned on 76. He's played beautifully, but Morley's gone for 2. Chahal has his second wicket, and Lancashire have been bowled out. Final ball of day 1, 327. pretty decent effort, having been 18 for 3. That Hurst gets a shake of his hand from Harry Finch. He's played quite beautifully alongside Bohannon's earlier effort with 100 and Balderston with a 50. Yes. All over, and Kent resume tomorrow, presumably with Zach Crawley.
Absolutely. David Fulton, thank you very much. We'll wrap up with an update for BBC Radio Kent, the final one of the day. Very neatly wrapped up by Lancashire and Kent as well. 3-2-7 all out then, Lancashire. Again, I'll probably go for honours about even. Game's moved on a bit. Kent with the 3 bowling bonus points. Update coming from BBC Radio Kent. Thanks for listening today. We'll be back with you 10:30 of course tomorrow. Every ball online with regular radio reports.